Council will stand in session. Items 1 through 6 are executive sessions and direction to staff. Items 1, 3, and 5 are executive sessions. Mr. Clerk.
Your Honor, the first executive session is noticed as item 1, executive session, City of Tucson, claim number 28344, Horst versus City of Tucson. It is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03A3 and A4. The second executive session is noticed as item 3, executive session Wiggins versus City of Tucson et al., Pima County Superior Court case number C20213558. It is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03A3 and A4. The final executive session is noticed as item 5, executive session exchange and conveyance of city-owned property located at 7575 East Speedway Boulevard and a portion of tax parcel number 133-13-005E for property owned by Center East Center LLC located at 7820 through 7840 East Broadway Boulevard, and it is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03, A3, A4, and A7.
So may I have a motion to move into executive session?
So move.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. So we need to move into our executive session meeting. And those that have to join us in there, let's jump in, and we'll come back into regular study after that. So see you in a second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Your Honor, I move that we proceed to discuss in an executive session.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Madam Mayor, with respect to two, which I believe is the Horst matter, that is the one where the specific direction to discuss in executive session to settle the claim in the amount of $27,987.
I'm sorry, I was mistaken. That's my fault, but yes.
Well,
I'll
that's
make that
okay. You made the motion already. That's good. Alrighty, so thank you so much for the clarification, Mr. Rankin. And all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
And this item, Your Honor, relates to the Wiggins case, and I would ask for a motion that the mayor and council direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session, including the authority to file legal claims against the driver who caused the accident at issue in the case.
Your Honor, I move that motion.
There's a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. And can I, what is the council's pleasure for item 6?
Your Honor, I'd like to move that we proceed as discussed as an executive session, and city staff proceed as directed.
There is a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Motion passes. And we move on to item 7. Time has been set aside for an update on the COVID-19 emergency. Today, we have the pleasure of welcoming Dr. Cullen, the director of the Pima County Health Department, and who will be giving us an update on COVID-19 and any other situation that is relevant to the health and safety of Tucsonans. Dr. Cullen, thank you so much for coming to give us an update today.
Thanks. Like I said, I love when I get to join you guys. I sent you guys a series of slides which you can distribute. They are primarily about COVID. So before I go into this, though, I do want to give you an update on West Nile, because you may be aware we're having an increased number of West Nile cases. They are transmitted by mosquitoes, probably due to the rain more than anything else. We have about 36 cases identified already in Pima County. We have more that are pending our evaluation. We have sent out a health alert to the Health Alert Network, so all the hospitals are aware of this. They're aware of how they should collect the samples and look at them. Maricopa County has over 500 cases. They have the highest number they've ever had, as does Pinal. What happens when we get a case is we do the full epidemiological evaluation. We make sure it's not something called St. Louis encephalitis, which is also transmitted, because we really want to make sure it's West Nile. And then we do what we call trap and ramp testing. Basically, it means we look at mosquitoes to see if they have West Nile. We have, just so you know, as of this morning, and this could change at any time, it's kind of like COVID, there's been no cases identified in the mosquitoes, but obviously they're here, right? Because people are getting West Nile. And it turns out mosquitoes only live about half a mile from where they're born, their life expectancy. They're a pretty limited geographic area. So we have worked with our communication. We've put out Fight the Bite campaign. We're doing as much as we can with the community. We've done some interviews with social media, but I just want you guys to be aware of it, because after COVID, from an epidemiological perspective, that's the one major thing we're concerned about. So with that, if it's okay, I think I'm gonna share my screen and hopefully you guys can see it, and then I will show the slideshow. Are we good? I think we're good. Yeah, you guys are okay? Okay, so this is from A Mountain, in case you wondered. So this is our COVID-19 update. We are still in high transmission, though this morning our number of cases was finally less than 150. It rolled to about 140 cases, but we are seeing a significant number. We still have a very high number of deaths, and I had put these pluses there because this is from yesterday and they may have gone up. There's good news. 68% of our community that can be vaccinated, so that is 12 and over, are fully vaccinated. Over 65, 96% have had one vaccine, 97% are fully vaccinated. I was actually just down in Green Valley talking to them about these numbers. We've given 1.3 million vaccines. And our positivity rate with testing right now is about 8.5%. What would we like? We would like to be in we'd like to not have this, but we'd like to be in substantial transmission, which would be less than 100 cases per 100,000. So that would be less than 1,000 cases a week. And we are not there yet. We are still in high transmission. You're probably aware California as a state has rolled into substantial transmission about 4 weeks ago. Arizona as a state is still in high transmission. Despite how horrible this looks, we're actually doing better than Pinal and Maricopa and other counties. Our vaccination rates are higher than those guys. Briefly to follow up on the school report, and these once again have pluses because these change every day. At least 2,600 people associated with schools have been positive. These are K through 12 schools. We also do follow the university, and their numbers have been very good. 85 outbreaks, 47 closures. Let me just, in case you hear about yesterday, we sent out something to all the school districts for them to consider participating in test and stay. What that would mean is if a kid in a classroom that meets certain parameters is diagnosed with COVID, or a staff member or a teacher, we would not quarantine the close contacts. Instead, what we would do, we would initiate testing on a daily basis, Monday through Friday, in that classroom. Now, this is a pilot study. The CDC is doing this in about 5 other jurisdictions. They are aware we are going to embark on it. We have worked with Maricopa County, who are not doing this right now, and we're going to have to see if it works. But our goal, once again, as you guys know, and it's always been, is to keep students, staff, and schools open. So we sent out the information yesterday. We've asked people to apply by the end of the week, and the superintendents were already all aware of this. And we hope to kick this off the week of October 25th. This is the epi curve. I would just really call your attention to this. This is not doing what we did last summer. We are like in a square. I said to people, hopefully it doesn't become a rectangle, which means it would keep going. Obviously much better than we saw in the winter, but still a very, very consistent load of cases going across here. The total number of all cases, this is from October 12th, so about 6 days ago. And you can see the race ethnicity data. High risk, that's if you have a comorbidity, and then the age grouping by gender. And what we see is in the 20 to 44-year-old, we have a higher female number of cases. This is probably not real. This is probably just due to who's getting tested, right? So young men may be we know they test at a lower rate, so we think that that kind of skews this data. Vaccine uptake by census tract. You guys have seen this before. Darker colors are better. You see Green Valley, you see the foothills, really good. We still have these places that are lower. This is once again by census tract. I will tell you though, what's interesting is almost every census tract is now at 40%. We have a few outliers. One of them is the base, one of those is the prisons. We know that data isn't accurate. So overall, you will recall, 6 to 7 weeks ago, we had lots of census tracts that were still low 20s, mid 20s. So we are seeing movement in these census tracts and we continue to focus on them. I want to just talk briefly about our response and then talk about a little recovery. You can see this disproportionate higher impacts. You guys know this, you don't need me to talk about this. Lessons learned, we were under-resourced, under-prepared, persistent inequities exist. We are focusing on health and data literacy. We believe we have a grant for health literacy, and we believe that we will be able to get at that group that is unvaccinated or under-vaccinated. Not all of that group is 100% unwilling to get vaccinated. And what we need to do is figure out exactly how we can work closer with them. Local public health authority under threat. We say this because of and you guys are aware of this because in Arizona at least, and it isn't just Arizona, the New York Times yesterday had a really large article about states taking authority from public health and saying that they are the authority. So we've worked a lot with the state. The state has a new acting director at the Department of Health Services, Dr. Don Harrington. I talked with him last week specifically about what we're seeing in the hospitals, and I think we'll have a good relationship with him. Recovery and resiliency, I just want you to know, and you guys may know this, we've been working with the Day of the Dead parade organizers for the last 6 to 8 weeks. We actually encouraged them to move ahead with doing the parade. Some of that was our recognition that we believed people really needed to have a place to grieve and to process. Their PR information talks explicitly about please vaccinate. Obviously, they're not going to require vaccination. We shared with them the data from Lollapalooza in Chicago. You remember that big music fest where people were they asked to prove vaccination and they had very, very little transmission. So we are supportive of this. We're actually doing some altering in our building, but we will have a table there and are working closely with them as we move ahead to look at recovery and resiliency in the community. And with that, let me figure out how to quit sharing. If I can do this, this is always a problem for me. And then we can stop sharing. Okay, there we go.
Alrighty, thank you, Colin. I do see Councilmember Fimbra's hand up. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you. Can you hear me now, Dr. Cullen?
Yes.
I was just wondering, I saw your chart, your graph, and it shows Latinos are still one of the highest ones recipients. Do you know any reasons why that is? What can we do to reach out to our community to talk to them about getting more vaccines and shots?
Yeah, I just think it's multifactorial. Some of it is socioeconomic. The one thing we know that we haven't been able to address is people that are wage earners. So hourly wage earners still remain scared of getting the shot because they probably don't have sick leave available to them. So we've talked about this internally. Is there something we could do? And we have not come up with anything. There's not like a sick leave bank or a money bank that the county can say, if you can show to us you got ill, we'd give you $15 an hour for 24 hours. But that, Councilman Fimbres, I think that is one area.
I've heard that people won't get the shot or be tested because they can't afford to be off of work for 10 days. So that's why they're still going to work and doing things. Because it's the economy, they have to supply for their families.
I think that's accurate. I think that's really true. If we look around the country, nobody's really addressed this because the way to address it is to have an economic resource that can offset that loss of income. But I think you're right, and I think it's why our numbers are high. If we could get everybody tested that doesn't feel well, support them being in isolation, I think we'd be doing better.
Thank you. The other question I have is about the Pima County Jail. I understand there was an article about people dying in the jail because of COVID. What's the difference? What are they doing? Are they isolating folks still in there, or?
Yeah, Councilman Fimbers, that's a great question. They are isolating. We've actually worked really closely with them over the last 6 weeks, and they have a new medical provider. They flipped medical providers, and that's kind of beyond me. That's Dr. Garcia. But we did put in place a reactivation of the 14-day quarantine. So anybody new who comes in the jail is quarantined from the general population for 14 days. We have given them guidance in terms of how they can test, and we've actually also supplied them with tests. So I don't have the details on the specific cases that have arisen there. As you know, the sheriff did present to the board the last meeting. I missed the Board of Supervisors meeting this morning, but there has been some concern about transmission from staff and or people that some of the detainees go out during the day and work. And so it's possible that they're bringing it back in, but there's also the staff issue about vaccination.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Dr. Cullen. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Council Project.
Yeah, thanks. 2 quick questions. Thank you, Dr. Cullen, for showing up. That with the staff interaction was what the article seemed to be focused on. 2 questions. First of all, you said that you shared with the new health director what quote we're seeing in the hospitals. Can you share that with us? And secondly, are you at all familiar with the concerns over a new variant that was just reported in the news yesterday?
Yeah, so let me do, thanks. Let me do that first question. What I shared with him, and I shared with multiple emails, and then we finally connected, was related to what we were seeing from the rural hospitals being unable to transfer people into our hospitals and the ongoing staffing shortages we know that exist, our hospitals, I mean the urban hospitals, and the ongoing shortage staffings we know, shortage staffings that exist in the urban hospitals. As you are probably aware, they made $60 million available for nursing and for other staffing. That's kind of a drop in the bucket, given the amount of salaries that nurses, especially ICU nurses, are able to acquire right now, especially if they're travel nurses. So we did not end up anywhere other than to say we would continue. I had suggested to them, you guys are probably aware there's this surge line for COVID patients. What we're finding in the rural hospitals is the surge line is okay to get COVID patients transferred. It may be, I mean, these numbers are depressing, 6 to 10 hours, but people can get transferred. There's no surge line equivalent for non-COVID patients. So those stories that you consistently read in the paper of down in Cochise and out at other facilities where people are not being transferred, and that's because there's no mechanism. What the state did, to be frank, it's kind of embarrassing. They sent every hospital a list of the phone numbers to call of the hospitals. So if you need to transfer, here's your list, just keep going down it. So we have reports of providers in rural communities spending hours upon hours trying to call because they can't give that to like a medical assistant. They have to have a licensed independent practitioner make those calls. So I gave him my suggestion. I've written it to everybody I can. So thanks.
New variant? The new variant?
Oh, the new variant, sorry. I was trying to avoid that question. No, I'm just kidding. I know that there's a new variant reported. It doesn't shock me that there's a new variant. I think we're going to have to wait and see. You know, the MU variant was reported and we found 2 cases of that. I bet that was 6 weeks ago now, and we're not seeing it at all. So I think this is a wait and see situation, but it does point out how critical it is for people that are high risk to get the booster. There's some new data coming out. You know, we know immunity wanes. We don't know how much it wanes. We don't know what an antibody level really means. But what we know is if you are at risk because you're immunocompromised, get your third shot, get your complete series. If you're not immunocompromised and you have Pfizer, go ahead and get your third booster. We know Moderna is going to be endorsed for a third booster, J&J, as soon as next week, as soon as the CDC ACIP meets, and we'll see that same thing with J&J. With J&J, as you guys know, is anybody 18 and over qualifies. Moderna will have the same guidance that Pfizer has, which is if you fit certain categories, including if you work in a situation where you're exposed. So, thanks.
I have one more
Thank you,
question.
Go ahead, Councilmember
Thank you.
Fimbres.
Thank you. Dr. Cullen, some people say if I get the flu shot, I don't have to get the booster shot of Moderna because I had the Moderna shot. Is that true? Or does it get both?
You have to get, once the Moderna becomes available, unless you met the third need for it, yeah, you need both. The flu shot's not going to give you any protection.
And then West Nile virus, don't mosquitoes die in the wintertime? Or they're not there?
They do, but probably at your house as much as mine. I thought they all died and now they're back because it got a little warm again. So it didn't kill all of them. We need some cold for a period of time. What we recommend for people, wear long shirts, use mosquito repellent, don't have any standing water. You know, there's many more cases of West Nile, and what's happened is people have a little headache and a fatigue. Maybe they think they have COVID, but they may have West Nile.
Thank you, doctor.
You're welcome.
And Dr. Cullen, can you talk about testing? Because I know that Pima County Administrator and the Board of Supervisors were very concerned about the continued cost of testing. For a bit, there was not a lot of availability of testing in Pima County, and then of course the county ramped up again. Can you talk a little bit about the availability of testing and how that's going to continue? Because I'm concerned if it doesn't, then we don't have accurate numbers to be able to know whether we're still in high transmission or substantial transmission, or if that's changing.
Mayor Romero and Council, this is a great question. And I will tell you today, when I saw the number go down and I looked at the number of tests, I thought, well, the number of tests went down. So I don't know whether I believe this number. So let me tell you what we're doing. Which we flipped to antigen testing because PCR testing was just so much money. Paradigm is still doing PCR testing at the airport and anybody can go there. That is funded by the state under some state agreement. We also have PCR testing at Elletown, which is through ASU, and ASU has made a commitment to stay there and at the Flowing Wells Center until the end of this year. They may extend that. That is funded by the state too. So good news is we don't have to fund them. We flipped, however, as you know, to antigen testing, and we have an agreement with Paradigm as well as some other testing agencies, contractors, to continue to supply antigen testing right now. However, the fund for that is limited. We did get an extra $2 million specifically for testing that we just found out from the state about 2 or 3 weeks ago. That's specifically for vulnerable populations. So we were in the process of figuring out the spend on that. We believe that if we flip to just certain zip code census tracts, we'll be able to have that around for, let's say, 6 months, a pretty significant period of time. In addition, we have pushed out a very, very significant number of free tests to healthcare providers, including, the integrated healthcare practices that they can use if they have what they call a CLIA wave lab. We have pushed out home test kits to all of our people that are testing. So if you go and get a test right now and it's negative, but your exposure might have been off or you're still worried, they should be giving you a free home test with instructions of how to use that. We have also sent about 40,000 home tests out to all the schools. So the schools have them available, and we are in the process of figuring out how to push out these free home tests through other venues like community-based organizations. So right now, testing is available. I think there will come a time when it is more limited, but we have, we believe the state, so the home test kits are coming from the state, and the tests for the CLIA-Wave labs. We believe the state will continue to give us at least 150,000 of those tests. So we should be okay for a while. We're actually in the process of also developing how you could go to one of our clinics and get a home test in case you're concerned there. So we're looking at lots of other venues so that we don't continue to expend the amount of funding we spend. As you guys know, we spend almost, I think it's definitely going to be over $50 million on testing. We believe that money right now, if we can figure out not get rid of testing like you stated, because we are concerned about that, because you will recall there were people in the previous administration that said, we'll just quit testing because it'll go away. So we know that will happen if we decrease testing. So, but we're cognizant of it and working on alternatives.
Thank you so much. Any other questions from my colleagues? Alrighty, hearing none. Thank you, Dr. Cullen. Really appreciate your report to us, appreciate the partnership, and just want to reassure you that, the city of Tucson, my colleagues, and I, don't want to speak for my colleagues on the council, but knowing how we voted in terms of how to approach this pandemic, we're at the ready, and however we can with you and Pima County Health Department and the Board of Supervisors as partners.
Great. Thank you guys so much. Really, seriously, I love when you invite me. So thanks. I'm going to drop off. Bye.
Say that. We'll have you here every single time we meet. Thank you. Alrighty, so we move on to the next item. Item 8, time has been set aside for the discussion of additional consequences for employees who remain non-compliant with AD 2.03-7 relating to the vaccination requirements. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So based on the direction that you all provided during the October 5th meeting, I really focused on what an implementation of further discipline up to and including termination would look like. And really the focus that I've translated that direction to be is on how we support the employees that have been responsible and complied with the mayor and council policy direction. And so in essence, it's the implementation of a continuity of operations plan where I've asked the directors to make assumptions about staffing levels to ensure that the employees' health, safety, and welfare is maintained, and also providing the services that we are charged with providing in the city charter. So what does that look like? It will be the potential reallocation of resources across the board to ensure that we are keeping the employees safe and providing the services. I don't have that plan 100% complete. I've asked the directors to put that together for me, for us as a team. We will be meeting regularly over the next week or so to develop that and to make sure that we have something that we can point to and say this is how we will approach this. We have confirmed the attestations that we received through the state database. We do have some discrepancies in that, and so we know that the state database does not include those that have been vaccinated out of state or through the VA, through the federal government. So we are taking care of those discrepancies and reaching out to those employees that where there's that discrepancy. I will tell you that I am taking that very seriously if there is a discrepancy, because if someone was not truthful in their attestation form, then I will deal with that very severely. That is basically lying about their status, and we'll deal with that accordingly. Finally, I will tell you that we are prepared to move forward. As you had asked me to look at what the plan could be, I think the approach I've outlined for you, based on direction, we would immediately start the recruitment process for really across the board positions that may have to be where we have some terminations or separations based on lack of compliance with policy direction. So Mayor, that's just a high level. Prepared to answer any questions and get into as much detail as you'd like. Just wanted to reaffirm to you that I am confident that if the direction is given by the Mayor and Council to proceed with separation or termination of employees that are not compliant with the policy direction, that we will be able to address that. And I will, as I mentioned to you, focus on the employee safety, health, and welfare, as well as the delivery of services. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Manager. Councilmember Fimbres, I do see your hand up. Did you want to?
Madam Mayor, that was from the previous thing, but I want to see, Mark, Mike, how many employees are we still talking about? And what is the due process we're going to do for the suspensions? We're discussing it. We're going to have, and what are the labor groups saying about this stuff? Should have been in discussion with them.
Sure. Mayor, members of the council, so we know that there's about 300, a little better than 300 employees that are currently permanent, that are not vaccinated in the state database. We are going through those numbers and scrubbing them to make sure. We're going to confirm all that. There are some also that are non-permanent employees that will fall into that category, and we'll address that. So those numbers are we'll call them changing, but we're making sure that the state database, and we're also giving the employee the opportunity to provide proof of their vaccination. With regard to the due process, the code outlines the due process for separation or termination. We would employ that based on direction here today if it's given. I would suggest that we will not do that immediately. There are logistics that I need to work out. I want to make sure that we have that continuity of operations plan in place across the board. Then we can have a conversation internally about how to implement that going forward. I have not, with regard to the labor unions, I have not discussed this with them in any detail. I have brought it up in conversations just to say that the council was considering it. I know that they were watching the previous council direction that's been provided, and I have not solicited any feedback at this time on this topic.
So we had a discussion with the labor groups, and is that part of the consult and confer agreements that we have with the labor groups that we have to discuss with them? And then the other thing, individuals who have been exemplary employees for 10 years, this is the only mark on them because they believe different beliefs than we have, or different, it's part of the disciplinary process. Are they going to be interviewed by their supervisor or yourself and start the due process that way? Find out what actually they're, but why they don't refuse to take the shot.
Sure. Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, so this is we believe, a management right. I do not have to go through the meet and confer process to exercise this right, and we are exercising that based on the management rights. With regard to the process is, as I mentioned, outlined by the code. The code outlines the notices and the timeframes for those notices, as well as appeal rights for the employee. And they will have those rights afforded to them should we go down this process.
So if somebody filed for an exemption and they were denied by HR, what was the reason for their denial? And do they have an appeal mechanism in place?
So Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, so on the medical exemptions, it was actually kind of simple. You had to have
religious, medical.
Yeah, there's two. There's the medical exemption and the religious accommodation. The medical exemption was pretty simple. You had to have the signature of a physician or a medical professional to provide that exemption. So that was a requirement. On the religiously held religious belief, there is guidance that's been provided by the federal government as well as by our own legal staff that was used in determining those accommodations.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Lee, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I received quite a few questions since I initially voted against the 5-day suspension, and the conditions changed with the president's executive order. So I wanted to speak to the fact that what we're talking about now is steps to get us toward compliance with the executive order that the president issued because we rely so heavily on federal funding. So I want to put that out there up front. I do share some of the questions that Councilmember Fimbres has raised, specifically around the process for approval and denial of medical exemptions and religious accommodations and the process to appeal those. I've heard of instances again where someone has had a doctor's signature and got denied and wasn't given a reason or an opportunity to correct that for whatever reason. And other instances that raise questions in my mind about the process. So I would like to better understand that and make sure that we are putting our best foot forward to honor those valid exemptions and accommodations, because my next issue, which has always been my thing, is staffing. We know we're at severe levels of staffing across most of our departments, and looking at the numbers and the potential impact to staffing, which will then result in degradation of core services. Knocking on doors, running for this office, that was the number one thing I heard, is the response times. We worked so hard to get our 911 comm center in a better state, and I just have very serious concerns with our current vacancies in some of these departments and the difficulty in filling these positions, paired with the potential loss of staff, what this is going to do to the residents and the services that we're able to deliver. And so I don't feel like we have enough of that picture in front of us to make an informed decision today on moving forward with saying, we need to go down a termination path. I also share Councilmember Fimbres' questions about labor and civil service and how these decisions will impact those specific areas. And also, we've obviously previously voted on testing as a tool. And in the president's executive order, it specifically says to require any workers who remain unvaccinated to produce a negative test result on a weekly basis or be vaccinated. And so I would really like for us to, in the next iteration of this conversation, explore how we can make that a primary point of our conversation as well, to hopefully offset some impacts to staffing. So those are some of my thoughts, but all in all, right, we have to position ourselves to be in compliance, whatever that means for the city, and do minimal impact to core services because it directly impacts the citizens of the city of Tucson. And so I just want to encourage everyone who is city staff who may be listening, we need you all to be able to accomplish this mission. We're not a private sector company. We're not the U of A. Our jobs save lives out there. And so we need every single one of you. We need to find a way to come together and get this done. And so I actually do have a motion for consideration of my colleagues. I know there's still some questions, but while I have the floor, I just want to put this out here. I move to direct staff to return to mayor and council at the next regularly scheduled study session to give a presentation on the following. So I will read slowly because this is one piece to cover each of those points. The process the City of Tucson Business Services Department took to review the vaccination, medical exemptions, and religious accommodations, including the explanation and appeals process for employees who were denied. Second part, a detailed plan on how the City of Tucson will continue delivering essential and core services within each city department if the proposed plan to terminate unvaccinated employees goes into effect in December. The third piece, a detailed plan on how city business services, human resources, labor, civil service commission, and any other department affected will manage the magnitude of termination paperwork, processing, and appeals if the proposed plan goes into effect. And the last one, I promise, to be consistent with the direction we have currently been given from President Biden, employers over 100 employees must require their employees to be vaccinated or be tested weekly. This is also consistent with the existing mayor and council policies. Please provide the city's plan to oversee the weekly testing in a way that doesn't burden our existing administration, possibly using technology.
I'll
That's the
second that.
And that's all my comments, Mayor.
Alrighty, so there is a motion and a second. What I want to make sure that we have, if Rankin is available, to talk about the legal concerns of meet and confer that I believe have been answered by the courts. So I don't know if Rankin is available to respond to that question.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Yes, that was one of the core issues in the case. The case itself that was filed by TPOA and then the additional labor unions have jumped in is still pending. A new second amended complaint has just recently been filed by the plaintiffs, and we'll be answering that and responding to it here in short order. But nonetheless, no, the city manager described it correctly. That these mitigation measures that have been imposed to date and that are proposed in the manager's recommendation are within the manager's management rights as being necessary to protect and preserve workplace health and safety, as well as community health and safety. And we are going to continue to proceed along those lines. They are outside of the meet and confer requirements.
Alrighty. Councilmember Santa Cruz, I know you had your hand up, as well as Councilmember Ulick.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. My questions were to the city manager that if we're asking employees to come into full compliance by December 1st, what is the expectation for department heads to move quickly and fairly when tackling some of these disciplinary issues? And then lastly, do we have any concerns regarding the proceedings at the Arizona Supreme Court in November and how that might affect our timeline?
Mayor, Councilor Santa Cruz, so I'll take the first question, which had two parts, which is the magnitude of the discipline, which I believe was part of Vice Mayor Lee's question or comment, and then also what does the continuity of operations plan look like in general in terms of the quickness of this. So first of all, absolutely, if we were to attempt to do all this by December 1, that would be a pretty tall order for us to implement. I would not suggest that. I think that the first order of business for me is to get the logistics plan, get the continuity of operations plan in place, and then we'll move towards the potential separation or termination. So that's how I would approach that. Now, with regard to the actual, we'll call it the HR, the human resource pieces, I may have to bring in additional resources to assist with that. But also keep in mind, my plan would entail bringing in additional resources for the recruitment piece going forward as well. So the plan or the approach is to make sure that I'm shoring up the HR function to make sure that we have the opportunity to recruit and get the marketing pieces accomplished, and I'll bring in resource. So that way I'm dealing with both we'll call it the management of the potential discipline, as well as the management of the recruitment and marketing piece. You wanna?
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in here. I will not be supporting the motion. I believe that our city manager has been very clear about how he intends to proceed in terms of supporting the 83% of city employees that have reacted or acted responsibly in getting those vaccines. I think at this point, it is mostly insubordination and a political stance in those that choose not to be responsible public servants in our community. And I just wonder, Mr. Manager, if you need the additional time to be able to put together your logistical plans and then proceed with the administrative directed that that we had given you direction on in our previous council meeting.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. So additional time is relevant, right? When you all had asked me to give you the approach and kind of the way that we would move this forward, the development of the plan that I've outlined is exactly that. I would prefer that you not put a deadline on it and give me an opportunity to actually put the plan together and the logistics of it, which I can do administratively. And then we will establish that based on conversations with the LT. We can then establish that time frame. But if the council would like to give me a date, fine. But I'm just suggesting that, you know, it could compress things and make things a little more of a challenge for us. And I'm really looking to make sure that those logistics, that plan is in place. And again, I can do that administratively. I don't need direction from the council on that.
Okay, so I do have Councilmember Ulick's hand up, as well as Councilmember Kozachik.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Vice Mayor, for the comprehensive motion. I certainly do want to respect our employees' rights to a transparent, clear process and proper recourse. And so I think that we've all made it clear that we're directing the manager and the city attorney to ensure that that is afforded to the employees. And I know that they're closely watching this. My concern about supporting the motion is that I think our public services are already impacted, quite frankly. I think there are members of the public who are concerned about the fact that there are city employees in highly interactive positions and public-facing positions who may not be vaccinated, and that can cause, I think, reluctance to turn to the city for services that our residents and our businesses and folks are entitled to. I'm also concerned about our other 83% of the employee base, who I think has every right to expect a safe work environment for themselves and their families. And while you know, we can point to protective measures like masks and distancing, the truth is we know that the virus still is spreading, and that is primarily occurring amongst and through folks who are not vaccinated. And so I think that we're pacing this as best we can to give folks every opportunity. I do, you know, I want to understand better how we can support employees who are struggling with the decision to get vaccinated. And if they need a direct consultation or support in addressing those concerns and fears, I'm sure, I know the Vice Mayor works with an employer, as do I, where employees are now required. And one strategy to assist is to really engage with employees through the HR department to find out what is the reticence and how can we support you in addressing your concerns. What information do you need? What support do you need to take this very important step? So I believe that we've achieved the right balance in safeguarding all of our employees, including those who are not vaccinated, and safeguarding the rights of the public that we serve and all of our employees.
Correct. Councilmember Kozachik, and then I do see Mike Rankin's hand up, and then we go with Councilmember Cunningham.
Okay, Mike, did you need to intervene on something before I started? Okay. Okay, first of all, I appreciate all of Karen's comments. I think they were right on. Every community member's family member, every coworker deserves to know that every interaction they have with a city employee is safe. We put our ordinance in place on August the 13th. That's 2 months ago. That ordinance required vaccinations. That's 2 months ago. And since then, coworkers and the public have been placed at risk. of contracting COVID-19 or the Delta variant with every interaction they've had with city workers who have not gotten the vaccination. We just read, and Richard mentioned the deaths in Pima County Jail. It was just a big story in the Star yesterday or day before, whenever it was. Terry Cullen just showed us the graphic. Every week since we have adopted this ordinance, every single week since we've adopted the ordinance, the new case numbers have been at 1,700 or higher in Pima County. That's the square she showed, and in fact, it is turning into a rectangle. This isn't a labor relations issue, it's a public health issue, and it's not the political issue that the no-vax crowd wants it to be. This is a public health issue. Our own ordinance, the language of our own ordinance reaffirmed that this is a local public health emergency. And I think we need to act like that. I appreciate all the concerns about process and all of that, but we're giving another 6 weeks. And I know Mike Ortega needs that to work out the logistics of staffing and all of that. But to our employees, use that time to do the counseling that you need or whatever that Karen has suggested. But my sense is that since August the 13th to December 1st, that's September, October, November, December, really? Terry Cullen just acknowledged that the surge line's not working for rural hospitals. The surge line's not even working for urban hospitals when it comes to non-COVID related treatments. That's not fair to the public, and it's not fair to the public health workers that have been working in full PPE garb for the last 18 months. So I'm going to offer a substitute motion that we move the city manager's recommendation and give direction to follow that.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. I do see Councilmember Cunningham's. Mike Rankin, did you want to jump in here before we allow Councilmember Cunningham to make his comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Sure. And I just wanted to answer Councilmember Santa Cruz's question about the Supreme Court case. She had raised that question. I hadn't jumped in time. The status of that case is that it is scheduled for oral argument on November 2nd. We have filed our brief in the case. I'm happy to share that with any of you who have an interest in reading it. And it's impossible to know how quickly after oral arguments the Supreme Court will rule. It could be any time after that argument on November 2nd. I would think that they would rule within a month of oral arguments, but there's no set time frame. But as of now, the legal landscape is that the statute that would otherwise prohibit the city from requiring any person to get vaccinated, that law is currently thrown out as being unconstitutional. So it's only if the Supreme Court reverses that ruling will that statute come back to life. So that's where we stand on that.
Okay. Councilmember Cunningham, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. So I want to just say that there's a few parts as I try to process both motions, because both motions are actually really reasonable. Both motions are trying to make, we're trying to thread a needle here. And this is a really hard decision. We don't want to have forced readiness. And now that we have some vaccinations going on, I'd feel a lot more comfortable if I knew we could set academies in motion now to replace the people we're losing. The forced readiness issue is a big part of it. The other thing is that if we're going to give everybody another 6 weeks, that's going to take us into the holidays, which I think writing pink slips during the holiday season is bad juju. I don't care who you are. So those are big pieces to this. On the other hand, we are public servants. We've kind of said this multiple times, and we have tried to weigh that balance And it is a good point. What about the 83% of the city workers who did do the right thing, who do understand that public service is public service? I take the idea of public service very seriously. We're in it together. The big thing I'd ask people to do is take a look at the vaccination and unvaccination tool that the CDC released in the last 3 days. It gives you a very good picture of the risk of new cases by age group involving vaccinated and unvaccinated, and the risk of death involving vaccinated and unvaccinated. I also think there's a moving target here. So we have another 6 weeks. Well, in the next 6 weeks, there is a possibility that one, booster shots from Moderna and J&J will be available to everybody. They still aren't all the way approved. Two, the full authorization for at least Moderna will happen the way it has for Pfizer. And finally, from what I understand, we're about a month away from 5 and 12-year-olds being allowed to use Pfizer, probably even less than that. If it's good enough for 5 and 12-year-olds, if the CDC is standing up and saying, you know what, this is safe for 5 and 12-year-old children, it's really hard for me to say, well, you know, you guys can't do it. I know we have some due diligence. I also said at the beginning, if you're testing positive for the antibodies, I thought that was an exemption that I could live with. So one clarification I have, are we allowing a positive antibodies test in lieu of vaccine? That's my next question.
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, at this time we are not. We are simply going after vaccine, exemption, or accommodation. That is, any one of those three is in compliance.
So I thought we were going to say, hey, if somebody had it in the last 6 weeks, first of all, there are people who have had COVID in the last 6 weeks who the CDC recommends they're not supposed to get vaccinated. So right there, that is a fair exemption. It's not a good one, but it's a fair one. I mean, they should have gotten that, but whatever. What's done is done. And I kind of want to make sure we're on that path, but we've also got people who've been there 6 months and they still are, their body's still producing antibodies. And if they are, it's not fair for us to ask them to vaccinated. They should. Matter of fact, if they get Moderna, they're probably going to be, I think they go down to possibly contracting the case 84 out of 100,000 people, I think is what the vaccination pool thing, or it's even less than that if they've had COVID prior to being vaccinated. Whatever it is, they have an opportunity to be very substantially lower risk than other people. But I thought that was one of the caveats when we had this discussion at the beginning. If someone was willing to go and get a blood test every week to show that they still were carrying antibodies, I said that was good enough for me. Eventually those antibodies will run out, but we have to be sure we're having clarity in what we've been doing. So for right now, until if that's in the piece of one of the motions, then I'm comfortable with that. But I remember very specifically laying that out and saying I wanted that as part of the exemptions. And that's kind of my hard ground. That is my hard ground.
Maybe I can shed some light on that.
Go ahead, Mr. Ortega. Go ahead.
So first of all, Councilmember Cunningham, you're correct. You did mention that during previous discussions. So a couple things. Number one, if someone has had COVID and is not able to take the vaccine, as you mentioned, within the last 6 weeks, then that would qualify as a medical exemption, provided they get the exemption form filled out by medical providers. That's the first one. The second is, with regard to the antibodies, the way that we have treated that is, if you have the antibodies and you get a medical professional to tell us that you are not in need or can't take the vaccine for whatever reason, then that is also considered a medical exemption. But to just have folks go down and get a test that then shows the antibodies at some level, we have not pursued that. It was really all focused on the medical exemption, which is someone from the medical profession signing it saying, no, you don't need to, and here's the reason.
Well, so if there's a medical professional that's willing to test for antibodies and say the person has antibodies, so it's not absolutely necessary, are we honoring that?
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, without getting into the exact language, the medical professional can make the test or perform the test and then tell us that that employee should be exempted from the vaccine. As long as the medical provider professional gives us something in writing that says this employee should be exempted from the vaccine, then that employee is good to go.
Mr. Manager, I just want to reiterate, I hear all of my colleagues' concerns about those who have been responsible and taken the vaccine for the benefit of their public service and their coworkers. I hear loud and clear from the Vice Mayor that she is concerned about the services that we can provide to our community. And, you know, the points made by my colleague Kozaczek and Councilmember Ulick in terms of we have taken this step by step and slowly in order to do the right thing for the benefit of our employees and the community that we all serve. So we've taken our time, we've done due diligence, we've given opportunity, just as we've heard right now by Dr. Cullen. Transmission rate in Pima County still is high, and there are still hospitalizations. The Delta variant is full blown, and as the CDC has said, the transmission is between those that are unvaccinated. At a certain point, as the Vice Mayor said, we have to comply with federal regulations because we do receive federal funds. And so it is a difficult conversation to have, but really if you think about it based on science and what science says, it really is not difficult, right? People that are vaccinated have a less of an opportunity to contract COVID and the Delta variant. So I believe, well, hold on, Council Member. I believe that that both motions, both by Council Member Kozaczek and Council Member Vice Mayor Lee, get us to very similar places, right? What the city manager is recommending is that we give him time to put a logistical plan together to see where he needs to take us and City of Tucson employees into the future. What his recommendation in the motion by Council Member Kozaczek is that it gives them time, no deadlines, to be able to make sure that we're making the best possible decision for our employees and for our community. So I agree, that's where we should go. That's take our time and make sure that we're taking the necessary steps. As you said, Councilmember Cunningham, in 6 to 8 weeks, we will know from the CDC if 5 to 12-year-olds can take the vaccine. That is a game changer for everyone, for our children and for this community. So we've taken, you know, our time to make the right decisions. I feel that we owe it to our city manager to tell us how he's going to get there, whether it's November 9th or November 23rd or at the end of December. We need to make sure that the following steps that we take are the appropriate and make sense. So Councilmember Cunningham, I do have other hands up.
There's just one other thing I wanted to say, and that is that until we get to a certain level, I want to look, here we are on Zoom. I want to get back to work. I want to start meeting live in the chambers. I want my office to be open more than half day, you know, than half staffed and by appointment. And the only way we're going to get there is if the community's vaccinated and all of our employees are vaccinated. So that's the other piece that's kind of biting at me here is I want to get back to at least some semblance of normalcy, and the only way we get there is by elevating that level of total vaccination in the community. So that's I guess my last piece of it. I got to tell you, I'm probably in spirit support of both motions. It just depends on which one we're voting on first.
All righty. So Council Vice Mayor Lee, and then Council Member Santa Cruz, then Council Member Fimbres.
Do I have my hand up, Mayor?
You did, Vice Mayor.
Oh, okay. I didn't mean to, so please disregard.
Okay. Council Member Santa Cruz, then Council Member Fimbres, then Mr. Ortega, did you want to jump in there to respond to something?
I do, Mayor, and I think you might have some challenge with your machine there because I don't believe that the council members have their hands up any longer. At least on my screen, it was just my hand. So maybe I just populated everybody's.
I think we'll write it down.
Yeah, Mayor,
okay.
So, yes, ma'am, I do want to make a couple of comments. I think that's important that you mentioned, and I want to reiterate. First of all, I think the mayor and council have been very consistent on this matter. I think that you have been very deliberate. If you remember when we started this, the first deadline was not August 24th. It was actually August 20th for voluntary compliance. And the idea was to really encourage folks to come into compliance and in our opinion, do the right thing with regard to this. And so I just wanted to make sure that folks understand this has been a very systematic and deliberate process. I think to Councilmember Kozachik's point, it has been a long time. I mean, August 13th to today is several weeks, months, and I think it's really important for us to remember, this is a systematic approach, and I think that the logistics of this are just as systematic in terms of how we would implement. The last thing I would leave you with is in my memorandum, I did recommend the December 1st deadline. Based on commentary that I'm hearing, I'm just suggesting I can delay that, but it would be of value if I got direction from the council to proceed with this effort, which then gives me the opportunity to start immediately. I will start recruiting tomorrow. I will start marketing tomorrow. Even if I have to pause that down the road, at least I've got a jump on that. And so that level of a decision would be helpful. The deadline, I mean, that can move a little bit and becomes important, obviously, in the implementation, but gives me at least a window to say, all right, we've got all of these pieces that we need to get together up to and including starting with the recruitment. And you will see that go out tomorrow if we get direction to move in this direction today. I just want to make sure you knew that, Mayor, that, again, the deliberate steps that you've taken, as well as if I do get direction, I will commence tomorrow morning with the recruitment for replacements.
Well, and Mr. Ortega, also that there's investment that Mayor and Council allocated for public safety, including police, fire, and 911 communications in terms of behavioral, mental health, and physical health. I would ask that you activate that immediately for in preparation of the 83% of the employees that have chosen to be responsible with their vaccination. We don't want them to physically, mentally be able to take, the load of these concerns. Also, you've talked about the marketing and recruitment plan. That's important that you have in your logistics, as well as providing support for reallocating resources, especially to the departments where it is, where we have bigger percentages of job openings that we have to fill. So I do see Councilmember Kozachik's hand up, Councilmember, and then we're going to go to a vote on the substitute.
Yeah, just to clarify, the intent of my motion was to follow the city manager's recommendation of December 1st as the deadline. as he outlined. Secondly, there's nothing novel about what we're doing. New York, Chicago, LA, San Francisco. This is not something the city of Tucson's inventing. Federal government, Fox News, requirements of testing, of vaccinations. And if you're not vaccinated, you get tested. So that as far as the timing before the holidays, it's also right before the holidays for people who might wind up contracting COVID because of some of the unvaccinated people who get it. So let's remember that there is another side to this. It's not just, gee, my liberties, I shouldn't have to get a vaccination. It's, gee, your liberties are affecting the health of other people. And to the folks who are planning a rally outside of City Hall this evening, why don't you better spend your time going and getting a vaccination instead and do the right thing, like 85% of our employees have already done.
So with that, I'm going to call the question, and Mr. Clerk, if you would like to do a roll call on this one, and this is on the substitute motion. The substitute motion. Yeah.
Mick Santa Cruz.
City Clerk, I guess I'm a little confused about the motion. Which are we voting on, the one that Steve made or the one that Nikki made?
Mine.
Okay. Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
So I want to be clear. This motion does not, this only says sets up a timetable. Does this give a hard deadline for terminations?
Read the city manager's recommendation. It says December 1st, and then the termination policy kicks in. They've got 2 days to, unless one of the two mics want to describe it. I'm doing it by memory. You got 2 days to report, and then the process takes another 2 weeks.
I'm a no.
Mick Zulik.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
No.
Mr. Fimbres.
No.
Mr. Kozaczyk.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Substitute motion passes 4-3. Alrighty, so Mr. Ortega, how do we proceed to make sure that mayor and council is informed and make sure that we have logistics in hand and any other concerns brought up here today?
Mayor, members of the council, so as I read the list of, we'll call it the part to Vice Mayor Lee's motion, I would suggest that I will bring back reports, and I'll give you those to you via memorandum, specifically the process for reviews of the exemptions and the accommodations, I'll call it the continuity of operation for the core services, how we will manage the discipline piece was the third one, and then consistency with the Biden plan or the OSHA plan. When we get that guidance, I'll keep you informed on that. If I need a further direction or conversation with you all, I'll bring that back to you prior to December 1st. Otherwise, the direction is clear that I will proceed with this on as of December 1st. So we will start the logistics of that immediately. That's all, Mayor.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Mr. Manager. We move on to item 9, which time has been set aside for an update on the fiscal year 2021-2022 unrestricted general fund. Mr. Manager.
Yes, Mayor. I know we're running a little behind on time, so we'll try to make this quick. I will turn it over to Jeff Yates here in a bit. This is the second meeting of the month. So this provides you with a snapshot of what's going on with the general fund, gives you an opportunity and gives us an opportunity for any tweaks. somebody got there. So Mayor, with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff Yates, and he'll go over very quickly the numbers.
Thank you, Mike. Please let me know when you can see my screen. Okay, perfect. So as Mike mentioned, this is the second of our updates, and the first of which we have a projection to year end. So this is what I like to refer to. Oh, let me turn on my camera. Sorry about that. This is the way early projection. So keeping in mind, we just closed the first quarter of the year. So we'll be working through and continuing to tighten these projections as more data becomes available. So just a quick snapshot of where we are. If you remember in our budget, we had about $34.5 million of fund balance usage, our cash carry forward that was funding one-time items and some other items. And through the cash flow process and year to date, we're running about 22.6 million ahead. So what I want to point out to you, though, is that we're right on target with where we thought we would be. Okay, so it's not a surprise. And remember that you can't straight line city expenditures because they ebb and flow. Some months are more than others, and on the revenue side as well. So really what's important, or what we're looking at in, then becomes our working projection. So our working projection shows us just to the positive about $1.7 million. That's very positive if you consider we started in the hole by 34.5. So that's about a turn of about $36 million. That is made up of additional revenues. As you can see, we're expecting about 33.2 million in additional revenues and slightly less expenditures. So we're having a really good year so far, but again, it's way early in the process to start talking about that from a perspective of where we think we'll end up. We'll continue to tighten these numbers as we go forward. And as we enter the budget season and start to work through that, we will start adding years to this projection, and we'll start tying those things together. One other item that we discussed, I believe, not this last meeting, but the meeting before, is the current vacancy. So based on the request, we've added citywide vacancies. You can see we're running at about 21.5% citywide. I will point out one thing. This does include non-perm employees that are seasonal. So at different times of year, we have a built-in vacancy number that, for instance, I believe the question was asked about the clerk's office. The clerk has 10 non-perm seasonal employees. So those show as vacant right now because they are vacant. But if he needs them or as they are needed, they can be filled. And I believe those are election technicians, if I remember correctly. So we're projecting about $11.8 million of savings in the general fund, about 15.8 throughout. And keeping in mind, this is then offset, a little bit of this will be offset because of the vacancies in both fire and police, their use of overtime to the tune of about $7 to $8 million in that process. So those are the areas that are really, that we're watching and driving this discussion, and we're continuing to fine tune our vacancy numbers and keeping an eye on that. Based on our last conversation, we are working through how we gather those together and how we assess how long those have been vacant, what the recruitment process looks like, why they're challenging recruitment, if they're being held vacant for a significant amount of time, even possibly bringing those back to the general government pool to be reallocated in some other form or fashion. So that's kind of where we are. I want to be sensitive to your time. So Mayor, council members, I'll give it back to you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Yes, any questions from my colleagues on the council? Councilmember Santa Cruz?
Thank you. I also just wanted to tell the city manager and Jeff that I really appreciate these updates and kind of, keeping us abreast of, the trends happening and our, just our financial flow. Since you left off with the city clerk's vacancies, I just want to make sure, I feel like anytime we're needing support with our BCCs or, mayor and council type of support, that we are told that the city clerk's office is understaffed. And so I just do want to make sure that we're looking at that and have sufficient staff there to help us do the work that we need to do. It's very much the public facing piece or the connecting piece between like City Hall and Mayor and Council. So I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that, even if we are saying some of those are temporary positions. Some of my questions are that if an upward trend is happening with our efforts to stimulate the economy and with the business privilege tax revenues up to 5.9%, can we expect an increase? Like, what does this mean, for our median household income? Do we expect to see an increase on that end as well? And then are we considering how a minimum wage increase may factor into our performance as a region and as an employer? And maybe those are just, considerations. I don't know if you have an answer right at this moment. And then very lastly is like, how does the cost of overtime pay determine our urgency, to fill a lot of the vacancies that we have right now? And how are we trying to be aggressive in our effort to fill those vacancies?
Sure, council member. I'll be happy to answer the question on the market. So one of the things we can look at to kind of tell us how individual income and how liquid income is impacting our discretionary income, right, is we can look at our sales tax numbers, because that's an outflow and a use. And what we've seen is our sales taxes are pacing about 17% higher during the same period last year. So that is going to be about 10 to 11% higher than our anticipated sales tax growth. So that's really a strong indicator that folks are out there in the market spending. And as you see that increase, assuming if there's an increase in minimum wage and the increases in additional resources for families, the child tax credit, all those different components, folks are pumping that back into the economy, having U of A back in a more substantial way. People are back going to restaurants. We're seeing travel again to some degree. So we can tell by the indicators related to sales tax that those funds are moving around the community, because a dollar turns over 3, 4, 5 times in the community. So to your question, I think that seeing strong sales tax growth is a good indicator of the economic health of the community, because it's discretionary. So when you'll see that downturn, or if you see an economic downturn, you'll also see sales tax kind of start to dry up a little bit, and it's a good indicator. So that answers that question concerning that. And Mike, I didn't know if you had a comment in addition or anything on the public safety component on the hiring.
Yes, Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll add a couple quick thoughts to that as well. So as Mr. Yates mentioned, I think there is a correlation, obviously strength of the economy to the sales tax and so forth. I think it's a little premature to be able to say to you with absolute certainty those stimulus type activities have truly moved the needle. I think that we can surmise that, but I'm not sure that I can say that with absolute confidence, because there are a lot of other unknowns and factors. With specifically regard to the vacancies, I do want to caution a little bit, because the temporary positions are extremely important for us as an organization. So we go through and have many temps come in. But to your point, Councilman Santa Cruz, regarding the city clerk, absolutely. And we work very hard to make sure that when he sees or they see a vacancy, that we're able to shore them up fairly quickly. But having said that, I also challenge all of the directors to look at vacancies as an opportunity. Do we still need to fill that position the way that it was previously used? Can we do it in a different way? Can we recreate ourselves maybe a little differently? Sometimes that takes time, and I challenge the directors to all think about it at that level. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and thank you so much, Jeff, for your presentation. It is definitely very good news that the business privilege tax is running at a 5.9% increase. It's definitely a sign of a healthy economy. I too am curious about the initiative that's on the ballot, making $15 minimum wage, but we do have to remember that that wage is progressive. In other words, it's going to take 4 to 5 years to get to the $15 minimum wage. And it seems that that wage range is already pretty much getting here on its own. And so, but yes, we do have to prepare, I would say, as a city, mostly on the end of how we prepare for the requirements that that initiative has in terms of staffing. Jeff and Mr. Manager, I think we really do have to think, like, we're talking about staffing. What type of staffing would we have to create to support that initiative? So again, my thanks to the city manager, to Jeff and your teams for being so diligent about watching where we are and watching each and every dollar that's coming in and out. Talking about our vacancy rates, I see huge percentages of vacancy rates in general government. We all know that we are concerned with IT percentages in information technology department, but also in our 911 communication center. And so I know that the adjustment in wages for individuals working in that department helped some in terms of the recruitment, but how is our vacancy rate doing in the 911 communications department and in other departments where we are, where we see high percentages of vacancy?
So Mayor, members of the council, the vacancies as a whole is an opportunity to manage through with some of the changes, some of the increases in salaries. But what we've also done, particularly in the IT and in some of the technical areas, is bring in contract employees or temporary employees. And so some of those positions that you see as, quote, vacant are actually filled with contractors or supplemental staff. But that's a short-term solution. The more long-term solution is making sure that those positions are classified appropriately. And so after the market analysis is complete, then I've asked the staff to, after the first of the year, look at the classifications for those to make sure that they're properly classified. You know, just because a classification is within the market does not necessarily mean that that's the correct classification. So we're having those discussions across the board, Mayor. That's the longer term discussion that will start again after the first of the calendar year.
Well, I just wanted to thank you and also, the department directors that are helping us through looking at not just the vacancy and the numbers and percentages of vacancy, but really looking at how you said it, Mr. Ortega, that really looking at the opportunity and what are the goals for that department? What are the goals for the department in service to our community? I don't think it's the other way around. We see percentages of vacancies and want to fill those vacancies. I think it's the other way around. It's about what are the goals that mayor and council and the city manager and the department directors have, and then define how we fill the vacancies that we need based on the goals of service to our community. So I just want to thank you all for your support. I do see Councilmember Fimbres' hand up, and then we have to move on to the next item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just concerned about the vacancies in planning and development and in code enforcement right now, because we have some issues on the agenda that are going to impact that. The other question I asked, has the process been set up for the wards to have the funding that we have to distribute to legal legacy businesses and nonprofits in their wards, and then what the process of application form entail?
Mayor, very quickly, yes, sir, we're on those vacancies. We know they are of concern. Some of those are very technical positions like inspectors or plans reviewers that have certain qualifications that we're out recruiting for. So we're on that front. With regard to I believe you're referring to the 300,000 that was allocated. I believe that we're still working with you all on the criteria for that. It was part of the ARPA, as I recall. And so we're having that discussion now internally. And so once we have that ready for your review, then we'll certainly present it and get that back to you.
Yeah, because we have businesses that are barely hanging on, Michael. Can we kind of get this for the next meeting to show up and see what we can do to break down? Try to save some of these people for the holidays really hit.
Mayor, Councilor Fiembres, absolutely. What I'll do is I'll give you an off-agenda memo outlining where we are with that and get you up to date.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, colleagues, we're going to have to move on from this item, but I appreciate, Jeff, your presentation for Mayor and Council. I did receive it. We're running late, so I'm going to try to move quickly forward. We did receive a request because there are special presenters here for item 14. This is a request by my office, by Councilmember Santa Cruz and I, for time to do a presentation and discussion on gender-based violence. And as we all know, October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and there's big percentages of victims of domestic violence that are women and children. And so we wanted to give an opportunity for Javi Ramirez and Ana Harper Guerrero from Emerge to present to us about gender-based violence and its effect even before one blow is thrown on women and children and people in general in our community. So I do want to allow my colleague Councilmember Santa Cruz to open the item and introduce our guests.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and for the flexibility from the council. I know we have a long agenda ahead of us, and so thank you for your patience. So as you said, Mayor, that during the month of October, we observe Domestic Violence Awareness Month and take action to address interpersonal and gender-based violence. DV Awareness Month was launched nationwide in October 1987 as a way to connect and unite folks and organizations working on DV issues while raising awareness for those, these issues in our community. So over the past 30 years, we've made a lot of progress in supporting domestic violence victims and survivors to hold abusers accountable and to create and update legislation to meet those goals. We know that gender-based violence is violence that targets somebody based on their gender identity, and most commonly women and femme-identifying people. Gender-based violence is not limited to physical attack, but it includes catcalling and sexual harassment, verbal, emotional, and psychological abuse, threats, coercion, withholding economic or educational opportunities as well. So this evening, I'm really grateful to have our speakers from Emerge, from the Center Against Domestic Abuse, to discuss the complexities. I think I got off. I don't know what happened. Huh? Let me.
I think we lost Councilmember Santa Cruz. I'm hoping that she can jump in again. There she is. There she is.
Sorry,
we lost you. Almost.
I know the internet. The internet in Ward 1 just went down. So luckily, we have the technology on the iPad to keep us going. So I'm sorry about that. So just again, that I'm super grateful to Emerge and to our speakers today, Ana Harper Guerrero, who's been doing this work in our Tucson community for a couple of decades, and I had the opportunity to work with her at the Center Against Sexual Assault at Zacasa a couple years back. We also have Javi Ramirez and Jesus Chucho Ruiz with us today. Also, what is men's responsibility in addressing domestic violence? This isn't just a women and children's issue. It's an issue that cis men, have to take up and address. And so during the presentation, we just request that everyone keep their cameras on and stay present. And again, thank you to our presenters for making space for this important discussion. Thank you. Hand it over to you, Ana.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for giving us the time and reordering the agenda. So Mayor Romero, council members, Mr. Ortega, all of the city staff and community members that are here with us online, we really are honored to be here. I think that this moment and this conversation has been a long time coming. And as Lane said, you know, I'm born and raised in this community, and this is the only type of work that I have ever done in our community. And in that 24-ish years, we have never had a conversation with mayor and council in this community about domestic abuse. And so for me, this moment means everything. And it's also difficult to do online, so appreciate your grace as we go through our presentation and do our talk. I usually like to move around in a room and see people and engage, but you might see my arms flailing around on the sides of me. So before I move on, I want to let my partners introduce themselves. Javi, would you like to go first?
Sure, thank you, Anna and Lane, you know, Councilmember Santa Cruz and Mayor Romero for the invitation to be here. My name is Javi Ramirez. I'm the Men's Engagement Supervisor with Emerge, and yeah, I'm just really grateful for this conversation, and I'm looking forward to just having a conversation about, you know, and to Councilmember Santa Cruz's point, like men's role in particular in all of this. So yeah, I'll pass it to you, Chucho.
Thank you, Javi, and thank you, everyone. No toca Chucho, ni chane vaisebo, ni kalpolito shikali. Just want to say good afternoon to each and every one of you. My name is Chucho, and I'm part of the Calpoliteo Xicali, and also working with Chicanos por la Causa. And I've been really fortunate enough to do work with Ana and Javi around this issue, and so I'm just grateful for the opportunity to share and to be in this space with all of you.
And so we have a what I think is a really short amount of time to go through a conversation that really is complex and requires a lot of intention and thoughtfulness. And so with that in mind, our goal is to offer a framework about how we might be able to deconstruct really complicated community dynamics, and a model that potentially can provide us with a roadmap about the way forward. And really the question about how a community can stop or prevent domestic abuse, which is a question that I get asked all the time. Pretty much every time I go and do a presentation, I'm asked, how do we stop this from happening? How do we prevent people from dying? And the answer really has to be multifaceted. And it has to include a mixture of what I would call sort of responsive intervention practices and then true prevention. And specifically a model that understands the role of criminal court systems and law enforcement and the potential of intervening. And that must be rooted in not just risk assessment, but the perspective and voice of those being impacted by the violence. I think that any kind of systemic intervention or response has to center the voices of survivors. And we also know that not all survivors want to use those systems. They don't feel comfortable requesting help from law enforcement. And they don't necessarily feel comfortable coming to an organization like Emerge. And we know that Emerge by itself cannot respond to all of the cases of domestic abuse. And also we know that there are many individuals who are harming their partners who will never be arrested for those behaviors. So the idea that we must solely invest and rely on in the criminal justice system to respond to this issue is really flawed. And it really invites us to really think about how we engage our community at all levels, to consider the role that we all play in responding to violence. And if we're successful here today, I think that we'll craft an argument for you that really clearly shows how various systems and institutions in a community have a direct impact on the individual choices that humans make in our community. I think that the other thing that's important to think about is in order to intervene with individuals, we have to think about the context around their choices. So in other words, the conditions in a community that create the space for abuse and violence to happen. And I'll give you sort of a metaphor that we often use to help folks understand. So if you were planting a garden and you wanted to grow tomatoes, for example, and you planted the seeds, you watered, you tended to it, you did everything that you know to do, but nothing grew. Or maybe what grew was like a twig or something that you would consider to be a weed. So you rip it out of the ground and you go get more seeds and you replant them and you invest again. You water, you tend to it. You maybe even are a little more conscious about how you take care of that growing plant, all to find that it again results in no tomatoes, no food. You can continue to rip it out of the ground and keep replanting seeds in the soil, or you can pause and consider, what are the conditions of this soil? What are the conditions of the soil that will not allow this plant to grow differently? When we think about abuse and violence, and when you think about the prevalence of abuse and violence in our community, and I'm pretty sure that y'all have seen stats that say 1 in 4 female identified folks, 1 in 7 men and boys. If you're an Indigenous woman, it's 1 in 2. When you think about the rates of violence happening in our community, we have to start having a conversation about what is it about our community that grows individuals that learn to harm in the ways that they are harming. And when we begin to think about internalized belief systems, cultural assumptions about how we define power, right? Often as being masculine, or sort of the ability to dominate and control people and situations, you can step way back from being hyper-focused on what's happening in individual homes and see it from a community perspective. And so for the next 20 or 30 minutes, we're going to really focus on examining the intersection between individual behavior and how levels of community or systems within communities create the space and reinforce behavior. And so before I move on to that, I want to just say that the men's education program that Emerge operates, in that program, we focus primarily only on male identified folks. And we do that not because we don't understand and agree that other people can use abusive behavior, but because in large part, the vast majority of violence in communities is perpetrated often by cisgender heterosexual men. So for us, we chose to focus there as a place of greatest impact. But the model that we're going to show you, which we're going to get to in a minute, comes from an organization called Men Stopping Violence, which is what we modeled our program after, and they exist in Decatur, Georgia. They have a tool called the Community Accountability Model that really is an ecological model and helps us to really understand the ways that violence is taught. It's taught and reinforced within a community. And the last thing I want to say before we move on to the model, and Javi, you can go ahead and put that up on the screen. So this is the model, and you all have I think that you all have a resource packet that has a handout in that packet with a little bit more description of the model, and it's the actual handout from Men Stopping Violence. But the thing about this model is that it really can be broadened to look more broadly at violence in a community, who's at risk of violence and why, and how that's dictated by levels of community. So the last thing I want to say is that often when we do these presentations, there's inevitably some number of folks that maybe feel activated by it, and or defensive, to be real direct. And the thing I want to say is that this discussion is an invitation. It's not an indictment of our community, but it is an invitation to really think differently about how we respond to survivors in this community, how we think about those who are causing harm, so that we can generate solutions that lead us to healing and safety. And that really we're speaking from our hearts, and a tremendous amount of humility as we've journeyed through trying to figure out what it means to not just do the work, but be the work. And we're going to get into more of what that means as we go. So for right now, I'm going to pass it over to Javi, who's going to start walking us through the model. And at the end, we will absolutely have time for questions as well.
I just want to make sure that we're aware of the time, Anna. I know this is a super important conversation, but we are running late, and if we could shorten the presentation so that Mayor and Council can have an opportunity for questions if there are any. Thank you. Go ahead, Javi.
Thank you. Thank you, Ana. Thank you, Mayor Romero. Yeah, so absolutely. And going along with what, Ana was just saying, right, about, sometimes when we have these conversations, we might have specific ideas about what we mean when we're thinking about violence, or especially like domestic violence, or what violence is in relationships, right? And in our men's program in particular, we really try to expand the idea of what violence is, right? And if I say it out loud right now, maybe like some of us are even thinking about, if I think about like domestic violence, I'm thinking about like hitting someone, right? Or like sexual assault. Like I can think of like really specific ideas of what violence is, right? And then, if we look at the resource packet that we provided, right, on the second page of that resource packet, we have the violent and controlling behaviors checklist, which is a checklist that we use with the men in our groups, right? And there's if we look at that, right, this is just like some of the behaviors that we can use in relationships, right? And some of which are overt physical acts of violence, some of which are not, right? And what we really try to do is expand the idea of like what we're talking about when we mean violence, because what happens is that often when we try to narrow it down, we miss a lot of the complexity and context of violence that is happening, right? And we can start to see individual acts of overt violence as being isolated events rather than connected to a broader pattern of violence, right? So if like I'm just noticing the physical acts of violence, but I'm not looking at the ways that, I as a man in relationships am also, like cheating on my partner, or, like being emotionally abusive in a lot of different ways, then I'm not capturing the full context of the harm that I'm causing in a relationship. And the other reason that we talk about it in this way is that a lot of times we can create this kind of imaginary line in our minds, right, as like what is socially acceptable behavior and like what is not socially acceptable behavior, right? And maybe we draw that line, some of us, is like, well, like socially acceptable behavior, not socially acceptable behavior is like hitting my partner, right? Or like yelling at my partner, but there's plenty of socially acceptable behaviors that are on this list, right? If I think about like, like cheating on someone or using infidelity in a relationship, that, you know, is not only socially acceptable, but they, you know, if I talk to other men in my life about, you know, they might buy me a beer for it, right? They might give me a high five for it, right? It's uplifted. And so that's just another reason that we try to expand this idea, right? And you know, the other piece of that is that you know, there's this, when we can create those imaginary lines, right, or when we have these socially acceptable behaviors, there's a whole range, you know, of people who just don't say anything, right, about like our use of violence. You know, and not only that, like if we're not saying anything about our use of violence, but we're uplifting it, you know, that's one way that we can socialize and create that that socially acceptable behavior. And the other piece of it too, right, is like sometimes we can draw the line between like legal or illegal behavior, right? And that's not necessarily helpful either, because we know that, you know, at one point, all types of violence were legal. You know, it was not so long ago that it was completely legal to be able to sexually assault your spouse, right? It wasn't illegal to sexually assault your wife because they're technically your property. Right. And so if we can like define, you know, what is socially acceptable or what is okay by what is legal, that can create problems too. Right. And so the other part of that, right, is that the way we think about violence, you know, is that it's a wide range of behaviors, but it's also a spectrum. Right. And so, you know, also in that resource packet, we have, for example, that pyramid of sexual violence. If you flip to the next page, right, where if at the top we have the more overt behaviors, you know, where we might say like homicide or femicide, right, or sexual assault or rape. But down at the bottom, right, we have all of this like normalized behaviors that we can think of as like catcalling, you know, stalking, things of that nature that are like completely socially acceptable in certain ways, right? And so those are just some of the things I wanted to mention. I don't know if Anna or Chucho, you had anything you wanted to add to that?
No, I think for time, Javi, we can just advance and go through and kind of focus on the middle part.
Yes, okay. Then one last thing I'll say before we move on to the next part is that, you know, at this individual level, we can think of this as the purpose of using violence is to control, right? That violence serves a function at an individual level in using relationships, and the function of that is to control, right? And not only that, but it's to preserve and protect privilege. In this case, in the men's program, we talk about protecting privilege as a man in a relationship, a cisgendered man in a relationship with a woman, to solidify my authority. And these are both like conscious choices that I'm making as a man, and also unconscious because it's something that I've learned, right? And so we're going to keep talking about those pieces. And maybe, Chucho, if I can pass it over to you to talk through this next level of the primary community.
Yeah, definitely. I'm thinking about, you know, when we're thinking about our primary community, we're thinking about these are like real specific ways how we're socialized within our place of origin, like our family, right? Like our tight knit communities. And I work with youth, you know, those of you that have heard of the youth programs, and then I have a lot of children myself too. And this is like really personal as I'm thinking about it, because just last night, our youngest boy is 11, and he was crying last night, right? And he was crying, and he kind of shared with us about like some bullying that was happening at school, and unfortunately, a lot of it's all too common, right? Like this comes up all the time. Because there's certain ideas and notions of what it means to be like a boy and what it means to be a man, right? And all the messages that they're receiving from this primary community in their family, right? And how even my interaction with him, how emotionally present can I be with him, right? As he's crying, like who is he going to be with mom? Is he going to be with dad? And then what am I you know, what type of nurturance am I going to provide for him, or what type of advice am I going to provide to him in terms of, you know, dealing with it, processing it, right? Having to go back to the school, and how does the school deal with it, right? And this morning I went and spoke to the counselor, and the counselor is like, okay, we need to find out who these bullies are because we need to give them a warning, right? So just unfortunate, this like a lot of it is like really punitive, right? And a lot of these boys are just acting on all the messages that they've received from really early on, whether it's from their families or whether it's from the school, or, you know, or who's the bigger person, right? And so I just think about how this plays out all the time, right? Just last week I was at a high school and we were doing a reflective activity with some of the youth, and one of the young men drew a truck, and he drew some people in the back, and he's like, these are my hoes. And I asked him, like, what do you mean by that? You know, I was kind of like playing dumb, and I was like, you mean like mangueras, like water hose, like what are you talking about? And he kind of like he kind of like demonstrated to me that this is kind of, he's just going through the motions. That's what he's supposed to say, so everyone in the classroom could hear him saying that. Is just, again, his validation of what it means to be like a young man, right? Is to have hoes, right? So this just how that's enforced, right? By like even in all spaces, right? As they're growing up through school, it's really heart-wrenching to see that, right? Like all the different messages of what it means to be a man, and what it's really doing, right, for them, not allowing them to be their full selves. And so we see this as that you know, the goal here is for that socialization process to continue, and then just to be enforced as we look at the micro community. I'll pass it over to Anna.
Okay, so and I think the thing that I want to say is, when you think about this piece of protecting privilege, solidifying authority, and how we are socialized to understand how to do this, what we also understand is that over time, some of the more subtle behaviors that we might use to achieve that goal become ineffective. And so that's where we can talk about escalation of behavior and violence. And that's both in relationships, but it's also in community, because the other thing we know about the socialization process that happens on the primary level is that there are consequences if you are not fiercely loyal to what you are being taught, i.e., if you're a little boy and you cry at school, there are consequences for you with your peers. They might make fun of you, they might shove you, they might call you names. And that's important because that mimics what plays out in abusive relationships. So as we keep digging, as we keep pulling back the layers of our community, and we begin to look at the micro community, which is where I'm going to spend the majority of the time for the sake of time. And you know, we really also know that we're going to leave you unfinished. And my hope is that leaving you in a state of maybe being a little disrupted just sort of invites further conversation. So just know this is a 4-hour-long workshop that we are consolidating into very brief comments. So we appreciate your grace. Javi, just go ahead and put it all up there for me for the micro. So when you look at this level of community, we're talking about a function of enforcing and reinforcing the socialization process that happens for individuals. We are the gatekeepers, and I say we because when you look at the examples of who makes up a micro community, it is local government, it is public school systems, it is nonprofit agencies like Emerge, it is law enforcement, criminal justice system, and workplaces. It's us. We become the holders of reinforcing this socialization process. So when we think about it that way, if I just I'll take the nonprofit system as an example, because Emerge has been in a journey over the last 6-7 years to really, really struggle with this and think critically. And I got to make a comment about the origins of this system. We'd be remiss if we didn't acknowledge that when the social safety net was created, and we're going back to colonization, when colonies were established and there was a need to establish social support, the way that that was created was by defining who was worthy of help. And by way of worthy, we mean, can we attribute anything about your current circumstance to be your fault or your choosing? And if we can make that argument, then you are not worthy of help. That for me is the origins and beginnings of victim blaming. When we don't consider the context around a person's situation. But then I'll take it a step further and say that system of help was created during a time when entire communities were being enslaved and violated, and therefore were not a part of who was considered to be worthy of help. And I say that because when we look at our agencies, those are the roots of how we came to be. So it would make sense that when you look in the deep corners of a social service agency, you might see the remnants of that perspective. And it might look like institutionalized racism, unconscious bias. It might look like not considering the impact of historical trauma and how that intersects with an experience of domestic abuse. It might look like setting up criteria for help that is unachievable because it's rooted in a belief that you can do something about what is happening. That if you try harder, don't be so lazy, be compliant, or worse yet, do what we say, it will be easier for you. Those belief systems are alive and well, and that might seem wild to hear me, the executive vice president of this nonprofit, say that, but it's the truth. And until we began to really reckon with that in our organization, did it become clearer about the ways that domestic abuse is exacerbated by the way we respond as a community to violence. So, and when you think about, sort of the justifications for that, it's often because we're handed policies or dictates and mandates by funders and other systems that tell us we have to do things a particular way. And it's really easy to kind of hide behind that as the justification. And you'll notice that I'm using words like victim blaming, justification, entitlement. And those are all behaviors that people who are individually abusive to their partner also use. So when we think about this really subtle learning process, it's not by accident that this is playing out in people's homes. And that's not to say that individual people are not responsible for their choices. But it is to say that if we're truly going to do something about it, we have to look at the ways that we are teaching this, and not just teaching it in terms of like, what is your family teaching you? But how do we reinforce this by the way that we operate systems? So I'll give you an example. I'm going to jump to an example that I was holding to kind of connect the dots. When we think about something like sexual harassment, for example, often in workplaces, it comes down to a claim needing to be substantiated in order for something to be done about it, right? We have to do this investigation about a particular claim. When the reality is that if you really want to address sexual harassment, you have to look at the conditions in the workplace that allow for more subtle behaviors to go unchecked. Behaviors that wouldn't rise to the level of being substantiated create the fertile ground for more overt acts to happen. So an example is Many years ago, we were at a school here in town, and I'm not going to be more specific than that, but we were doing a workshop with some coaches. And we were talking to them, we're doing like this probably exact presentation and talking about socialization and the role that we play with young boys, and particularly sports, and how that's a part of this system. And one of the coaches said, well, I understand what you're saying. I understand logically what you're saying, that I shouldn't call the boys names. I shouldn't call them a bitch or tell them they're throwing like a girl, or worse yet, the P word. I shouldn't do that. I get that. I get how that's connected and harmful. But then what would I do? Because the truth is that that works. That works. And I want to do better. But that's how I know to teach young boys to try harder and play harder and be tougher. When you think about that example playing out in our public school system and the connection to sexual harassment, the degradation of women, and at worst, violence against women, we are spoon feeding it to our young boys in an effort to have the best winning team. That is the platform. And we're talking about athletes, right? Which are often like some of the sort of most, they're like, you know, solid students, they're responsible, they're lifted up. And this is the socialization that they're getting. Not to mention, you know, the things that Chucho was naming about how when children come to school and they might have behaviors that are symptomatic of what they're experiencing at home, we often respond in punitive, punishing ways. And then later when they grow up and they commit acts of domestic violence that are illegal, we vilify them for that behavior. And we never reach back to understand all the moments in time where there was an opportunity to intervene or spoon feed a different lesson, or teach them to think about strength as not as the degradation of women, but like definitions of true leadership. When we think about healing for a community, that's where we have to go. When we think about safety for survivors, that's where it begins. When we talk about building safer communities, we have to grow coaches that understand a different way. We have to grow teachers that understand a different way. We have to grow young men and young girls who understand how those things are intrinsically connected to the violence that plays out in individual people's homes. So Javi, keep going so we can get to the end here. The last thing I want to just name about the macro and global levels of community is that this is where the instruction happens for these smaller scale systems and institutions in a community. So when you think about something like the Supreme Court, because that's an easy pick for me, right? Who makes decisions about whose relationships are valid under the law, for example, right? When we talk about invisibility, there is the instruction in the source about who matters. So when you come back to the micro level and you have social service agencies that may or may not account for that experience, may or may not recognize those relationships, it's instructed from larger institutions. And we are gatekeepers of that information, and we implement that instruction real carefully. And sometimes unconsciously, we don't even think about it. And we're all on the hook for that. And then lastly, I want to just make a comment about the global community, which that is what anchors all of this. And these are things like colonization, like slavery, like the harm and murder to Indigenous peoples. And all of that was in the name and justification of acquiring power and status. So when we think about violence in individual people's home, it's all in the name of control, power, and status. And again, it's not by accident that we find ourselves in this situation where we are struggling to intervene. We are overrun in the system with domestic violence cases. Tucson City Court has 8,000 DV cases a year. Some of them are very high-risk cases that are felony level under the law. We're talking about people strangling and harming their partners in significant ways, and we're spinning our wheels trying to figure out how to stop that violence, but not looking at all the ways that it was instructed over time and taught. So with that, I'm gonna pause and stop and see if there are questions or comments for the sake of time there. And again, we appreciate your grace, and if there are gaps in this for you, please know that it's probably because there's a gap. Again, there's a lot more information about this to present, but we tried our best to kind of consolidate it and leave you with something to really think about and discuss after the fact.
Thank you so much, Anna and Javi Chucho, for the presentation. We're going to have to stop it here, but I am hoping that you enlighten us with your knowledge and what you have to share with our community even further. I know that Councilmember Santa Cruz has a motion so that we can, put to work a lot of the work that you put into this effort in our community. So Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. As I'm kind of sitting here, reflecting and listening, it does kind of bring up how jarring it is to have this presentation and conversation within a Mayor and Council study session where we just kind of go through items and check them off our list. And we're being presented with giving us a historical context around gender-based violence and what that means to the way that we govern, in this community, and the way that we are trying to do violence interruption programs, and that we can't just continue to put band-aids, on this problem, that we really have to understand the root causes, or to take it even further, the way that Anna said, around looking at the soil, what's the environment, that continues to produce the same kind of impact in our community. So I want to thank our presenters, and I know we have short time, but if anybody needs clarification, encourage them to ask. But I do want to say that this is always a work in progress for all of us in our own communities, in the ways that we're raising children, in the ways that we're showing up in our work, in the ways that we pass policies, in the way that we govern, but also in the ways that we provide public service. So aside from us being part of this one city, one team, and having to build, mutually respectful relationships within our work environment, we're also individuals that go home, to families and communities. And so it's so important that these conversations continue to be a part of a framework that we think about as we move forward. So in light also of our past issues raised by our 911 communication center staff during last year's investigation of the workplace conduct, I direct the city manager to explore options for initiating a citywide gender-based violence training in partnership with the Merge Center Against Domestic Abuse, and to return to Mayor and Council within 60 days with an update on the proposed training model and implementation plan.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion passes. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to continuing to learn, especially because, this is violence in any way harms each and every one of us. And so in order to be able, like you said, Anna, in order to be able to have a better workplace, a better community, it starts with each and every one of us and the people that are running this particular structure, which is city government. And so I am looking forward to continued knowledge for the betterment of our community. So thank you all. And thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz, for bringing this item and such an important item to our colleagues on the council and I. Thank you, Ana, Chucho, and Javi for your presentation. Gracias.
Thank you.
Of course. So we move back to item 10, and as you've heard, we're running a little bit late, but I think that was a worthy conversation. Item 10, staff has the quarterly update on PFAS management. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, without further ado, I'll turn it over to John Kamek to give the update. Go ahead, John, brief.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'll be discussing the quarterly update on the occurrence of PFAS in the Tucson aquifer. This quarterly update on activities is related to PFAS. That was an original request made by Councilmember Fimbres, Award 5 in 2019. Since that request, this will be Tucson Water's 7th quarterly update, focusing on the time frame of July through September of this year. First and foremost, though, Tucson Water's water is safe. The Water Department continues to be proactive in investigating and removing any water sources within our system that may have been impacted by perfluorinated compounds. We continue to sample our water sources and have established extremely conservative operational standards for our wells. These standards used by Tucson Water have been created by reviewing the available information on how other states are dealing with PFAS within their water supplies. And we have modeled our standards at some of the lowest levels we have seen. To date, 25 of our production wells continue to be preemptively shut down or placed in a restricted status due to varying presence of PFAS in the groundwater. This does not mean that all the wells are above our internal operating standard of 18 part per trillion for priority 4 PFAS compounds that we monitor for. Some of these wells are below our internal standard, but if there is a detect, we have sufficient other water sources within the area, we are choosing to restrict that well to allow for further testing to be conducted over time. As part of the departmental update, Tucson Water has taken hundreds of water samples throughout the third quarter of 21 and continue to do so today. These samples are from production wells and monitor wells throughout our service area. The sampling during the third quarter of 2021 has resulted in over 3,400 results that have been reviewed and documented by the department. Moving over to the TARP program, first we're going to talk about what happened on June 8th. The mayor and city officials announced through a press conference the temporary shutdown of the TARP AOP facility due to elevated PFAS levels that were being experienced at the TARP recovery well field. Also in attendance was Ms. Yael Cabrera, director of ADEQ, and several other local officials and members of the Unified Community Advisory Board. The decision to temporarily and indefinitely shut down TARP AOP operation was a proactive measure to ensure that those rising levels of PFAS did not present operational challenges to continue to meet our standards for high quality drinking water. Soon after the shutdown, the state of Arizona contributed $2 million to Tucson Water for the creation of a temporary discharge location on the Santa Cruz River so that the TARP AOP operations could resume in a timely manner. Tucson Water was already in the process of creating a connection to the city's reclaimed water system for future discharge of treated TARP AOP water. That project is not expected to be complete until the late spring of 2022. But this temporary project, known now as the Santa Cruz River Heritage Project Irvington Outfall, was functionally completed last week. So having this temporary solution will allow a discharge to the river north of Irvington Road and will provide a means to continue the TARP remedy in a limited basis while the permanent connection to the reclaimed water system is completed. The water at this outfall and eventually to the reclaimed water system will continue to be highly treated. We will operate our plant to meet our internal drinking water guidelines of 18 part per trillion for the 4 priority PFAS compounds, as well as the other guidelines for 2 additional compounds we sometimes see as well. We've engaged with many of our partners with the original Heritage Project, and they are excited to see this newly created riparian feature added to the Santa Cruz River in the area north of Irvington. Also related to TARP, Tucson Water successfully worked with the EPA on a focused feasibility study addendum This addendum references that Tucson Water can use the treated water for beneficial use that doesn't necessarily have to be drinking water only like it was in the past. An accepted change to the beneficial use for the water will provide Tucson Water the flexibility in the future to deliver the water to different end uses like our reclaimed water system. This letter also accepts the advanced oxidation plant as the method of remediation for the Superfund site. EPA sent a letter of approval to the city at the end of September. This document will also be instrumental in the eventual amendment to the record of decision for the Superfund site. Moving a little east to Davis-Monthan, brief update what's been occurring there in the last quarter. The Arizona Department of Environmental Quality has been working on a site investigation and eventual mitigation plan for PFAS impacts to the Tucson Water Central well field. This area of investigation is occurring north and northwest of the air base. ADEQ is now in the process of developing a demonstration treatment plant to begin mitigating high concentrations of PFAS in the aquifer just north of the base. Most of the construction of the site is completed. ADEQ is waiting for the last of the components to be delivered in November, the treatment vessels themselves. Again, Tucson Water is very appreciative of the state of Arizona's efforts in this by providing skilled staff and the necessary funding to continue the investigation of the area of concern outside of Davis-Monthan. The Air Force Civil Engineering Center has maintained communications with ADEQ on the efforts in the area on the base. Since completion of the relative risk assessment that was done in the fall of 2020, the AFCC has shared information with ADEQ and is in the process of drafting a remedial investigation plan for the base. The Air Force Civil Engineering Center officials are also working cooperatively with ADEQ on the activities that will be occurring outside of the base. Just recently, an Air Force Environmental Services Agreement was approved with ADEQ to begin operation of the PFAS pilot demonstration treatment facility. This resource allocation will provide funding associated with the plant construction and ongoing operations of that facility starting for up to 1 year. Data will be shared between DEQ, the City of Tucson, and Davis-Monthan in order to determine the effectiveness of the treatment process, gather aquifer data that may be useful in future cleanup efforts, as well as the immediate removal of contaminants to reduce the impact of PFAS in the local aquifer. A quarterly report from ADEQ and the Central PFAS Study is provided in the council materials. On July 29th, Ward 5 hosted with Ward 1 in the Mayor's office an open house led by Tucson Water at the El Pueblo Center. This open house allowed interested constituents of the area to come and learn about the TARP project and the recent challenges with PFAS contamination in the local groundwater in the TARP area. It also allowed Tucson Water to discuss the future construction to the river and the reclaimed water system. And then the Unified Community Advisory Board, or UCAB, meetings continue to be held virtually, with the last one occurring on July 21st, and the next one is scheduled for tomorrow, October 22nd. Honorable Mayor and members of council, that concludes the quarterly update on PFAS in the Tucson area. However, at this point, I'd like to hand it over to Andrew Greenhill to discuss any legislative updates with regard to PFAS that may be occurring at the federal level. And there has been a lot of movement actually in the last 24 hours. So Andrew, if you please.
Sure. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, real quick, a federal update on PFAS, first on the funding side and then second on the regulatory side. On the funding side, we continue to push for the passage of the bipartisan infrastructure plan or bill. That bill would have $10 billion nationwide to deal with PFAS and other emerging contaminants. That's probably the best opportunity we see for federal funding that would allow us to start addressing directly some of our PFAS related issues here in Tucson. There are some other opportunities in defense bills and other legislation, but the $10 billion in the infrastructure bill is probably our best bet. On the regulatory side, yesterday, the EPA released their roadmap, which is their plan for how they want to address PFAS over the next 3 years. There's a number of activities described in the roadmap, including establishing a primary drinking water standard for PFOA and PFOS, and beginning testing regimes to look at other PFAS compounds in the future. In addition, they propose designating PFOA and PFOS as hazardous substances under the CERCLA Act, which again would provide the legal force to pursue those who are responsible parties for the damages they've caused due to PFAS. And then there are many other provisions in there as well. I'll make sure that Mayor and Council receive copies of the blueprint. With that, I'll turn it back over to John.
Thank you, Andrew. Honorable Mayor, that concludes our presentation.
Madam Mayor, I have
Thank
a
you,
motion.
John. Thank you, John and Andrew. Hold on just a second, Councilmember Fimbres. I see some hands flying up, but I appreciate that the federal government, through the EPA, is willing to move forward and outline a plan to establish a national drinking water standard. I think that that is years too late. Especially when it comes to PFAS. It's critical that the Department of Defense and the responsible parties proceed as quickly as possible, because the roadmap is good, but that should not limit the Department of Defense in their work to proceed with moving as quickly as possible in remediating these concerned.
I don't know if it's just me, but your audio is really bad.
Yeah, you broke up the last 30 seconds.
I was covering it. I was covering it with my hand. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
As much as I am happy that the EPA is moving forward with establishing a drinking water standard, the Department of Defense has to move quickly in planning and investing in the remediation. One of the possibilities, as Andrew talked about, regarding finding a quick solution, is passing the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which, by the way, Senator Kelly went to bat for the city of Tucson and other cities in Arizona to fund this effort. And so Build Back Better Act and the bipartisan infrastructure bill both have funds to help the remediation of these efforts. I just want to make sure that, one, I reiterate what John has been saying, that the drinking water that we are providing to Tucson Water customers is remediated and safe to drink. So what I keep hearing, John, is the process for discharging the TARP remediated water to the Santa Cruz River. So I just want you to, let the community know and mayor and council know if it is safe to put our TARP drinking water, our TARP remediated drinking water into the Santa Cruz over on Irvington and I-19.
Honorable Mayor, yes, it will be. We're going to continue to use the same exact treatment process we were using when this water was going to the drinking water system, and we're going to hold it to our operational standards. So once we start seeing detections of PFAS, because we'll be monitoring weekly, we're going to hold the same weekly monitoring protocols. Once we start seeing anything above the detection limit, then we'll start to make that plan and process to change out the carbon and get fresh carbon in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Steve raised his hand up, and then Councilmember Fimbres, and then Councilmember Cunningham. Go ahead, Steve.
Thanks. Thanks. Let me follow up on the mayor's question, because I've had the same concern. So I'm still unclear on how the TARP outfall pipeline is going to work. If we've got significant concentrations of PFAS from the ANG going into the TARP facility, and we shut it down because of those concentrations, because we didn't want to have to change out the carbon filters, so frequently because of the costs. How are we avoiding dumping these significant concentrations into the Santa Cruz? Our permit is to discharge, our permit application is to discharge over 10 million gallons per day. That's a lot. And we also have on our permit that we're going to allow 14.2 parts per trillion, but I think there's a typo in it, because that's 14.2 for what we're saying is PFOA and PFAS. Yeah, it is. I mean, I've got it. I'll share my screen with you. It's right there. So That's a typo on our, because PFOA is a part of PFAS. It's a part of the whole, panoply. So but answer the first question about how we're simply not having to change these filters out all the time. That's why we shut it down. And then I got one other question.
Well, one of the Councilmember Kozachik and Honorable Mayor and members of council, one of the reasons we also wanted to shut it down is we wanted to remove the risk of the drinking water supply by having an excursion that we might not be able to control. Even though the permit allow for TARP to be outfall to treat to a larger volume, the hydrology and the geology of the area, TARP outfall is going to be very minimally used, just enough to keep the TCE plume containment. We're probably only going to be discharging about 750 to 1,500 gallons per minute, just because of the geology in the area isn't going to allow us to do significant discharge. The vast majority of the advanced treated water from TARP after next spring's connection to the reclaimed water system will be to serve the needs of the reclaimed water system. The outfall will just be kind of like a smaller point that we can use when we don't have enough demand on the reclaimed water system. We can still keep the TARP remedy going in a very limited fashion.
Well, I guess I just have to go offline with you on it because I really don't understand how this is safe. But I'll talk to you offline about it, or maybe we just have a study session item for this in particular because we're out of time here. But there's something in my gut is not, putting it into the reclaim system. That means we're going to be using it for irrigation, and that's not good either. So those are questions I've got. The second question, again, because of time, is with respect to the demonstration facility over by DM. What's it teaching us that we don't already know? And why is the ADEQ well site closest to the DM runway instead of closest to our central well field?
The well that they're using for this treatment plant is in the location of the hardest part of the plume, from what it looks like. And so because they're going to be treating some of that highly contaminated water that's off base, they're going to be trying different resins or different materials for PFAS absorption that we're not necessarily using at TARP. TARP was built with granular activated carbon, which works great for the lower concentrations. The ADEQ pilot is going to be looking at the heart of the PFAS plume coming off of DM. So they're going to be demonstrating some different ion exchange technologies that can deal with the heavier load of PFAS.
Okay, so is focused on treating a single well site? Is it replicable for the $3.3 million they're investing on other well sites? Or
that'll be part of the demonstration facility. Once they find a treatment process and a media that seems to be very effective for what's coming off of DM, then they would scale it to a full-scale remediation project, which can involve multiple wells and a centralized treatment plant. But that's not all covered under the 3.3.
No.
The 3.3 is covering this first phase, and then other funding have to be found after that.
It's just as the mayor said, this should not be a ratepayer issue, but thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I just have a small question just to follow up on the question regarding reactivating TARP. Is there a particular risk to keeping TARP shut down?
Honorable Mayor, yes. So if TARP remains shut down for a few more months, our confidence in making sure that the city's meeting its obligation in plume control of TCE, the original remedy, starts to fall into jeopardy. So by being able to have this outfall, getting it permitted in the next week or so, hopefully, and allowing a minimal discharge will allow us to cycle those north well fields wells where PFAS is much lower than some of the southern wells, and allow us to keep it on to keep plume containment for TCE, which is what the city is.
So
that's the program.
By being able to activate the TARP, we're not just remediating PFAS, but we're remediating 1,4-dioxane and TCE.
That's the primary use of the TARP treatment plant is for TCE.
So that's why it's important to reactivate.
Yeah.
That's why it's important to reactivate TARP. And we still want to remediate at our internal levels, which are 18 parts per billion. That's the goal, correct?
for the PFAS, which is the co-contaminant that's screwed up the TARP process. Right.
Yeah. Okay, good. I get it, because when we remediate through TARP, we're diminishing the TCE plume.
Correct.
Perfect.
We're removing and fully treating it. TCE and 1,4-dioxane through TARP.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Good, John. We have a hand up by Richard Fimbres and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a motion that the mayor write a letter to the Environmental Protection Agency and relevant federal agencies to urge the federal government agency to expedite the process of establishing a national drinking water standard and classification of PFAS as a hazardous substance, and to work with our congressional delegation to pass federal legislation to fully implement the Biden-Harris plan to combat PFAS pollution.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Councilmember Cunningham?
Few things. First, on the motion, I totally agree with writing the letter to the EPA asking for a uniformed thing. I'd be surprised if they don't have one. I think the problem is that the science keeps changing and they keep kind of moving the goalposts. It's kind of my suspicion. So I think that thing has moved 4 times since I've been on the council, where they've brought it up, brought it back, and brought it up like a violin bow going back and forth. So the bottom line is that I agree with Councilmember Fimbres' sentiment that it would be nice to have a consistent stand, but I think one of the reasons that we don't is that the science is changing. We're going to put 10 million gallons a day into the Santa Cruz of remediated TARP. Is that what you're telling me, John?
No, it's going to be much, much less than that. The TARP plant can do at full capacity that volume, but the majority of it will end up in the reclaimed water system for reclaimed demand. Only a small portion will end up in the river.
What are we looking at into the river?
Probably 750 to 1,500 gallons per minute.
Which comes out to how many acre feet annually?
I don't want to do math publicly, but it would be very similar in flow to Heritage Project.
So would the TARP, would that replace the Heritage Project, or would that augment the Heritage Project?
No, it would be a separate riparian habitat would be created south of the Heritage Project. We anticipate that the flow from the Irving Canal Fall will probably only get to about Ajo based on the geology. So about another mile.
So we'll have a gap between the 2 riparians.
Right, as of now, yeah.
And will that ultimately merge over time as the water base is replenished?
Yeah, that's undetermined. We're keeping the flow limited because historically, similar to the Heritage Project, there's a lot of landfills on the banks of the Santa Cruz River. So we have to make sure that we don't allow aquifer levels to get high. So that's why we will be monitoring the flow and as well as the water table.
Is there any alternative if the aquifer level does rise where we can go around the landfill and have an alternative outflow spot?
No, the direction right now would be if we see rising water levels, we probably have to trim back or end up eliminating the outflow from the facility.
All right. Well, I just challenge you guys to thinking long term. I'm not saying you got to do it today, but thinking long term, looking at alternative outflow spots where we may not have the landfill challenges. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering, I'm in support of the motion as well. Is it important for us to, in our communication at the federal level, to advocate for an 18 parts per trillion standard so that
we can hold to the standard we've established, and also that federal funds will be able to be applied to get us to hold to that standard versus a higher threshold that they might establish? I guess that's a question for John and Andrew.
Councilmember Ulick, Honorable Mayor and council members, the 18 part per trillion, just as a reminder, is a very conservative standard that Tucson Water created for ourselves. So even though, let's say an MCO is created for PFAS, and let's say it's 50 part per trillion or something like that, and we can still hold ourselves, and we do this with several other water quality constituents, we can still hold ourselves to a lower standard for ourselves, but the federal government has to weigh toxicology, economic impact, all these other factors, which makes it coming up with a standard for PFAS so difficult because it's in so many communities and it's in so many commercial products, not just AFFF, the firefighting foam. It's in cosmetics, it's in mosquito repellent. We heard about West Nile, we find PFAS in all varieties of places. So whatever that standard ends up being, the city can always choose a lower standard to hold itself to, like we currently are.
Yeah, and I know we want to do that. I guess my concern is if we don't at least advocate for that lower standard, which is in keeping with ours, that we may be able to use federal funds to get to a federally established standard, but have to bear additional costs locally to meet our own standards. So I would just make that as a point of information and consideration as the federal communication is crafted, to consider whether or not we ought to include an advocacy for the standard that we've established.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Ulick. We're going to go to a vote. Steve, do you want to include something else?
Really quickly, my only concern about advocating for the 18 is because we saw the federal MCL for 1,4-dioxane drop, and that's why we had to build the AOP. So we don't, that, but yeah, at the very least, or at the very most, the 18 parts per trillion. Secondly, my concern about the outflow is not the height of the aquifer, it's the infiltration of PFAS contaminated water. It's not the level coming up, it's what we're putting down. So that's my concern.
Yeah, and if I could address that really quick, Mayor, just as a reminder for council and Councilmember Kozachik, the Santa Cruz River, the groundwater underneath the Santa Cruz River, particularly from the washes from Davis-Monthan to the west, and then now what we're seeing from Tucson Airport going north, everything under the Santa Cruz River is impacted with PFAS at much higher levels than the 18 part per trillion, which we're proposing. So we'll actually be remediating high concentrated groundwater with PFAS, taking most of the PFAS, if not all of it at most of the time, and putting very clean water on top of already impacted groundwater.
Yeah, so I just want to emphasize that statement that we will be remediating the groundwater already there, which already shows anywhere from 30 to 70 parts per billion. So it will actually be better as we recharge the Santa Cruz in terms of the quality of water we're going to be putting into the Santa Cruz River. And I'm personally very, very excited about creating another riparian area in the south side. With that, let's vote on the motion. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion passes. We move on to item 11. Time has been set aside for discussion of the city's water service area policy. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, again, in the interest of time, I'll turn it right over to John. This is an ongoing discussion about our tier shortage of the CAP water. So go ahead, John.
All right,
and
thank
John,
you.
If you can shorten your presentation just to talk about what this all means for, I would say not our water service area policy, but much more underneath that, the PA or the PATA process that we've had before. So you can catch up on where we are with this.
Is that a camera?
Okay, I know that the quality is poor right now, so I think I caught what you said. So, yeah, I'll put my statement aside then, so we can be quick on this. So we did have a meeting on August 10th, where we were most likely we knew that the Bureau of Rec was going to declare a Tier 1 drought shortage for this year, starting in January 1st, which then triggers a Tier 1 drought response throughout the city of Tucson through our drought response program. That did happen on August 16th. Lake levels are projected for Lake Mead to be well below 1075, which is the elevation that triggers a Tier 1 shortage. So on January 1st, we will be transitioning to our Tier 1 drought plan efforts. Most of those during the Tier 1 efforts are going to be related to customer outreach and communication, as well as doing audits on city facilities, continuing to do audits on city and facilities, and doing implementation of water efficiency saving projects. In addition, is what we're talking about was the water service area policy, if there was any recommended changes to that, as well as any outcomes related to pre-annexation development agreements. So just focusing on pre-annexation development agreements, we are not bringing any forward recently. I don't believe we've had any applications pending out there that I'm aware of, but one of the actions that we've been working on, as mentioned earlier, several months ago, is we're going to come up with a more defined metric to be able to provide information from whoever is developing this annexation agreement application to staff. Staff will use these metrics tools to come up with a scoring mechanism, and then based on that scoring mechanism, we'll be able to give council a much better opportunity to fully understand what that PATA may entail if we get to that point. And that was all based on several factors, four factors in particular: proximity to the city, access to groundwater, does the site have any environmental and cultural value, and then is there, if it's a commercial and industrial property, what kind of economic impact would it have on the community? We don't have that all done yet at the staff level, but I just wanted to make you aware we're working on that, and we'll probably be talking with the council offices once we have some type of agreement at the staff level on how to do that scoring. In addition, the other thing I wanted to update on this item is the fact that we are going into a Tier 1 shortage, and just reminding the mayor and council and the community that does not affect the city of Tucson CAP contract, but it will be affecting agricultural contracts, primarily in Pinal and Maricopa County. So there is going to be some disruption and return to groundwater in the communities north of us on that. But probably more importantly is what we are seeing in relation to the Colorado River's health itself. So one of our recommendations, based on what we're seeing Lake Mead is only at 35% full right now, but even worse, Lake Powell is only at 30. And Lake Powell is what gives Lake Mead any excess water when it has releases. Having a Lake Powell system in the upper basin that is not recovering, it's looking more like a river as opposed to a lake, again, is of tremendous concern. So I think the likelihood that we will go quickly from a Tier 1 next year to a Tier 2 drought by 2023 is highly likely. So one of the things in our recommendations is that the department would return again this March after we have some more scientific information on the health of the Colorado River watershed, in particular how the snowpack is doing. If our prognosis on Lake Powell has continued to look dire and the likelihood of going into a Tier 2 is imminent, then we can start focusing on those Tier 2 drought responses. So that is our recommendation from staff, is to return on a Colorado River update in March of this year.
I have some hands up here, and I do know that Councilmember Ulick put her hand up, and then Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilmember Kazachi.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. John, another thing that we've discussed, and I just want to make sure isn't lost with regard to the PATA discussion, is to include in those agreements, even if the parcel doesn't annex, that it comply with water conservation measures that are in effect within the city of Tucson, just to make sure that those are implemented as part of the PATA rather than triggered upon annexation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mhm.
Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Kozachik.
I got a few things. Let's start with John. I really need you to tell me what the plan for. I need you to tell everybody, because look, man, we're practically at tier 2 right now. We're looking at Deadpool in 23 or 24. So when we get to Deadpool, please remind everybody what happens.
Well, when the Colorado River, when Lake Mead in particular gets to a point where it can no longer support Arizona and Nevada and those resources, our CAP starts to get affected after tier 3. We do end up with about a 14 to 16% cut based on our estimate in tier 3. But remembering that our allocation that still comes to us, we're still banking more than 30% of our water on an annual basis. So we'll be losing some of the banking capacity, but we'll still be getting a lot of our water. Again, that's at tier 3. That's not at Deadpool. Yeah.
But how much of that banking that we're doing is paper water?
Is paper water?
Yeah.
Is that what you? All the banking we're doing in Avra Valley is wet water. So we have more than 5 years of CAP storage already accruing in Avra Valley. If we had no CAP, if the canal was dry, we would still be functional with wet water just from CAP for more than 5 years. But then we have our other water resources that are not 100% fully developed yet. We still have effluent. We still have a reclaimed water system that's meeting non-potable needs. But there's also future consideration of that excess effluent if we ever want to integrate that into a potable reuse strategy. We're not there yet. We're years away from thinking about that, but the city of Tucson has multiple cards in its hands to make sure that we stay resilient for a long term to come.
I know we're holding the aces, but I just want people to know that banking capacity, look, if you go back to 2020, the worst year ever, by the way, except, whatever. That was one of our worst water years ever. Now we had a healthy rainfall this year, but we only got 4 inches that year. We're 3 seasons like that away from, not only do we not bank any water, we don't get any replenished groundwater, which just hammers us. So I'm just trying to think out loud here. One of the things we talked about was annexation. I want to make sure that as you guys are building your metrics, if we're in tier 2 or if we're in tier 2 or Deadpool, if we're in Deadpool, I'm not really interested in expanding how much water we're servicing. All right. I want to make sure you know that now. If we're in a tier 2 and someone wants to commercial and get a PATA but not annex, I'm really not interested in hearing that, because I don't think that's going to happen. And so we need to be really conservative with how we are managing our future water supply and how we're allotting our future water supply. The other thing I wanted to tell you, that as far as PATAs go, the other thing I'd really like to see is I'd like to see a path to annexation. In other words, that's great. We just got into this last month when we awarded those last 6. They were the last of the last, if you will. But the bottom line is, if somebody's going to come into us and they're 17 parcels away from annexation, it's kind of a waste of our time. That's really because they're never going to get annexed anyway. We really want to see if they're going to help the people between us and them get annexed or execute those PADs. So that's some of the stuff off the top of my head I wanted to input today. But I'm not really, if we're facing a tier 2 shortage or we're facing a Deadpool, I'm really not interested under any circumstances expanding our customer base.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Cunningham. Councilmember Kozachik, you had your hand up.
Just real quick, piggybacking on what Paul just said, though, if our goal is preservation of the aquifer, and it is, and if we deny PATAs and the only option left for a customer is to start drilling private wells, then we haven't achieved our goal. So let's make sure that when we're putting together this checklist that you guys are putting together, that we keep in mind that we don't want to wind up creating any collateral damage based on the decision we're making.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Yep.
Secondly,
and that is the direction we're looking at on how to score that.
Yeah. Each tier response in our material has a part where the customers quote, water use guidelines are reviewed. What are those guidelines? And perhaps we should be taking a look at reviewing those proactively before we get to tier 2.
That's a great question, Councilmember Kozachik. Those are actually guidelines our conservation office are going to be looking at. So what other communities are doing and what the intent of that discussion in the drought plan was is to come up with a way to look for certain customer classes, figure out what the average customer use is in those classes in the city of Tucson, and then dig into that customer meter data, usage data, and find those outliers, and then find those customers that are maybe 50% or 100% away from what the average customer is for a similar type of unit or property, and then do targeted research. It's all about, we're getting into all the data stuff now. Everybody's using targeted data.
Absolutely.
And so that's kind of what the thoughts were on that, and target those customers specifically.
Oh, okay.
So Steve, if I can piggyback on that particular point, we, mayor and council, have approved a drought contingency plan, which basically takes it in different tiers from 0 to 4. And every tier, we've created certain mechanisms to help alleviate the drought that we're facing. It's incredibly scary to be with the potential of phasing a tier 3 shortage. But I would really appreciate it if Tucson Water staff could create possibly a dashboard where it explains not only to mayor and council, but also to the community, the steps that we are taking and putting into effect from tier 0 as we escalate into possibly tier 3. So that data and the work that we're working on from tier 0 to the possibility of going all the way to tier 3 will help us inform the community what are the steps that we're taking. And so I just wanted to make that point because you were talking about data and the steps that we have in every tier. Is there a possibility, John, of creating a dashboard that could communicate all of the steps that we're taking and how they build on each other?
Yeah, I think there would be, Mayor. I think that sounds like something the team can work on and see if we can do that and get it on our city website. Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. Go ahead, we'll Steve. I'm sorry.
No, it's fair. It totally flowed with the, totally flowed with the conversation about guidelines. I would just say this, tonight, I'm not sure how off key this is, but I'll go for it anyway. Tonight, we've got differential water rates, and we also have our ongoing conversation about the RTA discussion. And the reason those and similar issues are hot topics right now is regional tax equity. And Paul's talking about annexation, and so the question is, do city residents get their fair share of services? Are we subsidizing services in unincorporated Pima County? And is there a better way to do that? And a couple of examples is that we pay taxes, city residents pay taxes for the jail, plus we pay jail board fees, and city residents pay taxes for Pima Animal Care, plus we pay an extra amount for PAC. We subsidize the sheriff's department, and we pay for TPD. So our whole regional taxing structure assumes a small percentage of people live in unincorporated areas, which is not true here. It is true up in Maricopa County. But as long as 62% of the population is subsidizing 38% of the resident services, they have no incentive to annex. And our differential rates aren't going to move that needle. I'm not speaking against the rates. I'm saying that we really need a discussion about regional tax equity, and maybe there's a different way to do this. I mean, the county imposing a sales tax countywide, and we eliminate our property tax or something like that. But it's a bigger conversation than simply what we're having about the differential rates, and it's based all on the city residents subsidizing county services because we're a part of the county. But anyway, that's sort of off key, but I had to get it off my chest.
I think you could get it off your chest during our regular session as well. I think we have to move forward. John, thank you for the update. I agree with Councilmember Cunningham that more than the water service area changes, we need to focus so much more on the PATA process and how, on our own drought contingency plan, we talk about being much more conservative in handing out PATAs based on the drought tiers. So I'm looking forward to staff's continued discussion on the criteria for PATAs and how we're going to protect the current Tucson water customers, not just for 5 years, but into the next 50, 100 years. And droughts are very, very scary, and it's very concerning what we're facing, especially because climate change exacerbates our water resources. And up to now, Arizona state government is not showing any prudence in creating a resiliency plan and to remediate and help alleviate climate change in our state. So anyway, there's no motions here, but I would love to be able to proceed with looking at implementing a dashboard. I don't know, Mr. Manager, if you need a motion to continue with that, or John, if you want to kind of roll with it and bring us back ideas on how you're going to get that done.
We'll take care of it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
It's a good thought.
Alrighty, thank you so much. We are running super late. It is 5:15, and based on the commentary made by Councilmember Kozachik, the Move Tucson update and conversation is a super important conversation that we need to have, especially because I feel that the Move Tucson implementation plan, which was delivered to Mayor and Council, more than 300 pages of City of Tucson resident input on what we need to focus on, is a very important conversation. So, Mr. Manager, do you feel as though we should bring this back to another study session, the first meeting in November?
Sure, Mayor, thank you. So we are actually planning to bring it back to you for consideration on November 9th. So really today was the opportunity to present to you and very high level go over the Move Tucson implementation plan. It's, like you said, over 300 pages. Wanted to make sure that you had plenty of time. We will solicit and take feedback from you and any members of the public between now and, it's actually not the 9th, it'll probably be closer to the 6th. But we will take that commentary. So Mayor, there's no action on this that's necessary. It's really more for your information, and we're happy to chat with you more about it. It will be back on the regular agenda for November 9th.
Yeah, thank you so much. I do see Diana Alarcon. Diana, did you want to just kind of guide us, not a presentation, just guide us towards, how what this draft implementation plan and what we should focus on, because it's 334 pages of really forward thinking and forward looking policy that Tucsonans, by the way, gave us input on. So yes, really quickly, give us your 3-minute elevator speech, and then we can move forward with another study session item in the future.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. What we did put together a brief presentation on the high view, and what I'll do is I'll send the presentation out to y'all. Basically, I would say there's about 140 some odd pages that really is the meat and potato of the implementation plan that kind of breaks down the projects and along with the policy recommendation and how to advance forward, and then along with the priority list as a whole. And then the rest is an appendix, which is really materials that support all the information that we collected, as well as the input from the community. So I'll send out the presentation to Mayor and Council, so you'll have that high level just consideration to follow along. And if there's any questions or answers, please reach out to us. We'll make ourselves available so that we can meet with y'all to address any concerns, and as well as the community. One of the reasons why we wanted to wait for the adoption until the next meeting was that it was 300 pages, and we wanted to make sure that y'all had ample time to review it and then provide any provide any questions or address any concerns. So thank you for that opportunity.
Righty. Thank you so much, Diana. I just want to ask my colleagues, Councilmember Santa Cruz and Cunningham, if you have to absolutely add to this item right now, or if you could hold your questions so that we can finish the next item on the agenda.
I don't have questions. I just want to get something on the record.
Okay.
Again, thanking our transportation department and staff for all their work, and like reviewing the materials. We've been working with DTM staff on the east-west connections on the freeway, just north of 29 Silver Lake. But I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of the east-west connections south of that, specifically Ajo, Irvington, and Valencia, because those go over I-19, and that's older infrastructure that didn't accommodate for transit and folks on a bike or folks walking, that we make sure that we include that in court, and we can offline more of that, but I just want to get it on the record, asking for those connections south of 29.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. Councilmember Cunningham?
Your Honor, believe it or not, I didn't have my hand up, but I'll have a couple questions about this. Look, I know that this is a comprehensive program. I know we've got some things in it that this may be our template to be Plan B if the RTA doesn't really satisfy what we want to do. This could be the chance we have with Move Tucson. So I wanted to try to say that on the record. Over a 20-year period, it allots us about $1 billion to do some of the stuff that we want to do. I will say that, in some of the modernization of the catalyst corridors and some of the projects, there are situations where a person may review this and think that Ward 2 has been left out of certain things. But I want to make sure that people understand that that's not actually the case in a lot of these cases. Fortunately, in Ward 2, we've been able to pave just about every single corridor since I've been in office. And so one of the reasons that we don't have as many projects per se is that we're not of need. We're probably more in need of some residential and some added sidewalks on the east side that I'd like to maybe shift around. But for the most part, this Move Tucson package is comprehensive, and the people who worked on it worked really hard to try to make it the best package we got.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham, and thank you, Diana Larcon, and your team for incredible work in community engagement. I am in receipt of the 334 pages of vision from our residents in the city of Tucson, and I agree, Councilmember Cunningham, that really this is our plan, whether it's Plan A or Plan B. This should be what we present the residents of the city of Tucson in terms of this is their vision, and we need to make sure that we invest in that vision. Now, the presentation and the conversation, I imagine the next time we put this on the agenda will be to figure out how to invest in this vision. So thank you all. Lots more conversation, an important conversation to have, and 334 pages of reading material for all of us to enjoy. So we move on to, thank you, Diana. We move on to item 13. I think it's item 13. Yeah. Time has been set aside for discussion of the proposed labor agreement with TPOA. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, thank you. And by the way, if you read 10 pages a night, it'll only take you 30 days to get through it. So that'll keep you occupied in the evenings. Mayor, I know we're running short on time, so I try to give you a pretty detailed memorandum in your materials that had really the salient points that we addressed as a part of the agreement that's before you. I do apologize. I did put it on the consent agenda last time. My intent was to discuss it with you, but that's really what's before you today. I can go over these kind of high level. I will tell you the focus that we understood from you as well as the community conversations we were part of was the accountability. I've outlined those for you as to what that looks like. Also, there was parity between TPOA and some of the other city employees, and we addressed those. Ultimately, I did outline even how the Sentinel Event Review Board recommendations to some level were included, or at least there was thoughts about how those could be impacted by this. So Mayor, I will, and I am recommending bringing this back to you for consideration during the November 9th meeting. Given the time that we have today, I would suggest that it be on the regular agenda as opposed to consent to give an opportunity for the council to discuss that at that meeting, should that be of interest. That's all, Mayor.
Mr. Manager, I appreciate that we're running a little bit late on time, but I think it's important to have a, conversation right now. We have this item right now, and we've taken a few minutes before to start our regular meeting. So I think it's more than important to have a comfortable conversation right now. So I do see Councilmember Ulick's hand up. Go ahead, Karen.
Thank you, and I do appreciate Mayor and Mike that the outline of the contract provisions and the strengthening of accountability, including the involvement of the independent auditor in the review processes. And so I do see some very positive elements here, and I'm really pleased in speaking with TPOA that they view this as well, and have openly stated they view this as a way to strengthen the department and make sure, quite frankly, that people who are not embodying the values of public service and the caliber of service that we expect, that those folks are subject to appropriate oversight and discipline. So I see that as an area of agreement that we can build on, and I'm looking forward to hearing comments from others. One thing, Mike, and I know that this is a management and labor negotiation. I also did mention to TPOA that I was surprised by the 5-year term of the contract. I know that's very unusual. Typically, we would do a 2 or 3 year with extensions, annual 1-year extensions that could extend the contract to up to 5 years. I don't know. I would see that as better than locking into a 5-year. So since we do have a bit of time, if you would be willing to engage in a conversation, if that's appropriate, I would love to see that addressed when we come back together in November.
Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, happy to do that. I will reach out to our TPOA representatives and talk through that. I think the reason for the 5 years was we have in the past had 3-year agreements, 2 or 3-year agreements was kind of standard because of the time for the negotiation. And even in this case, some of the challenges we had, it did take us longer, almost 5 years. So that was the whole thought, but happy to have that conversation and bring back a recommendation for the 9th.
Yeah, no, I agree with Councilmember Ulick that it is closer. A 3-year agreement is closer to what we've usually seen in labor agreements. So I agree with the possibility of a 3-year with a possibility of 2-year extensions. There's a lot of movement happening at TPD right now. We, just heard Chief Magnus in his Senate hearing today, and we are in the process of looking for a new chief. We are also looking at and activating the community safety, health and wellness program in our city, and so being able to have the flexibility to work with TPOA and their labor agreement is something that's very important. So if you can explore that possibility of a 3-year with possible extensions in order to keep that flexibility and, you know, to have the new chief be able to work on any details in terms of benefits for police officers at TPD. So just very important to set the stage in terms of what labor agreement is and what it isn't. A labor agreement is to establish the benefits, hours, pay, and other terms and conditions of employment between the worker and the employer. What it is not is a place to set policy of how the policies of mayor and council and the city manager and the chief will reflect on where we want to take our police department in. And that in itself is very, very important to establish, because I do not feel, as a person that believes in the power of labor and negotiations, that the labor agreement is a place where we dictate policy. But saying that, I am happy to see that the labor agreement does talk about oversight and accountability. And that for me is very important, because I do see that the labor agreement discusses the process of filing a grievance for any punishment that has been issued by the department against an officer. It discusses the availability of discipline records for the public to have. And it also discusses the timeline under which information on critical events must be released to the public. So I'm happy to see that. I'm really happy to be able to have that acknowledgement from the employees and the employer for the benefit of our community. Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz. You're on mute, Councilmember.
Sorry about that. A few things I wanted to give some things that I appreciate happened here. I think when we have internal discipline, a civilian is involved now. I think that was something that is a nationwide practice and that was agreed to. We're also not allowing suspended officers to use vacation, which is, I think when we were doing that, kind of defeated the purpose of some of the suspensions. And the other thing is that we're going to be more transparent, or as transparent as possible, and this contract reflects that. The other thing is that we're not barraging the overtime pool with some of the shift changes that we've done. So I think I got to be impressed with TPOA. I think they came in good faith in this contract. I support it, and again, it's a work in progress. I'm sure that we'll all have tweaks later. It's a 56-page document. This is the only one that has a study session and that we're going to have. I urge people to give public input, because pretty much if we do change it to 3 years, the negotiation will start within the next 18 months. So that's my input this afternoon. Thank you.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'm a little frustrated. I know we're short on time. I think part of the transparency piece was to do a presentation and make this, asking the public to go through a 30-page document to sift through it is kind of challenging. And so to not have a presentation to walk our community through, some of the main pieces of this, I feel like, we're not showing up in good faith and saying we put this on the study session and we're trying to be transparent and kind of educate and bring our community along. So I'm very frustrated about that because then we're not creating the conditions where folks can give us input. And I feel that like it's important. I know we don't do this with any other labor contract negotiation, but there's a unique piece here around the accountability and about everything that our community went through last year, because there isn't any other entity, any other worker within the city of Tucson, you know, that is armed and can take a life. And so we do need just a level of accountability and transparency on our part, you know, because at the end of the day, this reflects on mayor and council. And so I, you know, I feel like it's about process and all of it, and hoping that we can do better. And similar to Councilmember Ulick, as far as really the contract goes, that I'd prefer there to be a 3-year as done as customary, and adding the 1-year extensions if needed.
Alrighty, I don't see any other hands up. Mr. Manager, I think that you've heard the input from the colleagues on the council, and by way of just to talk about the participation of the public and mayor and council, I feel very strongly that labor agreements are based on conversations had by workers and employers. And I do see room for community input in all of our workers, right? All of our workers are responsible and should be responsive to our community. I feel as though the community has ways of being able to give us their input through call to the audience, through email communication, through you know, direct communication through our offices, and that should be the custom for all of our workers. And what we expect and what the community expects is important. But I don't feel as though a labor agreement is where the community should give input on. That's a slippery slope in terms of benefits and how they're defined and how they're worked between the worker and the employer. Saying that, I would love to be able to hear from the community through call to the audience and through other forms of communication in terms of, you know, input on how our officers and all of our other workers deliver services to our community. So with that, Mr. Ortega, I think you have our input, our feedback on this item, and know how to proceed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Alrighty, thank you so much. We move on to item 15. Do we have any discussions or presentations on this?
So, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I provided updates on federal and state issues, both in the Friday IGR update and in answers to Councilmember Fimbres's questions this morning. I'm happy to answer any questions about that. The only item that I would add now, since it happened earlier this morning, the Pima County Board of Supervisors appointed Representative Stephanie Stahl-Hamilton to fill the vacancy on the LD10 Senate seat. So she will now take over that Senate seat, and the board and the community will now go through the process of filling the vacancy in her House seat. So congratulations to now Senator Stahl-Hamilton. We've worked with her in the past. She's very supportive. She's been very supportive of Tucson issues, and look forward to continue to work with her in the next legislative session. With that, that's my report, Mayor.
That's great news. I do see Councilmember Cunningham and Councilmember Ulick's hand up. I don't know if it's related to this item, council members. Go ahead, Go ahead.
Mine, yes, if I could, thank you, Mayor and Andrew. You know, the JLBC recently announced that expenditures under Proposition 301 are going to bump up against the education cap I think, for funding. And so I know we don't have time to discuss it, but I just, if with the concurrence of my colleagues, if we could make sure that as the city, we are working with our delegation to understand how that can be remedied. I know none of us want to see those education funds in any way interrupted from their intended impacts. So if you could add that in the future and let us know what's possible there, Andrew, we'd appreciate it.
Sure, will do. Honorable Mayor and Council, Councilmember Ulick, thank you for the direction, and we'll make sure to include support for the legislature finding a solution to this problem as part of the city's 2022 legislative agenda. So thank you.
That's great. Councilmember Kozachik?
This is just clarification. You said a few minutes ago that we were looking for a police chief. Was Chris confirmed today, or do we not know?
So, Honorable Mayor,
No, but it's positive he will be confirmed. So no, we have not heard, but once you get a hearing, and especially with what we heard today, it looks pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, I have a question on the postal distribution centers. Andrew Greenhill. Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Adam Greenhill, any updates on the postal distribution centers legislation?
Honorable Mayor and Council, Councilmember Fimbers, no updates at the moment. Again, most of the attention in the Senate and with Congress right now is on the Build Back Better bill and the infrastructure bill. Again, we've made it clear to Senator Sinema, who's on the relevant committee in the Senate, how important resolution of the Cherry Bell issue is, and our strong support for postal service reform. Again, we've been told that they do want to get to it, and so we'll continue to push for that, both to protect Cherry Bell and to make sure that service levels in Tucson and, for that matter, across the country continue at a high level.
Good. The other thing was we passed a motion on the EPA asking them to make sure that on the PFAS, so I'll have Mark send you the motion so you can get it to our national legislative delegates. The mayor's going to be drafting a letter on that also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to have to move on to item 16. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Hearing none, we move on to item 17. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Hearing none.
Mayor, we're looking at the smoke shops legislation that we're talking to Mike Rankin about bringing that back, but I'll give you a date after we talk to Mike and Mike. Thank you.
Thank you. So study session is adjourned. I will call you all back at, I'm thinking I'm going to give you till 5:55 so that you can run, have a little bit of dinner, and then come back in, get ready to start at 6. Okay, good. So study session is adjourned, and we will see you here at 6. order the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority. Roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Mick Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham,
Here.
Mick Zulik,
Here.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres,
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Here.
Mr. Mohammed,
Absent.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Public Housing Authority Monthly Board Report.
City Manager's PHA Communication number 19, dated October 19th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report?
So moved.
There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion to approve the monthly board report. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't ask if there were any against. Hearing none, the motion to approve the monthly board report passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 3.
Public Housing Authority write-off uncollectible tenant accounts receivable approval.
City Manager's PHA Communication number 20, dated October 19th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2021-012 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2021-012 relating to Public Housing Authority authorizing the write-off of certain uncollectible accounts and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt resolution PHA 2021-012.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Clerk, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mick Zulik,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek, Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mick Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Resolution PHA 2021-012 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 4.
Approval of Public Housing Authority minutes.
City Manager's PHA Communication number 21, dated October 19th, is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of September 28th, 2021?
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion to approve the minutes to the September 28th, 2021 meeting passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 5.
Adjournment.
The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The Mayor and Council will now convene our regular meeting. Thank you, Liz. All righty, Council will stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham,
Present.
Mick Zulik,
Here.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres,
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Invocation and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Ana Marrufo, staff member to the City Clerk's office. Ms. Marrufo? Mr. Clerk, I don't think we can hear Ms. Marrufo. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sure.
We couldn't hear Ms. Marrufo.
She will repeat it, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you hear me now, Mayor?
No.
Come over here, Anna.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Let us pray. We pray for our mayor and council members today and ask that you grant them wisdom to govern with a sense of welfare and the true needs of our people. Give them the ability to work together in harmony even when there is honest disagreement. Deepen their love for the city of Tucson and their desire to serve it. We pray for the agenda set before them today. Please give them assurance of what will benefit those who live and work in our beloved city of Tucson. Amen.
Amen. Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication number 313, dated October 19th, is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
So, motion and second to approve the Outdoor Lighting Code Committee. I'd like to thank Ms. Oliver for your willingness to serve the City of Tucson community. Is there any discussion on this appointment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council reports, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication number 314, dated October 19th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Before I open it up to my colleagues on the council, I want to take this as a point of privilege to congratulate our dear colleague, Councilmember Fimbres, from Representative of Ward 5, who was inducted into the Arizona Veterans Hall of Fame class of 2021 on Friday, October 15th in Scottsdale, Arizona. Councilmember Fimbres has served in the U.S. Army, U.S. Army Reserves, and U.S. Army National Guard for over 27 years as a military policeman, patrol, and narcotics dog handler, field medic, and patient administrative specialist. Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres, for your service to our country, for your dedication to our community, and for all of the contributions that you've brought to the city of Tucson through your service in our military. We are so proud of you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was very humbled by the event on Friday. I want to thank Mike Ortega, Charlene Mendoza, your Chief of Staff, Mike Rankin, who were also present, along with Jason Winsky and TPD representatives. It was a very touching moment for my family and myself. Thank you. And I want to thank my uncles, my dad, my brother who passed away in March, all who have also served.
Well, thank you so much. You are a point of pride for our council and our community. Thank you so much for your service. With that, I will pass the microphone over to my colleagues on the council, and we can start with Ward 1 Representative, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. I hope that y'all can see me because all of a sudden y'all went blank on my end. Yep. I wanted to let folks know that Barrio Kroger Lane is having their tree planting event this Saturday, October 23rd at 9 a.m., meeting at Verdugo Park. This past Saturday at Rose Neighborhood, we had another tree planting event where we had about 100 trees planted this past Saturday, Mayor, so we can add that to the million trees count. And we want to thank all the volunteers that made that possible. We want to let the community know to save the date for November 6th from 8:30 a.m. We're doing a 12th Avenue cleanup, and we're super excited to work with the businesses along 12th, as well as our Sunnyside and Pueblo Student Council groups, who are going to be competing against each other to see who picks up the most trash and brings out the most volunteers to the event. I also want to invite the public to Fuga's last Friday of every month, Bicicleteada. It's a spooky ride on October 29th, starting at the El Pueblo Center at 6 p.m. Tugo bikes are available, but need to be reserved ahead of time. And then finally, I want to thank all our appointees to our boards, committees, and commissions. Last week on October 13th, our office hosted a mixer for all of our appointees to get to know one another. There's a lot of crossover in the work and the policies that are coming in front of our commissioners, but also to mayor and council. And so it was a great opportunity to get to know one another, talk about the commissions and committees that folks sit on, and reasons why they do the work. And so we're hoping to continue this kind of engagement with our appointees, because it's important that we work together and support each other in this work. And with that, also congratulate my colleague, Councilmember Fimbres, on his recognition this past week, that he makes us all very proud.
Thank you, Lane. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cunningham.
Just a couple things. One is an update. We will be having middle school hoops tomorrow, but our special guests won't be available till next week, so we'll probably have the bigger kickoff next week. I also wanted to, on a point of personal privilege, congratulate Andre Bearden, the coach at Gridley Middle School, who won the city championship the day after our last meeting. But it's the first time that Gridley, a Ward 2 middle school, has won the city basketball championship, and proud of all the team and the boys there. They are all my students at Gridley, so I wanted to give them a congratulations. Halloween's coming up. Traditionally, both Gaslight Theater and Trail Dust Town have had pretty involved community events, and they both have events this year for Halloween. Again, I urge participation, and it's a great chance for people to reconnect again, but also I remind people to maintain your safety and your health, and ensure that your health risk is mitigated if you do any public events. So that's my message for this week. Thank you.
Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, Mayor, and Councilmember Fimbres. Congratulations. It's really a gift and an honor to serve with you. So I just have one announcement. Next Wednesday, the Ward 3 Council Office, Parks and Thrive in the 05 and the Tucson Police Department are going to host a National Night Out 2021 at the Balboa Heights Park from 5:30 to 7 p.m. Area residents are going to come together for an evening of activities and entertainment. We ask that folks come prepared for the costume contest. We will see you all there. Pumpkin painting, basketball free throw contest, and other fun activities. There will be free food and car seats, and a special prize for each child who visits every activity station.
Wonderful. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Very exciting, Karen. Okay, where do I begin? Our final town hall of the year is happening on the 28th of this month at 5:30. It's going to be with the Dietz Neighborhood Association. So as always, you can go to the website tucsonaz.gov/ward4 for details on how to register. We also have an upcoming Ward 4 blood drive. With the rise of shootings, COVID, trauma cases, and natural disasters. The American Red Cross is at an all-time low again for donor participation. So our office is trying to do our part to get people to sign up. Saturday, November 6th from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. You do have to pre-register, and you can also go to our website, tucsonaz.gov/ward4 for information. We would love to have you come out and help us hit that goal that we have for appointments. Also, very exciting. Congratulations to Councilmember Fimbres. Very proud of you, sir. We have a Veterans Day lunch coming up to the city manager is going to treat us to lunch, the veterans here in the city of Tucson. And we're also going to launch our first employee resource group with our veterans in the city of Tucson. So everyone who's an employee should have something in their inbox that talks about that. But we would love to encourage you all to come out and join us. That is happening on the 10th of November. No, the 9th of November, 10th of November, the Marine Corps' birthday as well, at the West Side Police Station from 11:30 to 1. So please send us a note at ward4@tucsonaz.gov to register if you're a city employee and a military veteran. Also, it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so just a reminder to prioritize healthcare during this time. Also, last but not least, we have a birthday boy amongst us tonight. I'm sorry, Steve, but happy birthday. Glad we got to spend the birthday with you. So just wanted to wish Steve a happy birthday. Uh-oh, he went off camera. That's all, Mayor.
Hey, Steve, you share a birthday with my sister.
We planned it that way.
You know what? No wonder I get along famously with you. Alrighty, so open to Councilmember Fimbres, and then we'll pick on the birthday boy after that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Happy birthday, Steve. It was a great honor in our community on Friday, October 8th, when the official ribbon cutting of the JTED Center for Innovation at the Bridges. This was a proposal discussed in a room at El Rio Health Center. During that dedication to it became a dream to a reality in record time. I want to thank Gary Brav, Alan Tanner, Don Bourne, City Manager Mike Ortega, city staff for the meeting and collaboration so the JTED Center campus was built in 18 months. I want to thank Kathy Prater, JTED Superintendent Alex Hakame, the JTED Board for their work and support of the JTED Innovation Center, the Bridges at Ward 5. I also want to thank the leaders of the Pueblo Gardens, South Park, Las Vistas, the associations for their support of working with JTED in Ward 5. JTED has more than 600 students at the Innovation Center. Construction on the second building will start as soon as it has this new campus. Education is the key to success. On Monday, October 11th, I had the great meeting with David Discosolo and Cameron Norwood of Pack Dash, who have moved their operations to Tucson and Ward 5 and who have deal with e-commerce. I'm looking forward to working further with them at Pack Dash as they expand their operations. I thank City of Tucson Economic Initiatives Director Barbara Coffey for helping to arrange the meeting. For more information on Pack Dash, go online to packdash.com. They're right over there by Boiler Brewery. On October 15th, I had skip that. THS this Saturday will recognize at 1 p.m. the 426 students who went to fight in World War II and didn't come back. So Jerry Strutz and his Badger Foundation will be recognizing them to recognize the veterans who didn't come back from war. On October 18th, I had the privilege of recognizing teachers and educator Debbie Sierra for her work with students at Pueblo Gardens K-8 school in Ward 5. Ms. Sierra is retiring for after 18 years of service in our community. I want to thank Pueblo Gardens Neighborhood Association President Cindy Ayala, Vice President Bernice Vanover, for speaking with me prior about the wonderful work Ms. Sierra has done for our students. I want to express my condolences to the family of Jesus Avisu, who passed away. Jesus helped many in our community through his work and his efforts with our community. Jesus will be missed. Colin Powell, former Secretary of State, the Department of Defense, and a great general and first African American to appoint to those positions, passed away yesterday. His leadership will be missed. On the Tucson Rodeo Parade kickoff dinner takes place on Saturday, October 23rd at the Rodeo Museum at 6 p.m. Anybody interested, let me know. We recognize them. I also want to express my condolences to the family of Cecilia Gonzalez, who was my aunt and who passed away recently. She passed away last Thursday. She was helpful to many and give her to her help in the community, and she will be missed. She had a great voice. She did a lot of mariachi music for us. Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. How about the birthday boy, Councilmember?
Well, so I just want to say I went through Richard's resume and added up all the different years he's worked for, the 27 years in this and 21 years in that and 43 years in it. I can't even believe the guy's still sitting upright, but congratulations on your honor, Richard.
Thank you, Steve.
We are still collecting donations for Afghan refugees here, but we have we set up a deal with Habitat for Humanity so that if people have furniture or household goods that they would like to donate to the cause, call the Habitat Habistore 230-5323. That's their donation hotline, and they have set up a separate fund for the Afghans so that if they go in there and start to buy stuff, they're going to set aside 50% of any of the proceeds from the furniture to the Special Afghan Fund. So great partnering with Habitat for Humanity. They do a lot of work for refugees, and they were all over this when we had a conversation with them. So thank you.
Good work, Councilmember Kosacik. That's wonderful. I just wanted to add a couple more events this weekend. On Saturday, October 23rd, I will be giving the opening remarks at the Southern Arizona AIDS Foundation AIDS Walk, as well as joining Dr. Ravi Grivasha, the SAVE's Executive Directors team. So we will be walking together. We've created a team, by the way, that you can contribute to for AIDS Walk. You can access it through my social media sites to chip in. It is a traditional community event to honor those that we have lost too soon and those who are living with HIV/AIDS. I have always been a proud supporter of SAVE's mission to promote health, well-being, and social justice for those living with HIV/AIDS. LGBTQ plus individuals and communities marginalized by our society. So please join me in attending the event this Saturday. The entire event will be held outdoors this year. Gates open at 8 a.m. and the program begins at 9. The walk will start at 10 a.m. And the walk does include performances by Mariachi Rayos de Sol, a quilt opening ceremony, and folklorico performance. So go to aidswalktucson.saaf.org for more information, and go to @TucsonRomero to contribute either through Instagram or Twitter to contribute to the AIDS Walk for our team. The other event that I wanted to share with you in the community is that Saturday, that same Saturday, October 23rd, I'd like to invite the community to a Fresh Start Expo at the Tucson Convention Center from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. The mission of this event is to create a one-stop shop where all of our community members can access free legal and practical services to help them on their way to their personal fresh start. I will share this information on all my social media platforms, but please share with those who will greatly benefit from any of these services. And the services to be included in the one-stop shop on Saturday includes rights restoration, warrant resolution, juvenile records expungement, marijuana conviction expungement, justice-friendly housing services, justice-friendly employers, education opportunities and voter registration, access to behavioral health and addiction services, access to basic medical services, clothing, haircuts, and so much more. As well as there will be COVID vaccines available to all those attending. So this Saturday, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Tucson Convention Center is the Fresh Start Expo for our community. So I hope you can join and that you can provide this information to those in the community that need it. With that, we move on to item 4. Mr. Clerk.
City Manager's report, summary of current events.
City Manager's communication number 315 dated October 19th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I have no report, but I do want to take the privilege of the microphone to turn it over to Mike Rankin, our city attorney, who has an announcement and a recognition.
Thank you, Mike and Mayor, members of the council. I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge one of our own. You are all very familiar with the Governor's Office of Highway Safety, but for those who might not be, GOHS is the state of Arizona's executive agency that is charged statewide for advancing the interests of street and highway safety by reducing traffic crashes and the resulting deaths, injuries, and property damage that can occur on our public roads. The work of GOHS primarily focuses on reducing traffic collisions by impaired and distracted driving, as well as excessive speed. Well, each year, as part of its role, GOHS takes nominations for and then awards the Arizona Prosecutors of the Year. And to be clear, GOHS provides 3 awards to 3 different prosecutors. First, there's an award that's reserved for a misdemeanor Prosecutor of the Year. Then there's an award that's reserved for a felony Prosecutor of the Year. And then there's the sort of grand prize, the overall statewide Arizona Prosecutor of the Year. Well, last month, GOHS announced its awards, and they selected Assistant Tucson City Prosecutor Mary Warman for the top honor as the Arizona Statewide Prosecutor of the Year. Now, Mary was nominated for the award by GOHS Traffic Safety Reserve Resource Officer Beth Barnes, and Beth is widely recognized throughout the state as one of the, if not the top expert in DUI law and prosecution throughout the state. And Beth nominated Mary in large part because of her appellate work. Including Mary's appellate work in a case that was issued by Division II last summer, Devlin v. Browning. That was a decision that was critical in determining the guidance with respect to what constitutes reasonable suspicion when a police officer makes a traffic stop and then needs to continue the investigation into a DUI investigation. I think the nomination and the award didn't just recognize Mary for her work in this past year, but really for her work in the appellate arena over the last several years. Mary's been our go-to prosecutor for appellate work. And just in the last several years, her work has resulted in 3 published decisions, all favorable to the state, to prosecution, in the Division II of the Arizona Court of Appeals, as well as a published favorable decision in the Arizona Supreme Court, defending the Arizona implied consent DUI statutes against legal challenges from defense counsel. And I tell you, I can't overstate the importance of appellate work, because when we secure a favorable appellate decision, it doesn't just resolve that individual case. It establishes, particularly through a published decision, precedent that then applies throughout the state and establishes the law on those issues that were litigated. Mary has done a terrific job in this assignment, and the award was well deserved. And I wanted to take this moment to congratulate her, not just for her fine representation of the office, but for the organization as a whole. And I see her there. She is actually getting to hear us.
Is she with us?
I do see her, yes.
Well, congratulations to Mary, very well deserved. And I'm not going to make you turn on your camera, but congratulations. Make us all very proud. And thank you, Mike, for sharing with us. Alrighty, let's move on to item 5.
License applications report from city manager.
City manager's communication number 316 dated October 19th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda, under item 5B, we have 2 requests for new license, 1 request for owner location transfer. Under item 5C, we have 8 requests for special events. Staff has indicated that all the applicants are in compliance with city requirements. An appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B 1 through 3 and C 1 through 8 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
Madam Mayor, I move to forward the liquor license to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations, and call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, as the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. So I do have a list of names for call to the audience. Oh, I don't. Let me see. They indicate that they're for item 9. So, Mr. Clerk, do you have any speakers for call to the audience?
Yes, Your Honor, we do.
Okay. Is this the list that is indicating item 9 for me?
Your Honor, the list should include items 6, 8, and 9.
Alrighty, we just got that list. Can you start with our first speaker for call to the audience, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor, the first speaker would be Doug Richards.
Hello?
We can hear you, Mr. Richards. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm speaking to you as co-vice president of El Presidio Neighborhood Association, also known as EPNA, on the matter of the Hotel City Center rezoning request at 475 North Granada Avenue. And I'd like to highlight points regarding this matter reflected by our previously submitted letter to the zoning examiner as well as mayor and council. Overall, recognizing the need for so-called workforce housing in the center of Tucson, we believe the proposed development is an appropriate use of the property. However, we want to ensure that the apartment complex is designed to attract longer-term stable residents and families with appropriate design and community-oriented amenities. We also want to ensure that the traffic generated by the apartment complex is directed to the west, north, and east to discourage additional congestion on Granada Avenue, as well as an increase in cut-through traffic. El Presidio is currently extremely compromised due to the construction and street closures in effect on the major arterials surrounding El Presidio. As a general matter, we would have preferred lower density and at least some owner-occupied development of the 475 North Granada site, and we advocated for improving the design to include more two-bedroom units, facilitate family-friendly amenities, and minimize an increase of urban heat island effect. During our discussions with the developer and the consultant team, the developer's commitment to rentals only was unchanged, and the overall density and the number of units was only slightly adjusted. Nevertheless, I would like to note for the record that the developer and his consultant group have worked very cooperatively with us on key traffic mitigation, building height, and design issues, and has satisfactorily addressed our most important issues. El Presidio Neighborhood Association therefore supports the proposed rezoning as set forth in the PDP site plan dated July 22nd of this year, and attached written conditions, including but not limited to creating revised entrances and exits to draw the apartment complex traffic west to the I-10 frontage and north or east to St. Mary's Road, and to divert traffic away from Granada Avenue to the extent feasible. Restricting Franklin Street entrance exit at the southeast corner of the development, contributing to financing the construction of an additional speed hump on Franklin between Granada and Maine to reduce and slow down cut-through traffic, height restriction of two buildings that are right next to Granada, the addition of family-oriented amenities, including playground and picnic area to encourage longer-term stable residence, additional trees to mitigate the heat-on effect, noise restrictions, as well as ongoing participation by the owner property manager of the development throughout the build-out and afterwards. We'd particularly like to compliment City of Tucson Department of Transportation and Mobility Director Diana Alacron, who has consistently attended meetings between EPNA and the consultants and has been tremendously helpful in resolving the most significant traffic mitigation issues. And we are very grateful for her personal involvement in these discussions. At the same time, Carrie Sylvan of Lazarus and Sylvan has been very responsive to and knowledgeable about EPNA requests, and we appreciate Ms. Sylvan's very pleasant demeanor and her attitude of cooperation in the dialogue that we have engaged with her client, Mr. Zeff, and the consultant team over the last several months. Therefore, given a vote for approval by Mayor and Council, we look forward to working with the city, Mr. Zeff, and the consultant team as the property is redeveloped. Thank you for your time.
And which property is this, Mr. Richards?
It's the Hotel City Center at Granada, the corner of Granada and St. Mary's. It's currently the Hotel City Center.
And it's being redeveloped as multi-housing?
It's looking for a rezoning from
item 12.
I1 to C2 for multifamily rental housing.
Okay, alrighty, thank you so much. Ms. Shariah Jimenez.
Mayor, I think Shay might be speaking for the ADU item, not this item.
Oh, okay, I see her for item 6. So I'll put her down for the ADUs. Okay. Ms. Tanya Nunez. Ms. Tanya.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, this is Ms. Nunez.
Yes, I actually wanted to talk on item 9 as well, on ADUs.
Okay. ADU, alrighty. Ms. Sonia Norman.
No, Your Honor.
She's not in. All right, that's the extent of the list of people that wanted to speak at call to the audience. So if there's no others that are here for call to the audience, then we're going to move to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through G.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County Superior Court for providing jurors to Tucson City Court. Item C is an intergovernmental agreement Pima County Superior Court, Pima County Consolidated Justice Court, and the City of Tucson for the provision of twice-a-day initial appearances. Item D is a final plat S20061 Jefferson Minor Subdivision lots 1 through 3. Item E is real estate amendment to existing lease with Step Up to Justice for space located at 320 North Commerce Park Loop. Item F is an intergovernmental agreement amendment with the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System Administration for federal matching funds for graduate medical education at Tucson Medical Center. Item G is an intergovernmental agreement with Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System Administration for federal matching funds for the Access to Professional Services Initiative at Tucson Medical Center. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor.
May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the matter on the consent agenda items.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Let's move on to roll call.
Like,
Aye.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
members,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Samantha Cruz,
Aye.
Zache,
Aye.
Lee.
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Public hearing amending Tucson Code, Chapter 27, relating to the implementation of a differential rate structure for Tucson Water located in unincorporated Pima County. Hearing ordinance number 11881.
City Manager's communication number 325 dated October 19th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on consideration of implementation of a differential rate structure for Tucson Water customers located in unincorporated Pima County. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. To the speakers, please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether or not you live in the city of Tucson, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. So for the speakers I have for item 8, I have Ms. Miranda Schubert.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Now we can. Go ahead, Ms. Schubert.
There's always a weird delay. Hi, Mayor and Council. My name's Miranda Schubert. I live in Tucson. I'm not being paid for this. I'm representing myself. In addition to reaffirming your vote on differential rates in June, as a proud member of the Our Water Tucson Coalition, I'm calling on you to follow through and cancel water debt for families impacted by COVID-19. I understand that so far 3,000 families have had relief. It's a great first effort, but still less than a fifth of the families in debt. We need to do more to help our neighbors who are struggling the most. Suddenly learning that anybody who wants to receive the promised assistance has to jump through hoops and self-report only serves to foster more distrust and suspicion on the part of constituents who continually feel that their local government doesn't care about them. Leaving out 15,000 families because of unannounced criteria and an unannounced deadline is unfair and contrary to due process. To remedy this, I hope you'll consider opening a 60-day window for families with outstanding water bill debt as of September 28th to self-report as low income and/or affected by COVID-19. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Schubert. Garrett Kowaleski. Garrett Kowaleski.
I don't see him, Your Honor.
Glenda Avalos.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Avalos.
Yes, I have a quick question before I start. I would like to speak on 2 items. Do I speak on them both at the same time or just one individually?
Well, this is a public hearing for the differential water rates. So if
Okay,
you have
I will hold
another item, I can always add you to the list for the other
Yes,
item.
there's, I requested, so thank you. Okay.
Ready. So you're thinking of speaking at the ADU public hearing?
As well, yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna put a note. Go ahead, Ms. Avalos.
Thank you. Good evening. I live in an incorporated area, southwest part of town, and I am not a paid speaker. Thank you for approving the differential rates plan back in June. As we seek to preserve one of the most valuable resources, differential rates is definitely a step in the right direction. Please reaffirm your vote from June and on the differential rates today, and fulfill your promise you made that day to cancel debt for families impacted by COVID-19. My mom, Emma Orellana, known as La Pastora, passed away late June last year from COVID. She served her community for 28 years, and she would always say, si vas a hacer algo, hazlo bien. If you're going to do something, do it right. She based these words off of scripture, Colossians 3:23. Which reminds us, if we're going to do anything, do it as if we're doing it for the Lord. A few weeks ago, you voted to cancel debt for 3,000 families who had self-reported as having been affected by the pandemic, which is a start, but it's less than fifth of the families in debt. Why were 15,000 families left out? I urge you today to do the best for these families. Open a 60-day window for families with outstanding water bill debt as of September 28th to self-report with a clear and well-advertised understanding that they will have all debts from before that date canceled. Do it as if you were doing it for the Lord. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Avalos. That is the extent. Oh no, I actually have one more. Mr. Ed Handel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Handel.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Ed Handel. I live in Ward 1, and I'm not a paid speaker. I am speaking on behalf of the Our Water Tucson Coalition and its 17 endorsing local organizations and community leaders. We want to thank you for approving the differential rates plan back in June, and we urge you to reaffirm that decision today. The drought situation has gotten even worse since June. We're headed for a Tier 2 drought next year, and the director of the Arizona Department of Water Resources recently said that Lake Mead and Lake Powell could both fall to dead pool, meaning we won't be able to pull any water from them in the near future if we don't act soon. Differential rates could both fall to... I'm hearing myself in the echo of this. Okay. Differential rates will help if we don't act soon. Are you guys hearing an echo, or is that just me?
Yes, I'm hearing an echo, but I think you have to turn off whatever. If you have like your computer on or something else on, you have to turn it off. Or mute it completely.
Okay, let's try this. I didn't have anything else on, but I'm trying a different headset. Okay, let's see. Where was I? Oh yeah, so Lake Mead and Lake Powell could fall to dead pool, meaning we couldn't pull any water from them in the near future if we don't act soon. And differential rates will help to rein in sprawl and stop our dwindling water supply from being spread too thin. And that's a critical first step in the long journey ahead to ensure that this region is habitable for our grandchildren. But in addition to reaffirming your vote on differential rates in June, we're also calling on you to fulfill the promise you made that day to cancel debt for families impacted by COVID-19. A few weeks ago, you voted to cancel debt for the 3,000 families who had self-reported as having been affected by the pandemic, which is a good start, but it's less than 1/5 of the families in debt. So why were 15,000 families left out? I can't imagine that anybody honestly believes that those families weren't affected by a global pandemic and mass economic unrest. The most troubling part is that the community was never told that they would have to jump through the hoops and self-report in order to receive the debt relief. I think leaving out 15,000 families because of the unannounced criteria and an unannounced deadline is not fair, and it's contrary to due process. So I would just urge you to imagine being a working class family in Tucson who fell behind on your water bills because of the widespread economic chaos caused by the pandemic, And then imagine the relief you felt in June when your mayor and city council voted to cancel your debt and give you a fresh start. That's fantastic, and they would be delighted. But then imagine how you'd feel if 3 months later it turned out that because you chose to wait for the promised debt relief rather than self-reporting and starting a COVID payment plan by the unannounced deadline of September 28th, your debt will remain. Wouldn't that unfairness make you feel pretty disillusioned and bitter about your government? I really don't think you want to make 15,000 families feel that way. But luckily, there is a simple solution. The Our Water Tucson Coalition is calling on you to open a 60-day window for families with outstanding water bill debt as of September 28th to self-report with a clear and well-advertised understanding that they will have all debt from before that date canceled. You have a chance to do something historic for your community here if you make this right for the other 15,000 families. So we strongly urge you to act quickly to open this 60-day period and ensure that it's well advertised. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hendel. That is the extent of the speakers that I have, Mr. Clerk. So I am going to entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved, Your Honor. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? This public hearing is closed. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11881 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11881 relating to water, amending the Tucson Code, Chapter 27, Water, Article 2, Rates and Charges, Section 27-32 and Section 27-33, monthly potable water service charges by adding rates for Tucson water customers in unincorporated Pima County beginning in fiscal year 2022, making legislative findings, setting an effective date, and replacing the provisions of ordinance number 11846 adopted June 22nd, 2021.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor.
Mr. Cunningham?
Your Honor, before I make my motion, I have a few comments that I wanted to make pretty clear. Number one is we haven't really had a study session item detailing the cost service analysis that was made. The cost service analysis ultimately found that there was a 9 to 26% variance between in-city and out-of-city customers. The other thing that we talked about today, as Steve brought it up earlier this afternoon, was we have a tax equity issue countywide, and it's as I said back in June, this isn't ill will. This is we just need government to be doing what it's supposed to be doing. We need the state government to be doing its constitutional things, the county and the city following its charter. So those are the first pieces. About the 60 days, it's totally ideal for me to entertain that. I actually think we should do it. I'm not sure if it's part of the scope of this motion. I think that's actually a separate item, but I'm willing to agendize that and have that discussion at our next council meeting. I don't think that's a tall request. I'd like to be able to analyze the numbers before we move forward with it, but it's definitely an idea that is at least worth this council's time to examine, and I'd likely be in support of that measure in some form. But for this particular item, I want to get through what the task at hand is. And the task at hand is to reaffirm what we did back in June and ensure that we're getting it done. As far as the agenda item for the 60-day window, I will make sure to have a memo from my office at agenda tomorrow. But I move that we pass and adopt ordinance 11881 with the additional direction that the revenues be generated for the expenditure for the purposes previously approved by the mayor and council in June. With respect to expenditure, except that with respect to the expenditures to assist customers negatively impacted by COVID, those expenditures not be limited to a one-time appropriation. And that's the extent of my motion. That covers us to be able to do the 60-day thing later, and that fits with us affirming and demonstrating what we need to do. So that's my motion.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. No further discussion. Okay, I think we have to go to roll call. Mr. Clerk.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
I'm sorry, too many. Aye.
Alta Cruz,
Aye.
Fimbres,
Aye.
Romero,
Aye.
Kulik,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
I don't want to keep you in suspense. Aye.
Ordinance 11881 passes by a vote of 7-0. Okay, thank you so much, colleagues. Item 9.
Hearing amending Chapter 23B, the Unified Development Code text amendments to allow accessory dwelling units. Hearing ordinance number 11880.
City Manager's communication number 324 dated October 19th is received into and made part of the record. All those in attendance, either virtually or in person, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on a proposed Unified Development Code text amendment that would allow for accessory dwelling units in zones that allow residential use. We will have a public hearing first. I didn't know, Mr. Clark, if you wanted to do a brief presentation first or wait until after the public hearing to do your presentation.
Honorable Mayor Romero, I can very quickly frame the issue, the process, the recommendation, and then I think followed by your public hearing.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Clark.
Alrighty. Thank you very much. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Tonight with me is Corin Manning, my planning administrator, Daniel Bursick, principal planner, Liz Morales, director of HCD, and Ann Chineka, deputy director of HCD. I'll be discussing very briefly the process we went through, the recommendations that came out of that process, some concerns we've heard, and potential recommendations to address that. And very briefly, an accessory dwelling unit is a secondary structure that is primarily used for aging in place, relatives, and occasionally providing additional income for homeowners. So that is the ADU. The proposal before you tonight, as recommended by the Planning Commission, would amend the UDC to allow accessory dwelling units. 1 unit per lot would be allowed. The limit on size would be 1,000 square feet for lots that are greater than 7,000 square feet. And for lots that are less than 7,000 square feet, the max size would be 750 square feet. It would require 1 parking space, except for areas where transit is in proximity, meaning a quarter mile. It would require a cool roof to mitigate urban heat island effects. And the ADU would be required to comply with the zoning standards in place for that zone in regards to height, setbacks, and lot coverage. This was a substantial public process that occurred. There was 9 meetings of a 40-member stakeholder group, 3 public meetings in February, 4 public meetings in May, attended by well over 400 people. We received 78 online comments, and we had 559 responses to our survey, with the majority of those respondents saying they support the ADU proposal. This was a very diverse outreach process. Materials were available in both English and Spanish. Postcards were mailed to all neighborhood associations. Videos were produced describing the ADUs, what they look like, who uses them, where they could be used. We had plenty of local news coverage regarding this issue. And of course, we've maintained a website with information and FAQs throughout the process. So the 2 councils appointed by Mayor and Council that review land use and housing, here's the summary of what they did. They had a study session and public hearing that was continued to a second meeting. Over 100 comments were received. 30 people spoke at the public hearing, and ultimately the Planning Commission voted 9-0 to approve the ADU ordinance as presented to Mayor and Council. They also recommended that Mayor and Council direct staff to develop programs that would support affordability and conduct a review of the program in 24 months. The second Mayor and Council Commission is the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development. They reviewed the proposal in multiple meetings, and they have submitted a letter of support for the ordinance as written. Casitas in Tucson, this is not new. Prior to 1948, with the adoption of Tucson's first zoning code, casitas were authorized. When the first zoning code came in, casitas were not authorized. So many of the ADUs you see in Tucson right now are prior to 1948, and the ones that have developed since then probably started off as sleeping quarters or a pottery studio and became quietly over time an ADU. So many other casitas are built as guest houses. They were not permitted. And so this amendment to the UDC would allow these existing ADUs that are not compliant to come in under an amnesty program, which would have us inspect the property and ensure that the public health, life, safety requirements are met. The key issues that we have heard, one is group dwellings. Well, the reality here is in R1 districts, group dwellings are not permitted. ADUs would be included in calculating the overall site occupancy, which is you can't have more than 4 unrelated persons on one lot. So regardless if you have 2 structures, you still cannot have more than 4 unrelated people on the lot. The other thing we're seeing is group dwellings, or correction, ADUs are typically used by the family or for rental income. The real estate investment trust, that has begun to pick up in California, but talking to local architects, they're stating that they don't pencil out yet as an investment tool for the real estate investment trust. That may change over time based on market conditions, but that's not what our local architects are telling us. The key issues that we identified between Planning Commission and now is we've heard concerns about the size of the ADU, where people believe that 1,000 square feet is too great, and in particular in central Tucson, where you have very dense development and small lots. We have a recommendation in here, so you choose to consider it, that change the lot size to 8,000 square feet. That would allow you to build 8,000 square foot ADU. So you're increasing the size of the lot that you allow a larger ADU to go on. And for lots under 8,000 square feet, the size would be restricted to 750 square feet. The other concern we've heard a lot about is the maximum height of an ADU. Currently, we're going with the underlying zoning, which is 25 feet, which would allow 2-story ADUs. You could set a maximum height of an ADU at 16,000 or 16 feet, 1 story. Or you could look at a method for allowing someone to request additional height through the design development option that we do for existing projects in other categories where we're seeking reduced setbacks or additional heights on fences. So that is something we could do. We've heard about the requirement for owner occupancy. We've heard a lot about this. So we're thinking if you wanted to consider that, a 1-year owner occupancy requirement for sites with ADUs verified through our process. And then finally, inclusion of a sunset date on the ADU program. After consulting with the city attorney, staff is recommending a 5-year sunset date. And the reason why is it would reduce our liability through 207, and 5 years gives us enough time to gather data on the program and make informed recommendations back to Mayor and Council. So subject to your questions, that concludes my brief presentation, and I will stop talking.
So before we go into discussion, I want to make sure that we open up the public hearing and that we hear from the community, and we have a long list of people that want to speak. The public hearing will be 1 hour, and so I'm going to try and fit in as many individuals that want to speak as possible. If you hear others making your points, unless it's absolutely necessary for you to make that point, please conclude your remarks so that you can allow as many people as possible to speak. So with that, I am going to open up the public hearing. Again, speakers do have 5-minute presentations, but if you've heard your points before, make sure that you wrap up your comments so that you can allow as many people as want to speak as possible. So we've got 1 hour. Please come forward when I call your name. Unmute yourself by pressing *6. Make sure that you state your name, whether or not you live in the city of Tucson, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. So with that, I'm going to start calling names. I'm going to call on Shariah Jimenez. Shariah Jimenez, press *6 if you'd like to make sure that we're hearing you.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. My name is Shariah Jimenez. I am a small business owner here in the south side of Tucson. I am not being paid by anyone to speak. I am speaking again from the perspective of being a woman-owned small business and doing design and permitting. And pretty much what I do for a living is permitting. I kind of sell permits, and so and I do a lot of I'm doing a lot of small residential design, and I just have to say that these projects are very, very difficult to pull off. There's a lot of constraints. We are putting just as much and more constraints on this type of development, especially now with these these concessions that may be made. And my fear is that the more that we try to restrict this, the less it's going to be able to be used and used widely. It's also going to be almost impossible to use without the help of professionals, which again is going to make this more cost prohibitive. So again, I just fundamentally for me, again, as a small business owner trying to pull off these small projects, people just doing small things like remodels and additions. It's just, there's a lot of constraints put on these small projects that really kill them actually. And most people just don't even want to bother with going through the permit process because of how difficult it is to get a permit. And then when you start adding, again, all these additional constraints. So that's my main concern. And I would really urge the council to please try to respect the public process as it has gone so far. There were a lot of compromises made, including putting size restrictions on this amendment, which doesn't exist anywhere else on any other form of housing in the code. In the UDC. So I would really, and we put a lot of time into the public process. I've been participating in all the events, and I really do feel strongly that the code as amended, as it is being put forth now, is a good compromise and a good middle ground between all the stakeholders. Thank you very much, and that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. Tanya Nunez.
Hello, can you hear me, Mayor and Council?
Yes, Ms. Nunez, remember to state your name, whether or not you live in the city, whom you are representing, whether or not you are a paid speaker.
Yeah, so my name is Tanya Nunez. I'm a resident of Tucson, live in Ward 3, and I'm not a paid speaker. So yeah, I've been living in Ward 3. However, I'm about to move out because the house I'm currently renting is just too high for me to afford without roommates. And luckily, I have family I'll be living with. But I'm unsure what many of us do without that kind of support, right, of family and stuff, because the housing situation right now is really not like I've ever seen before. Rent for a 2-bedroom has, significantly increased. And like I said, it's nearly impossible for working people to afford rent without roommates, let alone afford buying a house. The prospects for millennials to own their own homes are very low, and, homelessness has skyrocketed, not just in places like LA and New York, but here as well. And, many people don't know what the future looks for them in terms of housing. We never had a public health crisis on the scale of COVID-19 at the same time as the economic crisis that we're going through right now. And so people are truly feeling these hard repercussions of something that is completely out of their control. And so to do with ADUs, I just feel, obviously I think ADUs have a potential to help seniors, create intergenerational wealth, increase density, all those things, but it doesn't guarantee affordable housing at all or for protections for tenants. It's very easy for landlords to decide to rent ADUs to more affluent people, such as, wealthy college students who are only here temporarily, or turn ADUs into Airbnbs. More so, many ADUs are not owned by intergenerational families, but wealthy investors. My partner actually lives in an ADU owned by someone who lived in Seattle, and he actually had 2 ADUs in his house, in his backyard, and my partner was paying way more than the fair market price. So the housing market right now is very competitive, and longtime Tucson families and residents who want a place to settle down are being outbid by investors and short-term renters. So it's for these reasons that ADUs don't necessarily, guarantee diversity either. Personally, what I've seen in the last decade is gentrification. Long-time poor and middle-class residents are being displaced by more affluent residents. There has been a lot of focus on investing in student and luxury apartments, but not a lot of support in housing development for working and particularly low-income families. If we really truly want to implement social justice and racial justice, we need to implement economic justice, and that means affordable housing first and foremost. It means the decommodification of housing, and housing as a right and not for profit. Not only is there an imperative need for public housing, for rent control, for tenant protections, but there's a great potential to build something better and more innovative for our community and for our future generations, something that could benefit all of us in the community, not just the highest bidders and property owners. So I understand there's an urgency to push this, and we could focus on the details later, but I urge there to be deeper community discussion around ADUs and, how it will affect each neighborhood individually, case by case, and, how we can really regulate this process so it doesn't negatively affect tenants and renters, tenants. So I urge you, Mayor and Council, to look at housing solutions beyond ADUs to address the current housing crisis and push initiatives that are more sustainable and put working people's needs first before profit. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nunez. Ryan Stevenson.
Greetings, Honorable Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you. My name is Ryan Stevenson. I am a Ward 6 constituent. I represent no one other than myself, and I am unpaid. I would like to speak generally in support of this ADU ordinance, and I have just prepared a brief statement on some of the changes that I would like to see to the amendment. City of Tucson has lots of plans, including Climate Emergency Declaration and Climate Action Plan, High Capacity Transit Systems Plan, Long Range Regional Transit Plan, Move Tucson, Complete Streets Policy, Thrive in the 05, People, Communities, and Housing Investment Plan, otherwise known as PCHIP, the Age-Friendly Tucson Action Plan, and Plan Tucson. Those plans share many goals and are cross-referential to each other. Goals stated in the planning process of this code amendment include affordable housing, options for seniors, and climate resiliency. To take one statistic from the Age-Friendly Tucson Action Plan, relevant to the goal of providing housing options for seniors. Nationwide, 20% of all people are 60 years of age or older. In the county, 1/4 of our population is over 60. Our population of older adults is not only higher than the national average, but our county is becoming older faster than it is expanding. In fact, between 2010 and 2015, our community grew by 3%, but the population of people aged 60 and over grew by 17.5%. While we attempt to increase the supply of housing in our community with ADUs, requiring additional parking will serve to limit construction, conflict with other possible ordinances, and increase stormwater runoff. City of Tucson planning staff conducted a benchmark analysis of ADUs in other metros. Of the cities, Portland, Minneapolis, San Diego, and even Tempe did not require any additional parking. Moreover, the AARP model ordinance does not provide for additional street parking. In our own community, existing accessory uses such as sleeping quarters, otherwise known as casitas, are already allowed on any residential zone property with residential use, and they do not require additional parking. So why shouldn't we require more parking? Existing height allowances and lot coverage requirements already constrain the potential for implementation. Combined with additional parking requirements, the owner will be forced into an unfortunate scenario whereby the landowner must decide between parking, housing, and tree canopy or vegetation. This could also conflict with other ordinances that are meant to increase mobility or equity. I don't want the well-meaning intentions of this code amendment to result in more impervious surface and consequent stormwater runoff than is necessary. Cool roofs are null and void in combination with more concrete. Instead, the city should manage parking with existing departments and resources. Requiring additional parking will incur extra construction and maintenance costs borne by tenants and rentals, undermining the goals of affordability. It will undermine mobility options, and it will strain our stormwater infrastructure. We have crafted this ordinance under the idea that we are going to increase housing for people. But in America, there are 8 parking spaces to every 1 automobile. My vision is for Tucson to walk, bike, and take transit to meet our basic needs, thereby lowering morbidity, and creating greater opportunity. My call to action to you, Mayor and Council, is to pass this code amendment and do so without any additional parking requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Ms. Josefina Cardenas. Josefina Cardenas. Press *6 to be able to be heard.
Can you hear me now?
See her.
Yes, now I can hear you, Ms. Cardenas. Go ahead.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Josefina Cárdenas in Ward 1, representing myself, and no, I'm not getting paid. I thank you for this opportunity to speak. It's good to hear the good news, and so felicidades, señor Councilmember Ingrid, and feliz cumpleaños, happy birthday, Councilmember Speed. As we know, and it's been said that casitas have been existing, well, at least in our barrios, and I'm familiar with other barrios as well. That's how we have been able to keep our families together and support each other. And also have in mind that maybe some of those ADUs, casitas, are not in compliance, and how neighbors can also fear if they are not meet the city code. So either way, how you decide, if for or against, I'm hoping that this will be a tool that will enhance our barrios and our neighborhoods and offer more opportunities of housing needs within our family, and that it be also a tool against gentrification, because even though there's still casitas in the barrios and the whole properties sell for one reason or the other, and new people do come in and they develop them differently. So I'm hoping that during this process you will keep an eye on how it is affecting the neighborhoods, the barrios, because we are for the AAU, but at the same time, how do we take care of each other and support each other and form the community we need to form, especially with all these difficulties that we've been going through, and it's even getting more because of the housing needs within our community. So I'm sure Ward 1 will be taking an eye on everything that's going on in our barrios, and I'm expecting everyone else will be as well. Councilmember Jimenez, Mayor, and that we really see this work, because as I said, casitas have always been there. Are we going to invest them or demolish them or support us even more? And that it be a tool, a good one. Gracias y buenas noches.
Buenas noches, Josefina. Great to hear your voice. Our next speaker is Diana Lett. Diana Lett. And let me remind speakers that you have to press *6 if you are muted. Mr. Clerk?
She just unmuted, Your Honor.
Diana, you there?
Her phone may be muted, Your Honor.
Diana, you might have your phone muted, so unmute your phone and then press *6. All right, I'm gonna try and move on to the next speaker, Valerie Lane.
Hello, can you?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, is this Valerie Lane?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Valerie.
Okay, thank you. And thank you all for letting me speak tonight. I am an architect, a realtor, a teacher at the University School of Architecture. I'm a mom and I live in the Miles neighborhood. I'm just also finishing a year of homeschooling 3 kids in my house. And I just wanted to speak out in support of the ADU ordinance. I think this is my architecture firm, I've been working primarily in the housing industry. I have built several guest houses, bedroom additions, and I'm very close to the needs of the middle class and homeowners. And I support the ADU because it is not, and you may have heard and you may continue to hear from people about how this is an answer to affordable housing, climate change, aging in place. And I want to just reiterate that this is an answer to some of those things, but not the answer. Really, I think I see the ADU ordinance as a way to support the struggling middle class. This sort of zoning really offers middle class people a lot of flexibility in their housing options, a way to make a passive income stream. They can use it on Airbnb, they can have a family member live there, they can support a friend, they could have an office. So there's a lot of options opening up for middle class residents in our city. And I'd also like to remind you all that we have a lot of things in place already that regulate things like, for example, building heights are already dictated in the zoning code. Parking, we have the Parkwise department to monitor that. We've got lending regulations and taxation to monitor ownership, home ownership, and occupancy. And so we cannot undermine the processes that are by this amendment that are already regulated by other entities. And additionally, I want to remind you that every single piece of property is unique. Every neighborhood in the city is unique. And these ADUs are not going to go without review by those neighborhoods and overlay zones that are already in place. So the sense of place in these neighborhoods already have mechanisms in place to preserve the character of each neighborhood. And finally, adding these sort of additional stipulations like owner occupancy, building heights, and even the sunset clause really creates extra paperwork for the architects and developers and homeowners. And those are things that architects and developers will find easily. They'll find a way to get through them easily, whereas homeowners will not. And so additional stipulations like those really will continue to make it inaccessible to regular residents and homeowners. they'll become loopholes that developers can figure out how to exploit. So I think it's important to remember that this ordinance is really set up at its foundation to support Tucson middle-class residents. And I think that something like a sunset clause also indicates to the city around us that we're not fully behind this kind of progressive zoning change. So thank you very much. I think that's all.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lane. I do have Sonia Norman as well. Ms. Norman?
I don't see her, Your Honor.
Okay. Corky Poster? Corky?
Can you hear me now? Yes, can you hear me?
Now we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor, members of the City Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Corky Poster. I'm a proud resident of Ward 5 in the Miles neighborhood, and I've lived there for 47 years. I wanted to just talk a little bit about the ADU. I'm an architect and a planner, and I've spent my entire career developing affordable housing. I'm closing in on about 5,000 units of affordable housing that I've built. And so I know a little bit about the subject. And I want to reinforce what Valerie said, that this is not a magic wand for affordable housing, but it is one very, very inexpensive way to promote grassroots efforts on the parts of families to be able to make improvements to their property, house their elders, house their children, and really make a big difference. I was a member of the stakeholders group for almost an entire year. I went to every meeting. I went to every public meeting. I put a lot of time and effort into this. And I want to urge the mayor and council to pass the ADU ordinance as recommended by the consensus process, as recommended by unanimous vote of your planning commission. And you all know that a unanimous vote out of your planning commission is rare. And also the vote of your other commission for housing equity. We have participated in an elaborate process, and I think it's important that you honor that process and not modify the proposal that's gone forward by last-minute efforts by a handful of neighborhoods that really are trying to short-circuit the effort that has gone on for this past year. I want to speak specifically against 3 of the items that have been raised and urge you not to take the compromises that appear to be being floated by the Planning and Development Services Department. Number 1, I would urge you not to add an owner occupancy requirement. As you all know, 50% of our community lives in rental housing, and to take away the opportunity for renters to participate in the kind of intergenerational families and housing their children and housing friends really is unfair and an additional burden on folks that are already housing burdened. Second of all, it makes no sense to me to limit the height beyond the existing zoning for that height. In other words, anyone can build anywhere on the lot with the appropriate setbacks today, a house or a house addition. So it makes no sense to specifically target ADUs for limits on height. That makes no sense to me. And as a planner and an architect, I simply don't understand it. As a building gets taller in all of our zones, the distance from the property increases. So there's already a self-regulating privacy question. And then finally, I would urge you not to pass a sunset clause. Again, it shows a tentative approval of this important way of dealing with housing and density in our community. It puts a substantial burden on your staff. And as someone who's always trying to get something through your planning and development services department, the waits are very long, and asking your staff to do more work then the brilliant work they've already done on the ADU is really inappropriate. It's important, I think, to honor the great work that your staff has done. This is the best community process I've seen in my career, and I urge you to approve the ADU code text amendment as recommended by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Corky. I'm going to call again in Diana Lett. Diana Lett. Diana, are you there?
I can hear you, but I can't unmute. I'm dialing again.
No. We can hear you. You're on. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, thank God. Honorable Mayor Romero, Vice Mayor Lee, and council members, my name is Diana Lett. I reside in Tucson at 1309 North 1st Avenue. That address is in the Feldman's National Register Historic District and NPZ. I'm speaking as an individual tonight, not as a representative of a neighborhood association. I am not a paid speaker. I have lived at the same address for 35 years. I've worked on land use issues as a citizen volunteer for 25 years. And I served on the ADU Stakeholders Committee. In my written comment, I asked you to incorporate all 4 potential modifications to the draft ordinance presented in the October 15th memorandum by Scott Clark. Those are all bona fide recommendations that citizen volunteers have made. I'd like to say more about the ADU size, and then if time permits, the remaining 3 items. The ADU size modification would allow the maximum lot size for 750 square foot ADUs to increase from 7,000 square feet to 8,000 square feet. And that's a recommendation that I made. It is important to me personally and to other people who live in historic neighborhoods around the university, because the lots there are approximately 7,500 square feet. But the homes are generally around 1,000 square feet, sometimes considerably less than 1,000 square feet. So if we allow 1,000 square foot ADUs in that area, they are not accessory structures. They are dominant structures on the lot. If we restrict them to 750 square feet, then they are true accessory structures. I'm going to give you an example from a property that I own. The primary structure is a single-story 805 square foot house. The guest house is a single-story 219 square foot house. The guest house is a garage conversion that was done in 1937. It is representative of the historic period in Feldman's neighborhood. That's something that those of us who favor historic preservation would like to keep, some kind of a reasonable ratio between the original primary structure and the ADU. I understand that SHPO has informed PDSD staff that having a structure, an alleged accessory structure that looms over the original house and is larger than the original house will not cause loss of contributing status. I don't buy it. I've been around long enough to see SHPO change their criteria for determining the status of contributing structures more than once. So I'm very skeptical that allowing 1,000 square feet ADUs in historic districts will not ultimately be very problematic. I do want to remind you that the city of Tucson has spent millions of dollars in support of historic preservation. That includes moving historical bungalows on Broadway and on Speedway, establishing the HBZs and NPZs, assisting to establish National Register historic districts, and assisting to list individual structures on the National Register of Historic Places. This massive investment over the course of 47 years should be honored by crafting the ADU text amendments in a manner that continues this tradition of historic preservation. And my last comment on size is I want to address the idea that a 750 square foot ADU cannot have 2 bedrooms. The historic floor plan in my neighborhood is a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house of 600 to 750 square feet. And many of the houses still remain within that original floor plan, which obviously is workable. Allowed building height, I think I've covered. Owner occupancy. So the potential modification enumerated by Scott Clark is a 1-year owner occupancy requirement. That's really very modest. I was hoping to ask for a 5-year owner occupancy requirement. All the center city neighborhoods are experiencing the phenomenon of real estate investors outcompeting ordinary buyers who would be owner occupants.
30
and
seconds.
Sometimes this is by offering cash. The ADU text amendments as written would allow investors to promptly double their rental income. So I'm going to ask you for an owner occupancy requirement as a change to the draft ordinance as written. Also advocate for a 5-year sunset date. Okay.
Appreciate it. We're done with your 5 minutes. We have a long list of people, so thank you,
Okay,
Diana.
sure,
Really
sure.
appreciate your input. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ian Wan. Ian Wan.
No, Your Honor.
All righty. Mark Clark, Mark Clark.
Members of the City Council, my name is W. Mark Clark. I'm a proud resident of Ward 2. I am speaking to you tonight in my capacity as the President and CEO of Pima Council on Aging, and I guess in that capacity you could say I'm being paid. But speaking to you as I do these days about the concerns of older adults, the folks that we serve, advocate for, and support, and of course those who love and care for them. I was a member of the stakeholder group, and I'm proud to serve as a member of your commission, as an ex officio member of your Commission on Equitable Housing and Development. I think you've heard a lot of good words about the process. We are very supportive of this ADU process as it came out of the Planning Commission. That having been said, my primary goal is to see an ADU ordinance pass, and I understand the challenges and concerns of many individuals and organizations in the community. I believe that we can probably support an ordinance with staff's recommended alternatives. My least favorite modification would be the owner occupancy modification because of concerns we've heard in other jurisdictions about negative impacts on the ability of owners to secure financing to do development work. You've got a lot of other folks to listen to tonight, and so I think that's all I need to say. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I really appreciate it. Michael Collins.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Mr. Collins.
Thank you very much. So I am not being paid. I am speaking for myself. I don't live in Tucson. I actually used to live in Reno, currently in Southern California. I've been to Tucson 3 times in the last 5 weeks. I want to move there if I can find affordable housing. A little bit about myself. I am a single person. I have a dog. I don't have a car. I don't really want a car. I want to live near downtown Tucson, near transit and amenities. I guess I'm calling to support the ADU changes. I think this is a really positive sign. Reno tried and briefly tried and failed to enact one of these ordinances to liberalize ADU development. state of California famously did this from the state legislature because cities would not take action during the housing crisis that's been going on for a long time in California. So I just really want to say that this is a really important priority. Affordable housing is important, but how do we get to affordable housing? It comes from diversity, right? So some people are happy with apartments. Some people, townhomes make more sense. Sometimes a cottage or, an ADU makes sense. I just think it's really important for, a wide range of housing types to be supported throughout the city, not just in one neighborhood, not just in one place, but all over the place. I think that's really important. I know that there's historic districts, and I think it's important to preserve historic buildings, but I think, having an entire district that's off limits in some way to ADU development is very hazardous, because then people will use the historic preservation designation potentially in the future to stop development that they don't want to see for non-historic reasons. So I think it's really important that this move forward. Sounds like there's been a very in-depth process, which I missed out on, but there was a process that came out of the Planning Commission, and I hope that the ordinance is changed based on that process and not afterward, following further restrictions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Connie Cooper? Connie Cooper?
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Corinne Cooper. I'm representing myself as an unpaid speaker. I'm a resident of the Campus Farms neighborhood, and as someone who's been working to prevent evictions for the last 18 months, I'm painfully aware that there's a critical shortage of affordable housing in Tucson. In particular, we're seeing older residents losing housing that they have occupied for years and sometimes decades, because rents are rising beyond their means and because landlords are refusing to renew leases. I strongly support this amendment. This proposal is a step to addressing the shortage of affordable housing in Tucson. And as others have said, it's not going to solve the problem, but it's certainly a step in the right direction. And specifically, I want to oppose any limitation requiring owner occupancy. While I understand the underlying concerns of those who are advocating for this, the fact is that any such limitation will effectively prevent any mortgage financing of ADUs. And this means that only the wealthy would be able to take advantage of the ADU proposal. As a result, I'm asking the mayor and city council not to include any owner occupancy in the ADU proposal and to accept it and adopt it as it was passed by the zoning board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cooper. Colby Henley?
I don't see them, Your Honor.
Okay. Lois Pollack?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I think.
You can hear me.
Is this Ms. Lois Pollack?
You bet.
All right, go
Okay.
ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Lois Pollack, a 28-year resident and 10-year president of the Garden District neighborhood, and I'm not a paid speaker. We are a 1 square mile, 3,200 households, 6,500 resident neighborhood. I applaud the efforts put forth by residents and the Planning Department and Planning Commission in their efforts to attack the affordable housing issue, but I oppose the changes to ADU ordinance as they are currently written. This is a very complex issue and should not be decided without a detailed impact study by an independent, qualified, contracted company as to how proposed changes will affect the city, its neighborhoods, and its residents. It will have the effect to further irreversible blight in neighborhoods forever, which is what seems to occur in low-income, high-rental areas in Tucson, of which Garden District is. Unfortunately, the efforts that have been put forth by the City Planning Department to this point appear to be based on their opinions as to what will work for all homeowners and renters in all neighborhoods in the city, with a tiny, almost insignificant amount of input from the 540,000 residents of Tucson. Even though input has increased, it hasn't even reached the level of the Barnum Hill Zoo issue, yet this ADU change will have much more impact on the community and the resulting landscape, basically, of Tucson. A high amount of input has been received from investment companies, architects, builders, and large organizations such as AARP and PCOA, which all have something in common: increasing density in our already stressed neighborhoods. And if they are for-profit companies, their interest is pretty much strictly for profit. The ordinance as currently proposed will further erode neighborhoods by increasing density beyond what the current infrastructure can accommodate. Our roads are crumbling. We have few sidewalks, if any. I have people sitting on bus benches that are in the streets on Pima, the main streets. We have few trees. Our crime is high. Our rental percentage is already 70 to 90%, with a very high percentage of code issues and a very high percent of rental owners who care nothing about trees or maintaining the interior or exterior of their apartments and homes. Additionally, we have one part-time park, which is available about 20% of the day for our 6,500 residents. This current situation does not create a high quality of life being enjoyed by those in HOAs and neighboring communities such as Juarita, Oro Valley, Vail, and Marana. Adding ADUs is not going to increase our quality of life. It's going to complicate it and reduce it. Just in the last year, approximately 80 to 90% of our homes and rental units have been sold to investment companies, many of which are nationwide investors, not the local one or two homeowner buyers. This has removed the ability for families to own homes. Stuffing more homes onto lots does nothing to increase home ownership. The proposed changes are making investors salivate, as they will be able to double their investment with 2 homes on each lot they buy. This will not reduce the price of rent, but increase it because it is all about making a profit. Without something like a homeowner owning the main building of a lot, you will have no buy-in. It's all about profit. For the last 4 to 5 years, all homes for sale in our area have been advertised as having multiple dwellings. Now, I mean, all the homes that have multiple dwellings were always advertised as having a second ADU, even though the owner knows it was not permitted. The ADUs in Garden District are generally sheds or garages that have been converted using the bare minimum building materials, resulting in living quarters that do not complement with the original architecture of the home whatsoever. Due to the age of our homes, most built in the 1940s, ADUs are on the property lines and don't meet setbacks and never will, which will then be encouraged to be accepted through the amnesty program, even though they were not intended to be living quarters when originally built. Right now, it is up to neighborhood associations and residents to turn in any suspected unpermitted ADUs to the cities, and the city has an inability or unwillingness to police this issue. These additional homes have created issues because high percentage are rentals. The ADUs are generally not enhancing our neighborhood, but are just revenue sources for investors. And currently, the city is unwilling to enforce codes such as rental owners having to have a local fiduciary, tying the hands of code enforcement and police.
Time.
So generally, adding more will not be good. This should also, just really quickly, this should be enacted.
Ms. Paula, come to a conclusion, please, because we do have others waiting.
Yeah. This is not an equitable solution. It should be enacted on a trial basis in a small area before it's allowed to be rolled out into the neighborhoods. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pollack. Lee Marsh.
Can you hear me okay?
I think.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes, now we can. Go ahead, Mr. Marsh.
Wonderful. Yeah, my name is Lee Marsh. I'm a property owner and resident of Tucson. I speak entirely on my own behalf this evening. I'm not a paid speaker. Thank you so much for hearing me. And I think actually most of the points that I wanted to make have already been sort of made by other speakers in some way, shape, or form. So I'm going to kind of skip my concluding remarks. Ultimately, I kind of think that we're overthinking this. I think both the threats and the benefits are being sort of overstated, but this seems like a really obvious and easy thing to do to increase the housing stock. And I think that there is people that are already thinking about how to incorporate ADUs into affordable housing programs, ways of using ADUs for affordable housing. So I think that's really important because affordable housing is something that's really important to everyone. It's something the community really needs. And of course, blood-sucking house flippers are a real threat, and it's a friend to no one. But I think the greater fear is making an ordinance that's sort of useless to everyone. And particularly if there are nonprofits, for instance, that would be finding ways to use ADUs as sort of an affordable housing program. And I think the other greater fear is just not doing anything to create affordable housing. I hope that if anything comes out of this public hearing, it's that public officials really hear and understand how important that is to the community. I don't think this is going to be a magic bullet to solve all of these problems, but I think it's time to pull the trigger. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marsh. Miranda Schubert.
Hello, can you hear me?
Now we can. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Miranda Schubert. I live in Ward 6. I'm an unpaid speaker, and I'm presenting this statement on behalf of Tucson for Everyone, a newly formed local chapter of the national nonprofit YIMBY Action. YIMBY stands for Yes in My Backyard. Our focus is advocating for welcoming communities where everyone can thrive and fighting for more inclusive housing policies. Even though I'm speaking on its behalf in this public hearing, it is important to note that Tucson for Everyone is a collaborative effort. The small core of people this happen consists of a diverse range of skills, knowledge, racial and class backgrounds, professions, and lived experiences. And to be clear, the yes in our name does not indicate uncritical and blanket acceptance of any and all policies that lead to more housing at any cost. What the yes does represent is a willingness to have conversations, share information, data, and research, and to approach each other in good faith, especially when there are points of disagreement. We're not interested in being right in debates. What we're passionate about is increasing the diversity, availability, and access of quality housing options for all Tucsonans. In barely 3 days, over 200 Tucson residents from 25 zip codes have signed on to this statement in support of ADUs. Over 200 Tucsonans signed on in support because this one tool as written will help our community break away from harmful, racist, exclusionary zoning practices such as protections for large lots and height restrictions that negatively impact quality of life as explained in a recent video that we shared on our social media, give families more options for living together in multi-generational dwellings, diversify and increase our housing stock, which will make housing more affordable for families and seniors, as well as better serve our changing housing needs, help curtail harmful urban sprawl that endangers wildlife habitat and our water resources. It will also allow for homeowners to create income properties, thus ensuring long-term economic stability and provide an additional pathway to generational wealth. It will stimulate economic development within the construction sector and cultivate a smaller scale segment of the housing industry. And finally, it'll bring illegal units online, thus allowing homeowners to capitalize on the equity of their investments. The statement itself reads, as advocates of inclusive housing policies who envision a future where everybody has access to safe, quality housing near jobs, services, and opportunity, we strongly urge Mayor and Council to promptly adopt the ADU proposal as written. A loud minority of residents have issues with the lot coverage and height requirements in the current draft. However, limiting ADU heights or adjusting the lot coverage will make it unnecessarily difficult for some families with unusual lot configurations to build an ADU. We're in a climate emergency and can't afford to keep facilitating sprawl in order to protect certain individuals' backyard views. The current draft ordinance is a careful balance of the community's input. Changing something like the height requirement could mean someone cannot build an ADU because they wouldn't be able to accommodate the parking requirement with the carriage house style design, for example. These can be already found in desirable neighborhoods like Armory Park and West University. Limiting the building height could also encourage less sustainable building and landscape designs. Staff have conducted a successful public participation effort to inform Tucsonans and incorporate feedback from a diverse set of community members. Staff have been transparent about what could be built under the current language of the ordinance, such as including visuals and presentations and flyers of two-story ADUs, as well as examples of ADUs that are larger than the primary dwelling structure. Changing the ordinance at this point would mean council members are rejecting the work of the community in order to appease a select few. It would be disrespectful of the democratic process to make changes to the ordinance as it is now written. The people who will benefit the most from this ordinance are low-income and working-class families who are struggling to juggle affordable housing, along with the demands of child and senior care, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic. Please do not make modifications that will make this ordinance too restrictive for the typical Tucson family to adhere to, or limit the opportunity for families to increase their potential wealth. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Schubert. Michael Crotchy.
I don't see him, Your Honor.
Lando Gonson. Alrighty. Karan Schreiber. Mr. Clerk, do you see any of these people online?
Yes, Your Honor, both of them are on. I don't believe that either one of them has unmuted though.
Alrighty. Either Lando Gonson or Karan Schreiber, you have to press *6 to unmute.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, this is Burke. I live in Ward 3.
Hello?
I'm not being paid for this. Hello?
I'm sorry, who is this again?
Karen Schreier.
Karen. Alrighty, Karen, let's go with you. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Karen Schreiber. Hello?
Yes, go ahead, introduce yourself, and then you have 5 minutes.
She just muted.
She just muted?
She just muted herself, Your Honor.
Karen?
Hello?
Karen, you have
Yes, hi.
You have to,
My
okay,
name
good.
is Karen Schreiber.
There
I
you
live
go.
in
Go
Ward
ahead.
3. I'm not being paid for this. I'm representing myself and my family. Okay, my name is Karen Schreiber. I live in Ward 3. I'm not being paid for this, and I'm representing myself and my family. Can you hear me?
You might be getting a feedback, so if you can turn off like your computer or anything else that might be giving you feedback, but we can hear you.
Hi. It keeps cutting me off. Yes, you can hear me now?
Yes, we can. We've been hearing you for the past 3 minutes.
Okay. I live in Ward 3 in a historic district where I am. Okay, so I must be getting feedback. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to say that I live in a historic district here in Tucson, and I must tell you that ADUs will not provide low-cost housing in historic districts. The current prices are ranging for well over $1,000. And that's for a garage conversion. That is not going to be low-cost housing. If it's low-cost housing that you're trying to acquire, your Prince project is perfect. And I give you kudos for that whole plan that I've just been reading about. That area would be perfect for condos, multifamily housing, but putting ADUs in historic areas is not going to cause improved low-cost housing. And I also want to say 1,000 square foot is way too huge. My home isn't even that. And many homes, including mine, are not that size. And putting a huge home like that in the back of these historic properties leaves no room for parking, which should not be exempted because it's close to a bus stop. Who thinks that renters use buses? Not in my neighborhood. They're students and they've got their own cars, sometimes 2 and 3 per building. Absolutely. I also want to say, first of all, I want to say kudos for the million trees. That's a fabulous project. For all the parks you're adding and protecting the historic districts and honoring historic businesses, which people aren't acknowledging nearly enough, and widening and improving the roads. You're doing some great projects. But adding ADUs in historic areas in particular is not going to help this town. It's not going to give affordable housing, and it's going to destroy the national preservation zones that have been so protected by the federal government as well as the Tucson. It's an important thing to preserve. If you want to do more projects, and I look around and I've traveled a lot, the current trend for housing, multifamily housing, is to have downstairs retail buildings, restaurants, shops, and above that, the stories above, is rental units. That's what young people and old people both are looking for, a convenient way of life. They don't want to take care of gardens. They don't want to maintain a home. That's what they're looking for. So as far as granny flats, I'm old. I wouldn't live in a granny flat on the back of an alley behind someone's house. The way to go is for condos and buildings, utilizing some of the old existing buildings that were shopping centers, converting them into a higher, not major high rise, but 10 or 12-story buildings maybe, with development downstairs where people can just walk downstairs to different shops, restaurants, boutiques, upscale little places that will improve the area and not have what appears to be low-cost housing, but rather trendy housing that people would want to live in. That is a much better way than to put little garage-type buildings on alleys with no place to park. It just, I'm sorry, it just doesn't make sense. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think we do have Landell Gonson, and after Ms. Gonson or Mr. Gonson, we will finish off with Glenda Avalos.
Landell needs to press *6 to unmute. There we go.
Okay, I have unmuted myself.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is not Landell Gonson. That's just my email. My name is Leslie Clausen Gonzalez, and I reside in Feldman's. I am a new resident, homeowner to Tucson. I chose to come here and live in an historic district, and I also want to put a guest house in my backyard for my friends and family. But my home is 700 square feet, 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. Quite enough room for me and my husband. So I'm happy to see the recommendations that were presented before this started on those of us that are concerned about, the larger houses, the taller houses that might overshadow, our wonderful little houses in communities here like in Feldman's. I am all for multicultural, multi-generational neighborhoods. My husband and I are retired. We're in our 60s and 70s, and we love living somewhere where we just have a diversity of community. But I want this to be something that is for all Tucsonans, and I believe that the recommendations that are being put forth at least address my concerns about the ADUs. I thank you for your time and for listening to me, and have a great evening.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, and I'm sorry about that. That's the name that I had listed.
That's okay.
Glenda Avalos.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Avalos.
Good evening once more. I live in an unincorporated area in the southwest part of town, and I am not a paid speaker. I am speaking for myself. As I was hoping to get an insight into the meetings of the stakeholder group that was created to provide advice in the development of this code amendment for the ADUs, I looked through the list provided in the agenda. I reached out to some of the individuals that I knew. Here is one reply. Hi, Glenda. I stopped attending. The dwelling on technical details was nothing that we could contribute to. These consistent meetings seem designed to exclude or wear down ordinary folks. I regret to say, the idea that ADUs as conceived by the city as a gift for more opportunities for those with money to afford building them and profit from them, and not for those hurting and wanting to hold families together, seems to cast a shadow for me over the whole enterprise. If this is to be a gift to those in need, which will truly benefit the city, I don't see it. I see the beneficiaries, those with the most money and resources. I'm sure any ordinance, any decision can have beneficial benefits and negative effects, but for whom is the question. And like some ideas that seem right in theory, miss the mark when put into practice. Housing is an immense issue now, and out-of-town investors and realtors are, I believe, a huge threat to our future. If they are not stopped, controlled in some way, all of this ADU debate seems to me somewhat diversory band-aids dealing with symptoms. Is that the best we can do? That's the end of his email. Their attendance was minimal because meetings were scheduled during a weekday from 8 to 5, a work day. It would be good to see a list of individual attendance, not just a number for each meeting held, to see who really participated. All meetings in February and May were virtual, excluding all without internet access. The stakeholder group neighborhoods were mostly north of Broadway. Although there were meetings held, according to the information from the agenda, only 8 were registered from South Side neighborhoods. No confirmation if they actually attended. So remembering my beautiful mom's words, si vas a hacer algo, hazlo mejor. If you're going to do something, do it to the best. I urge Mayor and Council to slow down this process, have a larger, deeper community discussion with the rest of the neighborhoods, and study any unintended consequences and how to mitigate them before passing this ordinance. Thank you.
Alrighty, that is the conclusion of the allotted time. Actually, I went 10 minutes ahead for an hour and 10 minutes. So is there anyone on the mayor and council that would like to close the public hearing or? Alrighty, so there is a motion to close the public hearing. There's a second to close the public hearing. All those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? This public hearing is closed. Alrighty, so what is, first, actually, let's have the clerk read the ordinance, which is ordinance 11880 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11880 relating to planning and zoning, amending the Tucson Code, Chapter 23B, Unified Development Code, Sections 4.8.3, 4.8.4, 4.8.5, 4.8.6, 4.8.9, 6.6.1, 6.6.2, 6.6.3, 6.6.4, and 11.3.7, and setting an effective date.
Alrighty, thank you so much. What is the council's pleasure? Councilmember Kozaczek? And then Councilmember Santa Cruz. Go ahead.
So first of all, I want to thank all the people who participated in the process. There's been a lot of input. We have probably more in our inboxes for this agenda item than most agenda items in terms of emails and all that. I'll share my thoughts on this. In most of the neighborhoods in Midtown, we have over 80% rentals, and most of those are absentee landlords. And I would say that none of them are looking at this as a way to provide affordable caregiver quarters. Zillow did an analysis last week. The housing prices in the 85719 are up 29% since August of last year, and the average price in that zip code, which is the area right around campus, is $326,000. So adding a rental unit to the backyard is simply going to increase that value. I want to support moving the ADUs forward. I think few, if any of us, would disagree with the notion of caregiver quarters or granny flats or adding affordable housing stock or even a small rental to help with cash flow. But the proposal that we have in front of us, I believe, is flawed. You cannot craft a one-size-fits-all zoning condition without necessarily creating disparate impacts. And the maps that Scott's team sent out last week that demonstrated the variation in lot sizes across the city really make that point. I'll speak to Ward 6. Ward 6 is like no other ward in the city. Of course, Ward 3 and Ward 5 abut it, and so there are similarities on the periphery. But we've got the U of A and the issues that it has created. The U of A is surrounded by a series of well-established historic neighborhoods. They have small lot sizes. Many of the primary dwelling units are small. They're far less than what's being proposed by the proposed ordinance. And frankly, they're challenged by student housing investors. Like I said, over 80% of the houses of the parcels in the area surrounding campus are rentals. We've seen that motels and student housing that's located away from campus, they're turning into apartments as student housing wants to move closer where the U of A is. So this area is dissimilar from any of the other areas in Tucson. My first home was 850 square feet under roof. It was 2 bedrooms and 1 bath. And it was a great starter home. It was not a casita. It was a great starter home. So I've looked at several of the issues that I will need to see addressed in this if I'm going to support it. One, as I mentioned, is around campus. Many of the lot sizes are small. The homes are small. This proposal allows ADUs that are in many cases larger than what the primary dwelling units are around campus. Secondly, throughout Midtown, most of what we see are single-story, single-family residences or single-story duplexes. The surrounding housing stock if we allow the 2 stories, or what Scott is now proposing, the 16 feet, will create privacy issues, and frankly, it'll lose the architectural context of the areas. Another issue that I believe we need to address in this, if we're going to move forward, is that I don't see any reason to require a cool roof if an ADU is proposing rooftop solar. That's a redundancy, and we're disincentivizing the solar rooftop by requiring also a cool roof. Another flaw I see in this is that there's nothing in this proposal that addresses affordability. Habitat for Humanity, I mentioned earlier, they're selling 854 square foot homes that are 2-bedroom and 1 bath. But if you do that as a rental unit on an existing parcel with a primary unit, the property value simply skyrockets. In this housing market, this proposal is doing virtually nothing for affordability. If the city were to carry the construction loans at 0 or 1%, and tie a commitment to affordability for some period of time, then we've got something to talk about. But right now, all we're adding is a rental on an already high priced parcel in an exploding housing market. I had suggested to Scott that we add smaller sizes in neighborhoods with historic designation status, but that's a start, but it leaves way too many others that are going to face the same issues. So I've got issues with respect to affordability, height, the square footage, as I mentioned, design compatibility. We have to assume that if this goes forward, that we're not going to delist any homes that are in historic districts. I mentioned the cool roofs and the solar. And I do think that the sunset provision is important because it's our only 207 exposure tool that we have. All of what's being proposed is going to have a very different impact depending on where it's being built in Tucson. Out in wards 2 and 4, you guys are building on SR zone lots with 1 acre lots, and many of the homes you have out there are already 2 stories. And so if we put in a 1-story restriction, I can see how that would have a negative impact on your ability to do this. But if we put in a restriction that what's going in terms of the ADU is no taller than the primary dwelling unit, and that it meets the design context of the area, then we've got something to talk about. So if I'm going to support this, here's what I would want to see, or will want to see. Scott has gotten close with the 8,000 square foot, but if you look at the maps, 8,000 is on the edge. And so I want to see a maximum size of 850 square feet on lots of 8,500 feet or larger, and 650 square feet on lots of 8,500 feet and smaller. I'd like to see these in the backyard only, and that the ADU may not cause the primary unit to be delisted. I like the 5-year sunset with a 24-month look back. Again, the neighborhoods around campus, and I know there are others, either have HPZ or NPZ status. Those design standards have to prevail. All the conditions for the group dwelling ordinance have to remain in effect. The maximum height, as I just said, would be less than or equal to the primary dwelling unit and match the character of the surrounding area. And finally, with respect to affordability, the city or the IDA can issue these 0% construction loans with a stipulation that the rent is at or below 30% of the poverty index to guarantee some affordability. But right now, this proposal doesn't do that. So those are my thoughts, and I'll listen to others, but those last 5 or 6 bullet points are what I would want to see in a motion.
Long birthday list there, Councilmember Kasachik. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you, and thank you to all the staff from Planning and Development Services for organizing the public hearings, all our stakeholder working groups over the past years, to try to move this amendment process forward. I want to give out a shout out to Sharia Jimenez and all the folks at the Land Trust for really bringing this issue to our office over a year ago about how do we start, addressing our housing need, our affordable housing need, you know, in small steps and moving us forward. We know that in Tucson, we are 9,000 to 12,000 housing units short of where we need to be, because the housing supply is down and the demand for housing is up. The cost to rent suitable housing is increasing, and the cost to buy a home has been exceedingly expensive, and we are in a housing crisis. So we have folks with higher income able to purchase, you know, homes within the city limits or close to our city center, pushing out lower income folks from being able to afford housing within our city. I believe that casitas are a small step forward, but an important step. Casitas allow for mixed income communities, multi-generational living, and addressing, you know, climate resiliency by not supporting sprawl in our community. Access to housing has long been a social and racial justice issue in this country. We have a history of redlining in this community, racial covenants, slum clearances. These were all housing and neighborhood planning tactics used for segregation, and we're still living that today. Even single-family zoning is a form of exclusionary zoning that has been used in middle-class neighborhoods to exclude lower-income families, which have had a multi-generational impact on our communities. ADUs, we know, are not going to reverse segregation, are not going to solve all of our affordable housing needs, but they will encourage mixed-income communities, which not only promote economic but racial diversity within our neighborhoods, and that's across the city. We have an issue with packing, you know, low-income folks of color in certain areas of the city because other parts of our city are not accessible or affordable for them to live in. Casitas also help keep our families together. For many families of color, including indigenous families and queer families, the nuclear family is not the ideal. For those who want multi-generational housing, who want to live closer to their parents, who are taking care of their parents, want to be closer to their siblings and nephews and nieces, casitas provide flexibility to allow for that to happen. I think they also provide opportunities for families to build wealth by generating passive income off of renting their property. That shouldn't be something that just folks who have access to capital are able to do. I know that I rent, and there are rentals around my community where landlords, you know, like, why do they get to rent the primary house and a casita, and we don't allow for that same access to families to generate, you know, passive income in a small and incremental manner. We know that the cost, you know, of owning, you know, renting and property keeps going up, and so do cost of childcare and other expenses, you know, that families have. And lastly, I think casitas are an important part of our climate resiliency. It's a small home, a small footprint, and allows us to not continue contributing to sprawl. So I think it's an important piece of sustainable urban infill that we need to promote. So with that, Mayor, I do have a motion, and from hearing and talking to some of my colleagues and stakeholders and, you know, folks in the community, and from the conversation that we heard during the public hearing this evening, I move that we pass ordinance 11880 with the provision for a 5-year sunset date and a 2-year administrative review, and with the condition of a maximum height equal to the roof line of the primary dwelling unit. I direct staff to continue looking at solutions to create the conditions for sustainable and affordable housing within our city limits. And I further direct staff to develop programs to provide resources and technical support to make ADUs accessible and affordable to Tucson homeowners and residents, including a pilot program to fund ADU repairs and improvements, and to establish an amnesty program for unpermitted ADUs and take steps necessary to facilitate this program, including amending the development fee schedule to provide participants in the amnesty program a waiver of penalty fees for unpermitted ADUs. it.
That is a motion. Do I hear a second?
I second that, and I'd love it if the clerk could help us get that in the chat, council member. I followed it and I believe that it addressed many of my concerns, but so I'll second that as we try and move towards some kind of action here.
Done deal.
All righty. I do see a council member Cunningham's hand up, and then council member Fimbres, and then council member Ulick.
I got a couple things, and maybe one of my concerns may be a surprise to a lot of folks. My first one is about the height requirement. I'm one of the people who advocated for the height requirement, but, and maybe we can fix this in the next 2 years. So the original structure works. That really does work, unless you're the only single story home in a bunch of homes with 2 stories. You should be able to get an exemption on that height requirement. So I want to, look, we don't need to solve that today, but that's something we might want to noodle. I'm in support of the height requirement. I'm also supportive of the sunset for 2 reasons. The main reason is whatever we do tweak opens this up to 207 challenges. We have to protect ourselves. There's no possible way not to, no matter what you do. So I think both of those are prudent. I'd say that it's a little ambitious to run with the idea that we're going to have 2,500 square, like in Ward 2, the minimum average is about 1,500. Most of the homes range between 1,800 and 2,200 square feet. And it's a little ambitious to believe that we're going to have people building 1,000 and 2,000 square foot homes in their backyard. Not only that, I'd highly recommend against doing it in your front yard. I'm kind of worried about like how you can do it in your front yard without proper site planning and stuff like that. That worries me a little bit. All of a sudden we have 2 residents. I mean, if you have a lot with an 1,000 square foot house and then you build another 1,000 square foot house, so what we really just did was made your lot R2. Now, I'm not saying we're doing that exactly, but I'm just kind of giving some examples on what the unintended consequences can be. In Harold Bell Wright, El Gecko, Palo Verde Neighborhood, Green Hills, Hidden Hills, some of them may not like this so much. I've got some neighborhood presidents with some questions. Any chance we can take a look at in the next 2 years that neighborhoods can opt out of it if they get like a 3/4 vote or something like that? I'd also say that we had a record investment of out-of-state real estate this year, and no matter what we do, there are going to be developers that are going to exploit this ordinance. It's just going to happen. And I just want to let everybody know that we need to be aware of that right now, because that right now there's a lot of people who bought homes here in Tucson in the last year and jacked up the prices that were in Tucson, and all that we get to tell them for the next year is you're welcome, because they can't wait to build their ADUs. Finally, I guess the last piece is that if we do pass this multi-generational, I like it. I'd love to have some low-income financed. I agree that we don't need the owner occupancy piece. I think it's kind of not fair. All right. But at the same time, we need to be careful on how if we have a family building an ADU using a public financing tool or some type of program like that, we have to be sure that they're sticking to what they promised. And I think we'll be able to do that. So that's kind of like my input. I'm with the height exemption, or with the height as high as the primary unit, and then maybe planning for an exemption later. I'm good with that. I'm also very good with the 5-year. That gets me to where I wanted to be. I'm comfortable with this ordinance on those two things. Look, we've needed to be able to build guest house for a long time in Tucson. We have a lot of different neighborhoods throughout the city where a modest guest home, and I'm thinking most of these are going to be 300, 400 square feet, but we needed this for a long time, and I'm on board with that.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Councilmember Fimbres, and then Councilmember Ulick.
Yes, in regards to the motion, I want to be clear that parking requirements must be determined for all ADUs that include parking and accessibility to the ADU for emergency vehicles to the main structured property. That's critical. We've already had a couple people die because they couldn't get in there because the student housing was being parties. They couldn't get in, they blocked it. The review process and applicants must be spelled out from submission to plans, review, monitoring, and enforcement of Tucson UDC provisions, which apply, including documentation on ownership. Can you explain the enforcement and the current staffing shortage in PDSD and code enforcement? How does this deal with parking issues? How will the only 200,000 cover all potential amnesty cases? Scott? Mike?
Mayor, I'll take a stab at that if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, certainly the code enforcement pieces of this are something that we are working through, but it's also beyond that. It's also making sure that we are facilitating this direction and this policy direction from the City Council. Conversations will be unique in some areas. They'll be almost on a case by case, but in other areas, there'll be entire neighborhoods and we'll be able to deal with it on a broader scale.
Okay, I know that, Madam Mayor, we worked along with Councilwoman Ulick, worked on hard to get the city dwelling ordinance going. And I think it's going to be a challenge to this one. And I understand and take the need, but it's just going to be very disruptive for the neighbors and historical MPZs and stuff that we already have now. So those are questions we still need to have looked at, but the motion's been made, there's been a second, so we'll see what happens.
Maybe we can bring back Mr. Clark to answer that concern, Councilmember Fimbres, in terms of the group dwelling ordinance that we still have in effect. So Scott, if you're still with us, I know that you mentioned this during your presentation, but if you can explain again how the group dwelling ordinance applies to the ADUs.
So currently, group dwellings are prohibited in the R1 zone. So you can't have them there to begin with. The other issue regarding group dwellings is it's based on the occupancy. You can have no more than 4 unrelated people on a lot. That includes if you add an ADU. So that prohibits the group dwelling. The concern that Councilmember Fimbres has, I don't want to take away from that because that's very difficult to determine who's actually living in that place. But I don't see where the ADU or casitas are going to facilitate group dwellings. I did speak with the fire chief this morning regarding access to emergency calls, and I'm not sure the details, but typically if the fire department comes upon a scene where you've got vehicles parked in front of it, they will merely park in the street and the paramedics will deploy the gurney into the house. So we would need to understand what was going on there, if they blocked off an entire street or what they did, but blocking off the parking to your house won't prevent the paramedics from gaining access.
You hope. This was somebody, the delay caused the lady, she was suffering a heart attack and she passed away because they didn't get there enough time because they were blocked. There was a party going on, the loud noise. Again, red tagging, the student housing is another challenge we have. How are we going to prevent this from being student housing? We don't have enough enforcement people. We don't have enough staff to monitor this thing.
Alrighty, thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you, Mayor. Scott, can you address the NPZ and HPZ concerns as well? Does that afford any response to the concerns about, buildings in front yards and HPZs or NPZs, et cetera?
Honorable Mayor and Council, yes. The Historic Preservation Zone and Neighborhood Preservation Zone regulations remain in place for casitas. They would have to go through the building review process, and the design criteria required by the HPZ and the NPZ would have to be met.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, it's taken me a while to catch up on this one because I've been away from the table in this process. And initially, I just kept thinking, well, ADUs are currently allowed. It's just that we don't allow stoves. We don't allow kitchens. And I was kind of expecting the proposal to come forward saying, okay, you can have a kitchen now in your accessory dwelling unit and we're good. I understand that in talking with a lot of folks and listening and catching up, that this really is one approach, one tool that we'll have to increase affordability and infill and accomplish broader goals, important goals, and I'm all for that. And so I'm in support of the motion. I do want to speak to owner occupancy because I can understand how that comes across as exclusionary. And it occurs to me that my wish, and I don't think this can be done through the zoning amendment, is that the occupants of the primary structure control the accessory structure. Because what investors will want to do, I think, under this is build that second unit and rent it as a second unit, and the two households won't have anything to do with each other. So I'm trying to figure out how renters are going to have control over the accessory unit unless they're partnered with a landlord who's really working with them, or we have a lot of landlords who want to create these properties for that purpose. I'm hopeful. I couldn't agree more with folks who've spoken in the hearing and otherwise. Very soon, we better work with the IDA and other financing mechanisms and target this strategy to make sure that it's affordable, it's accessible to people without a lot of cash and a lot of leverage, so that it accomplishes that goal. So I'll be working with the manager's office and others to figure out if we can get that on an agenda in the next month, something from the IDA and some of our financing partners to understand that tool. So, and finally, I'm in support of the sunset as well, not only for Prop 207. Does it mean we're not all in? No, because we wouldn't pass this if we weren't going in this direction. I think it's an acknowledgement that as all of us at this table and in this process, I bet, understand there are unintended consequences, and we're not quite sure how this will unfold. And I think it's okay to say that we have a sunset in 5, we're going to give it a deep look in 2 so that we can do this well and do it right and achieve these broader, bigger goals that I think we share. So I'm in support of the motion, and I'll hope to get some financing conversation on an agenda coming up here soon.
Thank you, Councilmember Ulick. I just wanted to make sure that I added a bit of my opinion and thought into this conversation. I know that Councilmember Santa Cruz brought this item along with, I believe, Councilmember Durham. And it's taken a long time. It has been an extensive conversation and discussion with the community. And I heard a lot of people in the public hearing talk about the process, the conversations that have been had. and the considerations and the back and forth that have taken place in the process that mayor and council asked our Planning and Development Services Department to have this conversation with our community. And even though I don't think this is a cure-all for affordability, I believe this is one of many critical tools that we, mayor and council, and the city need to push forward, especially if these concepts have been used in other cities throughout the country to create opportunity for families and relatives and students even, you know. Some people call casitas granny flats. I would build an accessory dwelling unit in my backyard in 1 minute in order to be able to have my mother next to me. And many intergenerational homes are moving in that direction. So yes, we need to protect neighborhood preservation zones. Yes, absolutely. We will still continue to protect historic preservation zones. But we also must realize as a mayor and council that we're creating policy that are according to the times that we're living in. We absolutely must respect historic preservation, and this particular code change has the ability to do, to be able to respect the zoning that is already there. But we really have to adjust with the times. We really have to think not just the now and not just how things were done 20, 40, 50 years ago. We really need to prepare our city for the city of the future that we need. And so because of that and so many other reasons, creating infill and density is good for our tax base as a city. It's good to protect, beautiful open spaces that we value so much as Tucsonans in this region. But it also helps create a more reliable transit network in our community. It creates affordable housing opportunities. It's a sustainable approach. There's so many good things about this that it would be harmful to us if we don't move forward as a community with concepts that have been proven in other cities that work. And so I absolutely agree that we should be respectful of height. I agree that we need to put this as a sunset for 5 years or more if people want to protect us from Prop 207 complaints. I am flexible in terms of the 2-year review, but we must move forward. There has been an entire year of public process, and we cannot throw out the baby with the bathwater. I absolutely appreciate all of the work that our planning and development services staff have been doing. I know that they're working hand in glove with our housing community development department in thinking how we're going to create a strategy to invest in these ADUs and casitas in our city. So I appreciate the motion having additional direction for this. But I think it's time to move forward, and I think it's time for the city of Tucson to be able to test this, and if there's any change or movement that we need to make, we can adjust to that. But all in all, I believe this is going to protect historic zones. This will be able to provide affordability to families, and it will create density in our community and strengthen our neighborhoods, not take away from them. So I do see Council Member Fimbres' hand up. I don't know if you still have it up, and then Council Member Kozaczek.
No, Madam Mayor, I said my piece, and I think it's time to move on and call for the vote. After Steve.
Councilmember Kozaczek, and then Councilmember.
Okay, so I'm reading the motion. Good with the 5-year sunset and the 2-year look back. Good with the maximum height equal to the roof line of the primary dwelling unit. And that's where I am. That's so. First of all, we're not just talking about HPZs and NPZs. There are what, 4 of those, 5 of those? We have 42 neighborhood associations in Ward 6 alone. That means that the design standards for 37 or 38 neighborhoods are not being considered. Investor exploitation is not speculative. It's happening all around campus. It's happening every day all around campus. That's why the average price of a home around campus is $326,000. So, and if you look at the maps that Scott and his team sent out, you just draw a circle around campus and you see that the vast majority of the lot sizes are 8,000 square feet and smaller. 1,000 square foot casita is not a casita on a lot size that's that small. If we were to, for perhaps say, limit the casita to 70%, it can't exceed 70% of the existing lot size, or 30%, then fine. But this is totally out of context with the neighborhood surrounding campus. I want to see a maximum size of 850 square foot if you're above 8,500 square foot lot size. Then you're taking care of this lot size concern, and 650 square feet if you're below that. Otherwise, you're putting these neighborhoods in a position of having a quotes casita that's larger than the primary dwelling unit on their lot. ADUs, Scott mentioned something about the preservation of the design standards. Scott, you know we've been fighting with you guys for 2 or 3 years on front yard swimming pools and things in the Feldman's neighborhood, and they have design standards because they are an NPZ, and you say, well, you can't do that because we don't permit them or whatever. So to say that code enforcement is going to be the default. They already don't have staff to go out and chase down all the code violations that exist, and it puts neighbors in the position of being the enforcers, and it puts neighbors in the position of having to go to court and fight after 2 or 3 years of trying to get staff to step up to the plate and enforce our own codes. So I am all for the first parts of this motion, and there is nothing affordable about these. We're seeing investors step in every single day around campus and buying up parcels. We had a 105-year-old house in the Rincon Heights neighborhood demolished so they could put 2 parcels on it, two homes on that parcel. That's not an NPZ, but they're immediately adjacent to campus, and that's what we're seeing. So this isn't speculation. There is nowhere else in the community that has there are pockets in Ward 3 and there are pockets in Ward 5 that have these conditions, but to have this one size fits all and to slam it down on these neighborhoods around campus that are not NPZs and HPZs is simply unfair.
I do see Scott Clark's hand up. I imagine you want to answer a question or give us additional information, Mr. Clark?
Yes, Your Honor. On the motion regarding the height, I would ask some forbearance there. The current ordinance for sleeping quarters allows for 12 feet. So we've already got an authorized height for 12 feet. Many of the prefabricated ADUs that are coming on the market that you can purchase, for example, from Home Depot for $32,000 are exceeding 9 feet in some cases. So my concern is 9 feet will prevent some of these units from getting constructed. I think 12 feet to match the existing sleeping quarters regulation would be more appropriate. So that's my recommendation.
That's not the motion, Scott, though. The motion is that it's consistent with the primary structure. That's the motion on the table here.
And so a majority, I'm sorry, let me clear that up, Honorable Mayor and Council. A majority of the housing units that we have in stock now are 9 feet in height. Yes, we have 2-story buildings. We have buildings that are higher than that, but a majority of Tucson's housing stock is currently at 9 feet.
Wow.
So that's my concerns. I just didn't want to adopt a height that would prohibit ADUs getting off the ground.
Okay. Okay. Your recommended height allowance then would be 12 feet because you had mentioned 16 feet before.
Honorable Mayor and Council, given the desire to match the existing roof line, what I'm suggesting is a maximum authorized height of 12 feet.
So for example, if it were 1-story, maximum allowable would be 12 feet. And then if it's a 2-story primary residence, it would be able to be additional footage.
I believe that's the direction the Mayor and Council would like to go on this.
I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on that. I know that Council Member Ulick had her hand up. Council Member, did you want to add?
I seconded the motion, and I'm certainly receptive to Scott's guidance on that. I didn't realize that 9 feet was the standard versus, I guess I assumed 12 was the standard in most of these areas. So I as the seconder, I would accept that as part of the motion. And I don't know, Councilmember Santa Cruz, whether you would accept that in the motion.
Yeah, I guess what I wanted to clarify why I had my hand up is like, would that be a minimum of 12 feet and maximum, like matching the roof height? Like what if you do have a 2-story unit, primary unit, could you make the ADU, match that? Or if you have a primary unit with the loft, can you do the same? So I guess how do we craft the language to meet what you're saying, Scott, but then also the original intent of the primary residence roof line?
Honorable Mayor and Council, what you would be looking for here is a minimum authorized height of 12 feet. And in those cases where you have a 2-story structure on site, that's where you could match the existing roof line.
I'm amenable to that.
Change of language. Okay. So we have to make sure that we amend the motion to reflect the recommendations by Mr. Clark. And so the motion maker has accepted as well as the seconder. Anything else that you wanted to include or clarify, Mr. Clark?
Honorable Mayor and Council, no.
Okay. Alrighty. So Council Member Cunningham, Vice Mayor Lee, and then Council Member Kosacek.
Your Honor, I just had a quick question about impact fees. These structures are not subjugated to impact fees. Is that correct?
Honorable Mayor and Council, a ADU that is 750 and below is subject to an impact fee of roughly $2,000. As it increases, give or take, and as it increases in height or in size, the impact fee does go up. You may recall when you adopted the impact fee ordinance, you were trying to incentivize smaller homes, so you kept those impact fees.
No. I just want to make sure we're not giving any impact fee relief, man. That's all I want to be clear. I want to clarify because that, as you know, that's a big deal for me. So I want to make sure that if we're going to build density in the neighborhoods, which is a good thing, We're not going to compromise the ability to expand the amenities in the parks in that area and expand walkability and mobility in that area with monies. So that's all. The fact that we're collecting, I'm good. I just wanted to make sure.
And since we have you on, Scott, I'd like to ask about design standards, because there are concerns about design standards. Can you clarify what the design standards would look like in historic preservation or other neighborhoods in the city?
Honorable Mayor and Council, so design standards apply specifically in historic preservation zones and neighborhood preservation zones. You may have design standards that go with an individual subdivision where the developer has decided that you'll get a certain archway, you'll get a certain development structure. As far as the rest of the city goes, a homeowner is only looking to build to the health, life, safety codes. There's no design standards as far as archways and windows and some of the more decorative things you would see on homes. So NPZs, HPZs, planned area developments, and individual subdivisions, for example, Savannah, where you had to have the Santa Fe homes and a white roof, that's where design standards apply. For a large portion of the city, there are no design standards. It's meeting the unified building code, the International Building Code.
All right, thank you, Scott. And I do see Vice Mayor Lee and then Councilmember Kozachik.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be honest, we've been at this for quite a while, and I'm trying to keep the thread on all the details that we're talking about. So I just wanted to understand the concerns that Steve K brought up in his, I think, 5 bullet points and criteria. Are those acknowledged in the motion, or is there still a gap? Because obviously, you know, with Steve being at the center of a lot of this, as well as some of the other wards, I really want to be sensitive to what he's bringing forward. So Steve, or someone, can you help me understand, Steve, if your concerns are acknowledged, or is there still a gap?
There's a gap in terms of size, square footage. That's the primary one. There is, I think if we address that, then the owner occupied doesn't matter, because you're going to have fewer investors coming in and investing in a 650 square foot ADU. I don't believe this does anything for affordability. I don't know how you fix that at the table, though. It's the market is the market. Code enforcement is not going to go away until we allow Carlos to hire more people. But my primary concern right now is that we're allowing ADUs that are larger than the primary dwelling unit in most neighborhoods around campus.
So Mayor, I'm just of the mindset that I know this is so important that we don't let this die. We get stuff done. I just am.
Councilman, I think we lost your audio.
We lost you after you said, "Don't let this die."
Oh, how
I'm
ironic.
Right there, we lost you a bit there.
Okay.
It was just audio.
Okay, am I back?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't even know what my question is. It's really just understanding if we're aligned to the technical level, or if we need more time of a study session. I don't know. I just don't want this to die because it's really important. Yeah. So I don't know what I'm asking, Mayor.
Vice Mayor, I hear you. I think I know what you're asking, which is the size, and which is one of the big gaps that I feel that Councilmember Kozachik is concerned about. But I understand that zoning already regulates how much of a lot can be covered, the height of the development, and how far buildings should be set apart from adjacent properties. So that shrinks the size through already existing zoning. Am I correct, Scott? And this could help protect the smaller lots that are around the university area or throughout the city of Tucson?
So right now, the maximum allowed lot coverage for all structures is 70%. So if they have already maxed out their lot, they are not going to be able to build an ADU unless, of course, later on council allows them to go vertical over a garage or their existing home. Steve's motion to reduce the size of the ADU further than what we've recommended would provide some additional space in these central Tucson neighborhoods where you have high density.
I got a question, man.
Go ahead, Councilmember Cunningham.
So right now, right now you've got an 8,000 right now. So you have an 8,500 or 7,500 square foot lot. I forget what the cutoff is. And you have an 1,000 square foot home on it. You can build an 1,000 square foot ADU. Is that correct, Scott?
So the the ordinance as presented was if you were 7,000 feet and below, the authorized ADU size was 750 square feet. If you were 7,000 square feet and above, the authorized ADU size was 1,000 square feet. The controlling factor for anything else that happened would be the lot coverage.
Okay, so all right, that's fine. The 70%, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to visualize this. So we have a house that's like 800 square feet, and then the person's going to build an 1,000 square foot ADU. That's not a casita. That's a new house, and the old house becomes the ADU. I mean, am I wrong about that? I mean, because then
you're still building an ADU. It's just going to be larger than the existing house. The ADUs as we have them structured now.
But that's not an ADU. That's another house.
Yeah, and the other one other mitigating factor is the ADU is required to be behind the primary structure.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you're really not so with all the yards, with the front yard space, it allows you to add, but it can only be so big. Okay, well, it's a tough one because there could be a situation where I was thinking, again, maybe we should have it where it could be only a percentage of the original structure. So I was kind of like going that route, but now I'm not so sure. And then what if somebody adds on, if someone wants to add on right now, they just go through a permitting process, right?
Honorable Mayor and Council, that's correct.
So if someone wants to add on and then build an ADU, they can do that as well, right?
Yes, they can. And there is a 5-bedroom trigger, though, where we start looking at additional parking and other requirements, because now you're really beginning to drive the use up for a single family home.
And also, I'm sorry, I want to make sure we lay all this out. If we build an ADU and the house is backed up to an easement and the easement has vehicle access, can they build the garage backed up to the easement?
Honorable Mayor and Council, if you've got the width, yes, to allow for the vehicle access.
Okay, and then my last question is that if the ADU is built and that's it. I'm actually, so that's a very rare scenario that's going to happen.
Yeah, Councilmember.
A lot of things to consider here. A lot of things to consider.
And the good thing is that the conversations have been happening amongst community and the Planning Commission for the last year, and so this really has been thought through. We spent an hour in a public hearing. We spent a year in conversation. And we spent about 45 minutes on this particular item. It's 9 o'clock, and that's why I was laughing right now. I was not laughing at you, Councilmember Cunningham. I was just laughing at the situation.
Well, what I wanted to find out from Scott was, how did that discussion go in this process where, I'm sure that in this process, they had the discussion about building an ADU bigger than the original house, correct? Because a bigger house isn't a casita, it's another house. And that's okay. I get why we're doing it, but how did that conversation come about in the process?
Honorable Mayor and Council, So if you are a current homeowner and you happen to buy a home, say of 750 square feet, for whatever reason you'd buy something so small as your primary home, and later on wanted to put an ADU in your backyard and you had the lot size, you could in fact do that ADU up to 1,000 square feet if you had a lot that was underbuilt by less than 70%, or you were greater than 7,000 square feet. So it's really, again, it's a homeowner and market preference. The consideration to keep it in the back goes back to some of your neighborhood character questions. So that discussion was pretty thorough. The other trade-off, and I need to bring these things up to you, as you reduce the size of the house, you're reducing the size that we can get hallways in, you're reducing the size of kitchens. So some people that are disabled may struggle with some of these smaller units. These are all trade-offs. I think in the 24-month review, we want to talk about some of this and see where we're at. I'm going to suggest to staff we come up with a survey of residents and see where we end up at in some of these cases. Are we providing the adequate type of house with the adequate dimensions to provide the type of housing we need for all of our community? This was a pretty thorough discussion all the way through. It was not an easy discussion in many cases. The ordinance is presented to you already is a compromise on many terms. Your current modifications to it are based on the feedback you're getting. So I think you've arrived. Housing's not easy. It's not going to get easier. You've debated and deliberated. I think you've arrived.
So we have a motion and we have a second to the motion. I think I agree with Mr. Clark that we should have a vote. And so if we'd like to go to roll call, let's go to roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Mayor Zulik,
Aye.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
I'm really torn between this, but I'm going to go aye right now.
Mr. Cunningham,
I think there's a lot to do, but I like that we've got a 2-year look back. I'm good. I'm an aye.
Nick Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Kazachi,
No, and Scott, if you had wanted to roll this back, you should have started out small.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye. Right, motion passes 6-1. Thank you all so much for your hard work, and to my colleagues on the council for all the deliberation, to the staff and the community for all of their hard work. And again, this is not the end of the day and not the end of the discussion, and I'm looking forward to continued discussion and conversation about how we continue moving forward in housing options in our city. So with that, we'll move on to item 10. Mr. Clerk.
Annexation and development agreement with Parcel 515 Investors LLC, owner of Parcel 140-44-0040, resolution number 23405.
City Manager's communication number 323 dated October 19th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read resolution 23405 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23405 relating to annexation and development agreements, authorizing and approving the execution of an annexation and development agreement between the City of Tucson and Parcel 515 Investors LLC, owners of Parcel 140-44-0040.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt resolution 23405.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Let's go to roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Nick Zulik?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham? Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Resolution 23405 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 11,
Zoning C92110, CAP Storage Development, Valencia and Midvale, C1 to C2, City Manager's Report.
sorry. City Manager's communication number 321 dated October 19th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 3.36 acres from C1 to C2 zoning. The rezoning site is comprised of vacant land extending between South Midvale Park Road on the west and South Commerce Court on the east, north of Valencia Road. The primary development plan proposes a two-story climate-controlled self-storage development with a single building. The city manager recommends authorization of C2 zoning subject to certain conditions. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of C2 zoning subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or the representative of the applicant present?
Madam Mayor, this is Rory Juneman, representing the applicant.
Are you able to post requirements?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, yes, we are.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So what is the council's pleasure on this item?
I move that we approve, Mayor.
Excellent. So there is a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Sorry, all those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Juneman. Item 12.
Zoning C92111, Sterling Real Estate, 475 North Granada Avenue, I1 to C2, City Manager's Report.
City Manager's communication number 322 dated October 19th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone property at 475 North Granada Avenue from I1 Industrial to C2 Commercial for the adaptive reuse of 7 buildings currently used as 279-room hotel as a multifamily residential development with 210 units, and the construction of 8 new buildings with an additional 154 residential units for a total of 15 buildings with 364 residential units. The city manager recommends authorization of C2 zoning subject to certain conditions. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of C2 zoning subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or the representative of the applicant present?
Mayor, members of the council, Carrie Sylvan, representing the applicant.
Are you agreeable to the proposed requirement, Ms. Sylvan?
We are, and I'd like to just give a quick thank you to the El Presidio Neighborhood Association for really working hard with us. For the Ward 1 office for working with us as well and giving us the space to work with the neighborhood, and Diana Alarcon in particular for assisting personally with the traffic issues and all of the issues mentioned by the El Presidio neighborhood representative are in the 10 additional conditions that we negotiated that are before you tonight. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your hard work and the work of the neighborhood, as well as our Department of Transportation and Mobility Director and the Ward 1 Council Office. With that, what is the council's pleasure?
Mayor, I move that we approve.
So there's a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a couple of seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Sylvan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item 13.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, November 9th at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much and enjoy the rest of your week. Take care.
All right.
All right.